were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closing. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closing. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. showtime. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. Yo, it's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time.
Welcome to Dino Ground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional dino rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding an all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dino Ground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Birçok arkadaşınız ve taraftar sizi PMPL'i kazandığınız için tebrik etti. Bu zaferiniz üzerinde daha büyük bir etki yarattı mı?
Abi şöyle söyleyeyim, ben ne tatmin oldum ne zevk aldım. Tatmin edici bir şey değildi. Yani ben şeye gitmek istiyordum, PMV'ye. Ya bilmiyorduk oynanana kadar EU'ya kaydığını o koltuğun. O yüzden öğrendikten sonra biraz tatmin etmedi beni. Şimdi EU şampiyonluğundan sonra oraya gidersem çok tatmin olacağımı düşünüyorum.
Birçok arkadaşınız ve taraftar sizi kazandığınız PMPL'den sonra tebrik etti. Bu tebrikler zaferiniz üzerinde daha büyük bir etki yarattı mı?
Tabii ki yarattı ama ben kişisel olarak tatmin olmadım. Çünkü PMV'ye gitme gibi bir hedefimiz vardı. Oynarken öğrendik işte Türkiye şampiyonun gidemeyeceğini. O yüzden çok tatmin edici olmadı. EU şampiyonu olup oraya gitmek bizi daha da çok tatmin edeceğini düşünüyorum. Daha da güzel olacak.
Bu Avrupa Şampiyonası öncesinde o zaman FUT Espor destekçilerine, hayranlarına neler söylemek istersin?
Onlar için izlemesi rahat bir turnuva olacak. Bu kadar.
Kısa ve net diyorsun.
Evet.
Süper.
Gerilmeyecekler.
Welcome to day 2 of PMPL EU Spring 2023 Championship. I'm Ginny, your host for today once again, and again on the desk or the floor, I'm joined by my two very smart analysts. Well, one, and then there's Max. I'm joking. Two very smart analysts. We have Max and Kalara. So yesterday was a great start, a great appetizer to what we can be expecting for the rest of the weekend. What are the thoughts?
We're trying to be nice right after. That's not even 30 seconds, and I've already been attacked. Is that your record? I think it is.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty decent.
Jason levels. Yeah.
Appreciate it. You know, we gotta beat those records, you know. But also, guys, if you want to stay up to date on what is happening and the jokes throwing around here, but also on social media, follow us. You can stay up to date. Max has some memes prepared as per usual, and also you can just figure out what's going on, who's the top standing, what team is doing the best. Now, another thing really to keep in mind of is the fact that when it comes to teams, maybe you have a favorite team. I know some of you have a favorite team, okay? I've seen it, I've noticed it, but you can now also vote for them in the chat. So make sure you can do that. I'm gonna ask you guys, what team would you vote for? I'm gonna start with Kalaris.
I like FLUX's logo.
Okay, that's the absolute best reason.
Are you laughing at me?
I like SBG's logo. I've already stated that yesterday.
Is that a portrait of you, Max, on the SBG?
It is, actually.
So
after the gym, yeah.
Okay, sure. Absolutely. Well, there's also a survey that you can fill out. So give us your thoughts and opinions as we're continuously looking to improve PMPL EU and the experience. We'd love to know more. We'd love to know what we can improve. You know, if you have any feedback for either one of us.
Why are you pointing at me again?
I was going to go for it, but I was like, actually, no, I gotta stop.
And Max improved. That's the big question.
Can we get rid of this guy?
Can we? I don't know. We're going to have to figure that out at some point. But for today, just like yesterday, there is a total of 6 maps that we're going to be looking at with only 1 Sanhok, 3 Erangels, and 2 Miramars. We saw how important the iterations of these different maps were and how big of a weight some of these carried in certain games for certain teams.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in particular here, Kalaris. Gladiators are good on Erangel and Miramar. they got some decent points over there.
Well, especially the Erangel, right?
Yeah,
I think it was second, first when it came to Erangel overall for them. And you know what? That's passable. I think that might actually get you a championship if you keep doing that, Max.
Yeah, you got a passable from Kalaris. That means you're doing it really well in human terms.
Absolutely.
But even this game, looking at few of the clips, of course, that Gladiators play in the fields, they should not have got even remotely close to that push onto the side of FLUX, but they did almost have a living shot to go for a win there. So Gladiators are looking great. They have these immense spreads that we did mention a few times yesterday. And I wonder, our team's going to have VOD reviewed after yesterday's matches, see potentially a few nook and crannies in the armor and maybe just hit where it hurts hard for them. I do wonder, because there are a few weaknesses you could abuse heading into today.
Maybe, but by the same token, I do think that Gladiators likewise will have VOD reviewed and looked at things like Sanhok, for example. Yes, it's only 1 map out of the games throughout the days. However, as long as they kind of go back, look at what was going on in Trifecta area, maybe kind of circumnavigate some of those scenarios, they could quite easily rack up points on Sanhok. And who knows what happens if it goes to the Northwest Island, the Circle. So, yeah, I think we'll see another strong Gladiator performance here today.
All right, so also when we were looking at the circles and the way that they were moving, it felt like Gladiators really had a great position time and time again. Question is that going to be replicatable today?
I feel like it. I mean, as we said, like everyone's going to have VOD reviewed. Everyone's going to come potentially with some improvements that come on through. But right now, not much improvement you can do on top of that. I mean, 68 point day throughout yesterday. Great average overall. 2 second places, 2 chicken dinners on the board for Gladiators. But though Nexus, clearly I would say the surprise on this first day, right? A team that I was expecting to be on the first page, but second place right behind Gladiators. That's a big step up that I did not expect.
Yeah, I said it at the end of yesterday, and I'll say it again, though. I just don't want to see the Eastern Stars curse rear its head of the inconsistency in results. They are a team that traditionally, even across 2.5 years, are able to pop off, but getting that back-to-back days worth of pop-off remains to be seen here. So I would like to see them continue this form.
Yeah, absolutely. But also when we're looking at the discrepancy here between the first place, and we're looking at 9th and 11th specifically, I'm looking at Major Pride and MADBULLS. These two teams coming out from Europe, we very much said we're expecting them to be in the contention for the top 3. Yeah. But yesterday, it didn't feel like they were in their real, true form.
I think we've barely seen MADBULLS make it to the late game throughout these games, and we know how controlling this team can actually be if they reach that, like, phase 6-7 moment in each of these games. It didn't happen at all yesterday. But actually talking about two European teams, OZAROX also, after the finals, definitely not performing on the level I initially expected heading into the championship. So I want to see more of Major Pride, MADBULLS, and of course OZAROX to see if they can bring more points on the board here.
Yeah, that's going to be very important. But looking at our top 2 performers specifically, your Gladiators and your Nexus, as we said it already, very close in terms of differentiation when it comes to points. But 25-minute average survival time? What? Is that human?
And you got 2 interesting stats here, Kalaris, right, that we're looking at. Of course, you got the 25 average survival time for Gladiators, but almost 8 average elims. Yeah. Nexus Gaming. Of course, it's one day. If it stays remotely close to this, I'll be impressed. But this is a really good way to kick off your championship.
Yeah, quite ludicrous. And we saw Dorian, of course, at the end of yesterday, get himself the MVP for the day. All things considered, when you're looking at the names that are involved in this tournament, initially, Dorian really wasn't one that sprang to mind for me pre-game 5 for the MVP slot. But all of a sudden, kind of in these later moments, the team kind of lights up here, does Nexus, and is able to put on some extreme performances like the last game where they got the chicken dinner and a lot of eliminations. So would love to see it happen again. Love it. Yeah,
18 in total, if I remember correctly, but I also have the memory of a goldfish. So don't quote me on that. That was right. Oh. Yeah. Let's go. Okay, I'm really happy about that. Yeah, a little celebration here. But we also talked about Foot and the fact that Sanhok specifically was one of the maps that they did incredibly well on. They're now placed 3rd. So when we're comparing their performances against Gladiators on the different maps that we've seen yesterday, yes, it's one map, but it made such a big impact on their overall standing.
It really did. I mean, that one Sanhok game was huge. Of course, the Circle did have some kind of impact on that game. It could have been your prediction, Kalaris, of Major Pride, but it did go to the West at the end on top of Trifecta. Sure, Sanhok is great, but we keep saying this time and time again, right, is not you have to be in the top 3, top 5 kind of position. You want to be first place. And unfortunately for you, having just good Sanhoks every once per day is not going to cut it. I want to see more presence from them on other maps, and I also want to see MADBULLS stop dropping in ruins. This hurt to watch. Feels bad, man.
Also slightly unfortunate for MADBULLS that Kairos instantly falls on a DBS and then goes hell for leather against them there. So, but yeah, with Foot controlling the position that they had on ruins, it's an easy transition over to where the Trifecta location is to be able to then lock that down. As I say, slightly fortuitous in terms of the shift going their way, but still Sanhok presents a challenge that is very different to Erangel and Miramar. I need to see Foot Esports step it up on the, I'm going to call them the traditional 2 battlegrounds here for PUBG Mobile, because the Sanhok performance was fantastic, but it could have gone completely differently if that West shift did not occur in the late game.
Yeah, I think Major Pride win it if it does go even just remotely central. I think Major Pride from the high ground position with a rocks they can play would be huge. Though Foot had a really strong early game, we know that, especially as you said, if Kairos gets a DBS, you're in deep trouble. So yeah, I want to see more presence on other maps, but the Sanhok is good for them so far, but you need to get good on the other 5 maps of the day, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a good base ground. You're currently on the 3rd place. There is going to be today, tomorrow and Sunday, a couple of more days left in the bank. It's a marathon, as we said it, not really a sprint, but it's getting a little closer. But in general, staying in the vein of Sanhok and what we've seen Foot being very excellent at was the fact that Gladiators, we were saying it, you were saying it, Kalaris was saying it, on the desk, Gladiators, they're very specific where they drop, and Foot read completely into that and just obliterated them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I got a little illustration clip we're going to go through. It is actually talking about these splits that we mentioned so many times about Gladiators, that they love their splits. They're very proficient at using those splits and regrouping, but they tend to regroup sometimes a little bit late. So I'm going to start drawing. You're looking at me as I'm drawing. Inception.
That looks scary.
I want to look at my feed. Look at my map right now. Okay, there we go. I wanted to show what's going on. So typically, you've got my little circle on the side of the map there. Typically, we know that Gladiators love to drop in Camp Alpha. They got these massive splits, and typically they keep Tixi in our good old spot of Trifecta, which is very popular with the Gladiators. We know it. That's pretty much done and dusted throughout years and years now of them playing on Sanhok. And one cool thing that I did enjoy from Foot, it didn't work out exactly as planned, but I loved the idea behind it, is that instantly, the moment they cleared out the entirety of ruins and got rid of your MADBULLS, I start thinking, okay, now we just got to recoup, loot up a little bit more, and then we're instantly going to full send it into Trifecta. As I said, the timing wasn't quite right because Gladiators did regroup just a few seconds before, but I feel like if Foot VOD review today and maybe speed up their rotation by about a minute or 2, this fight over here into Trifecta would be easy as can be for them. They can clear out the team super easily, get control of Trifecta, which I keep stating for Sanhok is my favorite position because it gives you access to all 3 islands.
Okay.
So yeah, this goes to show that you can indeed take down Gladiators. They can bleed. They're not impossible to eliminate in these games.
I would say, Max, as well, it's even more urgent than just holding out Gladiators. If you look at the circle state here, they rotate towards Trifecta location extremely late for when the circle has shifted or potentially shifting, etc., and things like that. If you're doing that at that particular time and then you don't constantly get these western shifts, you're running the risk of being completely held on the Painan River to be able to get towards kind of mainland locations. So a little bit precarious of a situation, I think.
Yeah, I would just love to see it just sped up a little bit, as I said, a minute or 2, and I think that would be the perfect timing because Gladiators don't have time to regroup. You maybe go in a 2v4, 1v4 situation. Easy, you have full control, and I don't feel Gladiators would be willing to re-engage a fight without the numbers to back it up.
Yeah, and we've seen it from Gladiators. We know that they like to split up, and as much as that worked in EU specifically, you're now against a different region, and clearly they have a different game style, a different plan, and it worked out for them. But when we're looking at the top 3 players specifically for today, as for yesterday, not today, we haven't actually played any games today. EU stays on top.
Hell yeah. I mean, I want to say hell, that's what you need.
Well done, Max. Yeah,
no problem. That's what I bring to the desk, eh? That's
Hard-hitting analysis. Yeah, let's go.
I want to keep saying Tixie supremacy, but I was really shocked in that last game. I didn't quite catch it at the time, but that final game of Doran in particular was absolutely insane. And the way he was set up by his team too, like he was the one aggressively pushing the entire time on the eastern edge, and just the way his team would set up angles for him, and the way they also got this push on a team at the very start onto foot, I believe, on Pochinki Hill. So they've been looking aggressive, which I feel like is something you desperately need in this lobby versus the Turkish team.
I will also say that we saw EXO at number 3. Again, another Nexus player here showing up strong. And it brings me back to the league play, where I was totally bewildered that this guy was on the bench for so long. Of course, they now do not have Kem here anymore, and clearly EXO is a starter for this roster, and rightfully so. This guy clearly is a grinder. This guy has clearly put in a lot of work to be able to get to this level and be able to show up on a stage like this.
I wonder if we're going to have something similar to PMPL Europe, where we had Octavian actually start stepping up towards the M2. It got some time for him to get to that point, but then it was like you had Doran, you had Exo Machina, you had also Octavian that started really popping off towards the end as a trio. So I wonder if we have something similar like this, like if they can not only remain in this top position, maybe they can also outdo Gladiators. I know that's a big ask, but with eliminations like that, it could happen.
Honestly, there's a world where they're looking like the full package. Slowly but surely, they could get there.
Would that be the first Romanian team into PMWI? I don't think there were any last year.
No,
I feel like that would be a first. Yeah.
Right, we're writing history. There's a lot of expectations on these teams, and you know, even Kalara saying that the perfect package. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of pressure, you know, on these youngsters for them to be performing here today. But we've seen them perform yesterday. The question remains of that consistency, and can they continuously bring it? And consistency was maybe not something that we had yesterday when it came to the predictions.
Okay.
Because, you know,
What are you talking about?
I said we had. I said as a collective, as all men, because look at Blank. He has 12 points.
Well, see,
Why?
what happens here, Max, is when Janiro aims something at you, she calls out your name specifically. When she's aiming something at me, she kind of skirts around the issue a little
be
bit.
nice about it.
Gotta be nice to Kalaras.
Yeah, it's been a bad day for me yesterday.
I can't kick you while you're down.
Well, I can't go much lower than that. Let's put it.
Okay, when you think Sly Europe is going to win, just pick him. I think you'll be good.
I'm changing my strategy today, guys. All right,
Okay,
I'm changing my strat.
I mean, also when we're looking at the team placements, we both went for foot first. I think a lot of potential from the roster coming out specifically. We've seen what they're capable of on Sanhok, but Gladiators, you guys are staying true to yourselves, true to Europe.
Well, I'm going to say, Janiro, I think we might be stumbled and fumbling coming into today as well. It might be a little bit hard for us. Gladiators was looking great yesterday, so you know, might have to change that from the second to the first.
Yeah, I have MADBULLS up there as well, but I think we already touched upon that a little bit. Yesterday felt really slow from them. The rotations weren't coming in as quickly as we might have expected them to, and just all in all, a bit of a struggle in the lobby in general.
Yeah, I said trust the process. I still believe that. I'm waiting to see if what's been happening in the background. I expect this to be a team that is willing to make iterations if needed, especially at this level of play. Don't expect a team to keep doing things until the end and when it's clearly not working, right? So I expect them to do well. Eventually, today, maybe.
has
I would
to- I
love
mean,
to.
it has to
It
be
has to
today.
start happening today because despite it being an extra day compared to last year, it's still 4 days. One bad day, it happens to the best of us, and you need to see some changes starting right now, pretty much.
Yeah. Happened to Kalaris yesterday. It was a bad day.
Why you got
2-1. So today's a better day, okay? A new day. Teams have done even more homework. You're feeling out the lobby a little bit yesterday. You're trying to see where everyone's going. You're trying to see what the strategies are. So you're now locked in and loaded. You know what you're expecting. So the teams that we ideally expect to perform, the question remains, is there going to be any upsets? Because Sly yesterday, I don't think anyone really had the thought that, okay, they're going to be placed first. I mean, Kalaris did, but didn't write it down on paper.
Yeah, I know. I picked at the wrong time. I think Turkey will step up today.
Okay.
I think looking at how things went yesterday, obviously you got your Gladiators, you got your Nexus taking those top 2 spots, but you should never really count out the Turkish region because they are extremely powerful. A team like FLUX, for example, I think, yes, okay, they had a win at the beginning yesterday, but other than that, I mean, it wasn't huge amounts of traction put on the board with kind of podium finishes. I think we're going to see more from the likes of FLUX, maybe more from Foot, but we'll see. It might be difficult today.
And I'd even add REGNUM CARYA. Like, they've been a silent team
Yeah.
throughout yesterday, but they've been getting decent placement points, a few eliminations here and there. It's still not to the extent we saw during the league stage, more specifically of PMPL Turkey. But I want to see REGNUM CARYA get big wins here because I truly know they can make it happen, especially with Wild on his team. This guy is mental throughout the spring season. So I want to see some more REGNUM action here.
I mean, honestly, OZAROX as well. Like, in terms of what you watched from them, especially in the finals, yes, okay, Foot was about 50-some points ahead, but OZAROX looked great in second place, to be perfectly frank with you. So I'm expecting a little bit more from them too.
All right, a lot of expectations from the Turkish teams, but another topic that we highlighted a little bit yesterday was the differences in terms of play styles for Europe as well as Turkey. Yesterday was really the first show in terms of the clashing, and it felt like when it came to Gladiators, the European team, when it came to Nexus, they were very much comfortable playing against what we were potentially thinking might be a dangerous play style from Turkey. So today, are we expecting specific adaptations from either one of the regions?
I feel like the teams that struggled on the Turkish side feel like they can't rely on just purely fragging aggressive power. I think they might have to rethink their macro approach, like how they rotate overall. And we'll have to adapt, of course, to some of the macro rotations of the European teams. I'm mainly thinking of Gladiators, right? I feel like teams are going to look at that and they're maybe going to see that like there's this clear way they can abuse that position from Gladiators and other teams that play in a similar kind of way for the European squads. I think we can expect some decent changes. I don't think it's going to be like huge, massive changes just going to change the entire landscape, but I feel like the Turkish teams, the ones at the bottom at least, might have to tweak a few things right here and there.
I do think there's some room for some earlier wide rotations as well in this lobby at the moment. If I think about some of the games, especially at the start of the day that we saw yesterday, there's teams like Gladiators that have too much room, and they're kind of on one of the extreme sides of the circle when these things are going down, whereas then you have 4, 5, 6 teams bogged down in a constant fight for position on one other side. So some wider rotates early, circle 2, etc., can work out nicely to be able to distribute these teams a little bit more. A strategy that we used a lot when it came to professional play was saying, okay, because I can hear so much fighting going on around me on this side of the circle, you could potentially go for blind wide rotates, knowing that, okay, there must be so many more teams here than there are on the other side. So you're kind of using that information to your advantage to be able to go for those wide rotates. So I would like to see a bit more of that maybe, to try and get yourself safer into the circle.
I feel like teams have been reading also the drops on the plane path. Like sometimes we would have this, I think it was the Miramar, the first Miramar of yesterday, we had a very southern plane path and no one was trying to like go for these wide rotates north when you could normally read that no teams are going to be high north. A lot of them are going to be concentrated on a more southern, eastern edge at the time. So I feel like teams could definitely try and set up wider rotates and then do something around that. I do agree.
Okay, well, wider rotations is something we want to see. We want to see a little bit more of adaptation, but consistency as well, something we want to see today, especially if the teams that are currently in the top 3, Gladiators, Nexus, as well as Foot, want to remain in that position. I think for them, again, it's a matter of you've now shown what you've got, you've shown how you're going to play, you've shown what the game plan is. What can you do more to stay ahead of the curve? Because other teams are aware of the strategy.
Question.
Thanks.
Throwing us a curveball right there. Oh, well, me thinking.
Yeah, we're all thinking.
I'm the thinker right now of PUBG Mobile.
I mean, let's think a little bit about Erangel, right? So we've seen Gladiators do really well on that map specifically yesterday. So today, are we staying with the Gladiators prediction? Do you think they?
I mean, I feel like you would be a fool to not pick Gladiators when they're in a good position, right? I feel like we'd all agree at the end of the day, but I want to see teams try and just not be as fearful to approach their position because we know they like their splits. And yeah, I'm really looking at REGNUM CARYA. I know I already said it, REGNUM CARYA is a team I'm looking at to do well, but going into Erangel in particular, REGNUM CARYA, but MADBULLS, because we highlighted this team as being so proficient on that battleground in Europe. Yesterday, a little bit of a fumble on all the maps, pretty much.
Whoa,
but I want to see some good presence. I want to see them at least make it to the late game. Doesn't matter if they're like 3 or 2 players. I just want to see them get to the late game and get some points in on Erangel.
Fair enough. Yeah, you want to see MADBULLS in the late game?
I think it's fair. I also like the idea of REGNUM CARYA being able to do a little bit more, of course. I mean, when you look at their, we even just saw it just before, their average eliminations, 4.67, I think it was, across the games. That's really not that bad at all. In the game in particular that I chose them to try and get a win, it was a little bit of a curveball considering they were not on the best side of the circle. Gladiators had a lot of room in the north, etc. and stuff like that. But they still came out with 8 eliminations. So getting 8 eliminations in a game is enough of a game to say we did enough in this game to be able to keep our averages up to try and challenge for the championship.
All right, well, those are some pretty interesting points that we're going to be keeping our eyes out for on the first map. We're going to be heading into Erangel, but first, thank you, Monster, for making all of this possible. And good luck to everyone except to Blank and your predictions.
Wow. That's right for the jugular right there, Blank. I mean, to be fair, you've got double my points right now, so I feel like I can echo the sentiments coming through from Janiro over on the desk. So thank you very much. We'll be getting into game number 1 for the day.
You just can't beat me, man. I'm too good. You know, I'm with it right now. To be fair, that humble attitude is what carried me all the way. So you know what, you guys are gonna do great. You know, if you shine, I shine. Shine theory. I'm bringing it back once again. It's in here. But yeah, heading over towards Erangel, I think a lot of interesting comments coming out from the desk, especially Kalaris bringing up some really good points about REGNUM CARYA, how maybe they could bounce back. You know, the Gladiators regroups, and it's just unfortunate we're not seeing MADBULLS heading towards that late game. You know, 20 minutes plus is just an impossibility for them at the moment, as is speaking for me as well, but it's fine. We're going to get through today, John. That's what I'm paid for, so I'm going to muscle through. But yeah, heading over towards the map right now, over towards Erangel, and an interesting playing path.
Yeah, it's going to be coming up on the western side from just the east point of Georgia Pole to the west point of Sosnovka military base. Will make rotations over towards Milta and Milta Power a little bit trickier. Novo will be accessible if you drop and grab some vehicles on that military island though, Blaine.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, this is a pretty key location over down towards Sosnovka in terms of vehicles. And with this plane path, you know, heading all the way down here, you're going to get multiple teams all springing out over towards that location. So we could have a triple team drop over in this area. Perhaps sometimes it's just 2, but we'll see what happens with that one. A lot of the teams very happy over towards Rozhok at the moment. A lot of positions can be taken here. And we are squeezing a fair amount of squads into this area quite early on. We noticed yesterday that Major Pride actually picking up a little bit more of an eastern drop spot. Used to drop over here in Sunken, now opting down towards the southeast side of Rozhok itself. And we do get a very cruel shift up towards that northeast side, which is really awkward for a lot of these teams. You can see already just from the arrow on the screen that a lot of these teams have a long way to go, especially from their drop spots.
Yes, Naya Poliana, pretty valuable in terms of that early drop spot at this stage. No one making their way all the way out just yet. That's stomping ground for teams like SBG, who no doubt will want to try and grab some vehicles and get out there as soon as possible. But those Yasnaya fields to the south of it, sitting right slap bang center of the circle, as well as the river snaking out to the west flank, creates some difficult decisions and rotational futures.
Absolutely. I think SBG dropping out this early as well, down towards that south side of Severny, will cause problems in particular because BEŞİKTAŞ have dropped out a little bit later than them, have all 4 vehicles in hand as well, will be rotating out towards Yasnaya. They played on the western side of Yas yesterday, with SBG holding firmly down on the eastern side, and I think if you're BEŞİKTAŞ now, you understand, you see the shoots coming behind, you don't see any in front of you, that they can comfortably try and take control of the majority of Yas now, and I think that is going to be something that will be very important in the late game, especially for SBG, because now their whole game plan is sort of thrown off pace a little bit.
Next, RÜYA have managed to pick up a knockover onto Reflect, and Sly Europe most likely going to be playing on down a player, as Reflect is very, very isolated there. Mandarin may be able to sail in for a little bit of a helpful leather rescue, and it looks like they are actually going to try and find a foothold to move forward. The angles are solid to keep Reflect safe for a while, so there is time to operate. Unfortunately, Tenchik has bigger fish to fry as Foot find the shots, but don't quite manage to land them. That's not going to do you so good at that range there, unfortunately. Arwin not going to be able to get those shotgun shells to land.
No, not really. It fumbling around in the dark like Velma, who's lost her glasses, so will not be having shots over towards Tenchik right now. But yes, most likely Reflect out of the game here going forward. So for Sly Europe down to 3 players, they had some success yesterday over on Erangel. They had to pick themselves up that chicken dinner down in Sosnovka. But for Sly Europe, slightly difficult. I think maybe they got Reflect up there. I'm not sure.
They did.
Oh, they did. So they went back for him. Again, not the greatest start for Sly Europe. Hoping to move further out towards that eastern side. We know that their drop spot's over towards Mill to Power, so a long journey ahead of them. But once they do hit that position on the map, at least they have a fair bit of time to, you know, actually loot up without much dangers, understanding the majority of the squads, because they've made this long rotate, are going to be on that western side of the map.
I have to see if any of those wide rotations that Kalaris brought up over on the desk are going to be more implemented this time around. Try and get over to the other side of this circle as it comes to phase 2 and 3. That's where we'll be sort of looking for those sort of rotations.
MELİSE Esports are towards Severny side. Bit of a big change, really, from our last Erangel, with OZAROX actually hot dropping over towards MELİSE Esports in Severny. This time around, OZAROX on the other side of the map. They're actually in Sosnovka military base in C block, so very, very much far away. So it feels like OZAROX tried to get away as quickly as possible. And it's interesting to me that, because I think that that was a pretty successful drop over towards Severny. They held out MELİSE Esports very well, and they were really struggling for gear, whereas OZAROX were quite comfortably clearing out the area. So again, I think OZAROX were maybe looking for a bit more of a easier start, and that's not the easiest drop spot to go for, especially on a hot drop with the plane path that we saw at the beginning. So this is fine. I'm okay with this. They have the entirety of Sosnovka to themselves, and that rotational path up towards Miltaway on the eastern bridge. So easily done. MADBULLS currently on our screen, making that rotate over towards that eastern side, towards that field we talked about before. They're heading towards Heaven right now. A great position to play and overlooking the field. And that, honestly, as a base of operations, should sit MADBULLS fairly happy. Now, the question is, because they have fallen over quite quickly and easily multiple times now versus other teams, is can they even hold on to this place? Because this will be priority target for a lot of teams.
I mean, the places that we've seen the MADBULLS fold like a house of cards, to my mind, has been when they've been the ones moving in for a crash onto a position without having scouted it. Maybe if they're given a spot, or well, not if they take a spot already, maybe they'll be able to hold it a little bit more effectively, and that could put a little bit of a wind in their sails, billow them out somewhat. But is it going to be too little too late if they can find those positions?
Yeah, I think that remains to be seen right now, and again, we're speculating. On the other hand, though, Nexus are not doing badly whatsoever. Currently 7 elims average. Doran coming off yesterday with 19 elims, an absolute blistering performance coming through from him. It was 6 elims higher than the second place, which is ridiculous overall. I think just looking at the stats, let's quickly have a jump into those stats, because we love stats. 3,375 damage. You know, that is unbelievable amounts of work. I mean, the closest to him was Kairos with 2,951. And that's off the back of an insane Sanhok as well, where you can pump out a lot of damage in return. I think half of that damage for Kairos did come from that Sanhok. So for Doran just to consistently do that all day is a really good marker of performance. And I like it the most because I think Doran had the most to improve on from Nexus. And Kalaris and Max were talking about on the desk there, you know, how well EXO had done, how he'd come into the season as a substitute, done incredibly well, and has been putting in the work, putting the shift. But I do think it was Doran who was quite often subbed in, subbed out again, subbed in, because he did have these amazing games, and then he would do very poorly, and they would sub him out and bring him back in again. Maybe he works this time. He does a little bit, and then he doesn't. And I think that consistency is what we're really looking from Doran, and it shows massively the improvements and adjustments he's made, because he is a lot more cautious, but still plays that fragger role superbly when it comes down to it.
And Nexus really benefiting from the points change. I mean, this is something that has been with us for the whole of this year, but is a major shift in terms of the dynamics of the teams. This is the first time these teams will have faced each other on this point system. Nexus, the highest elimination count right now of any team by 10 points, right? They are 46 eliminations to Gladiators 36, despite Gladiators being in the lead.
Yeah.
The fact that they've been on this new point system means that impact of having such a massive elimination lead keeps you so firmly towards the top of the tables. And they are really sitting pretty on the top of that. The question I have is, can they push those placements up to match? Because at the end of yesterday, we saw they can get those top spots.
Yeah, it's not often that you get a day where you get a huge amount of elimination points. That doesn't come around very, very often, right? And I think that's something that you need to consider about getting those placement points, like you said, John. I think you can still live off the back of elimination points alone, but you still have to get far into those games. And I think if we're looking at Gladiators, they are basically the cookie cutter build of the lobby right now. You know, 36 eliminations as well as 32 placement points. That's absolutely fantastic. Here's that crash we talk about from MADBULLS. Successful right now.
So far, they've managed to get 2 knocks over onto REGNUM CARYA, a team that I know the desk had their eye on, but there's still one more player to deal with, and Frozen needs to have his wits about it. But it goes very, very low. No knock found, and Zerich lines up for the crossfire. Tulika handles business. Nicely found, and that should be a 3rd knock over towards REGNUM CARYA on the back of the 2 that they had already found. So 1 player now remaining for REGNUM CARYA to move forward. To the MADBULLS, they pick up 3 points.
You know, I will say that it's nice to see that the morale is... I don't know what's going on in behind the scenes, right? I don't hear the communications, but morale still seems pretty high from MADBULLS, surprisingly. Like, making this sort of rotation and a comfortable crash like that, getting 2 eliminations right off the bat, that's fantastic. And that kind of comes with having a veteran on the team like Zerich, who's able to, you know, rally the team, right, in a big way. So coming into this day, they know they need to get a bunch of points. So making an aggressive play like that across Rozhok Bridge, across Yasnaya Bridge, in fact, over towards that Harry Potter Tower, this is great news. I really do like that from MADBULLS. Yeah, sometimes the tactics are a little bit iffy, and making those crazy crashes don't always work out. But if you have the firepower to back it up, which it feels like right now they do, yet to be seen in the future, that's the sort of thing that could lead you to an explosive start to the day.
I think it is still a little bit early to be calling them a repaired roster, but you're right, that is good to see that they still have that confidence moving into this one. ARR potentially the next threat to the MADBULLS position. BEŞİKTAŞ spotting BRA up the top towards Stalber, as you see that one mounting. Wonder if we're going to see anyone in the ski lifts there going through. This is the earlier picks onto REGNUM CARYA as the MADBULLS sidle on through.
Yeah, nice little backstab there and quickly pincer formation into a finish. So very, very well done to MADBULLS. BEŞİKTAŞ, my 3rd place prediction. It's not working out for me right now. But I don't know, man. I actually really, I rate all the players on that team. Son HP, Zessi, Enjoy, Peace, all really, really good players. But I don't know, man. I just haven't seen the performance that individually they have all had in the past. You would have thought, you know, this team together strong, but it's not quite there yet. Circle down towards that southeast side, so quite a heavy shift, as you exclaimed, John, because this is a little bit rough now, because a lot of Yas Lake is in this, creating a very nasty little bottleneck up towards the south side of Stalber.
And the whole south side of this circle is the known to be treacherous Yasnaya Fields as well. So a lot of terrain here is relatively unplayable. I imagine we're going to see a lot of teams sending in, and that's what starts to happen. First up is OZAROX to find a spot against next RÜYA. I don't think you get over there in time to get the res. The smokes have already been laid down, so Yekta can make that mad dash. I think he spotted the run out. BRA in the meantime against Foot, close range, already having taken one full flush and one knock as Foot want to repair what was broken upon the headland of the hold so far. Arwin, nade cooking, wants to put it into the back room there. Coursera, last bastion for BRA, and will go low already. Sevian into the ground floor as Foot flag on 2 players. Definitely doable for Coursera, but needs to get this first aid off. Has managed to do it. UMP close range, could be brutal. Steps out, baits the spray, but it doesn't come through.
It's going to be a bit difficult because a lot of players are now shifting their way into Yasnaya, and we'll be able to spot these teams, these players heading in. In the meantime, MELİSE taking fights versus Gladiators. Meku knocked and flushed now. That leaves them at just 1 alive at the moment. Goodness me, they took a heavy hit there, which is not a good start to their game. So for right now, it's just Kitsune left on his own. I think for Kitsune, top finishing at this point in the game, very rough. Like we said, horrible terrain ahead of you. I think you're a solo right now. You are looking for pretty much a 0-point finish at this point in time. There is Effect knocking down Doran, but right now we're on board with next RÜYA, who have got themselves into a pretty nifty position on the southwest edge of Yaz.
And we're hopping over to Nexus. Doran down on the ridge line, but Kapahala and Machina both putting in the shift. Unfortunately, Kapahala on the forefront down. Fortunately enough, though, only Nomi remains for Major Pride, and now they can look to get these reses. Octavian was fully flushed away, but with the position that they have, it's likely that they can get these reses through. I think Kapahala is safe there from Nomi's point of view out in the east of Yes.
Nomi just sending through as many bullets as possible. Ooh. Could have perhaps clipped Doran there, which would have been disastrous. Right now, they are just clearing out these final members, preventing that information being dragged back across towards Nomi so he can hit some of these shots a little easier. For the guys on Nexus, so this is a difficult run-up, and Nomi has been known to hit these shots before. Getting absolutely slammed as Doran will have to hit the deck, pop a first aid kit, one of the final left remaining. I think for Nexus, this is going to be one of the most difficult runs. Look at Nomi just eliminating all avenues of escape for them as well, taking out all the tires. This is cruelty.
He's busy on the tires and actually allowed Doran to step a little bit further forwards, and he has to move himself. So we'll see how well that goes for them. In the meantime, out on the western side, you've got FLUX putting pressure onto, that Molotov remains on the outside for now. Beck down, wanting Havlik to get him back up, but there's just no time. You're under so much pressure from FLUX, and you'll have to find your way out. Finally committing to the res, the smoke blooms. Exomachina now picked up by Nomi on the high ground position, but still yet to get that flush. I imagine potentially not too far away, though.
Yeah, this is really, really difficult for Nexus to get out of. I think Nomi is causing so many problems. The best thing they could do is kind of make a mad dash over towards our western side, try to get into Yasnaya itself. But even then, that is a difficult prospect. They do have one vehicle left remaining. It's one of the only there, and Doran providing supporting cover in the meantime. But he'll just have to get on his lonesome and just tread his way on over. But for him, he might just been a sacrificial pawn there, allowing the 2 players to go on ahead of him, Kapahala and Exomachina. Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Doran. Almost impossible, in fact, I'd say.
They're going back.
They brought back. That's nice.
Yeah, with the 2-player vehicle, obviously. They drop one off. And Caterpillar back on together with Exomachina in a forward position. It's solid. I mean, this is the plan that they ideated. Leaving Doran back, covering that rotation. Nomi operating solo, and now he's the one who's in danger here, up on the hillside. Really nothing to do.
Nasty little plays there coming through from Nexus. I like that a lot. Coming back to get your boy as well that's camaraderie there. I thought Doran was just left in the dust, but Kapahala refused to let him down, came back in the vehicle, picked him back up again and sent away. So overall, a pretty good tactic, foot up on the fly there to make sure that did happen, and Doran holding down the fort on his lonesome to ensure that rotation went through was very, very good. MELİSE Esports currently versus FLUX, who have other plans. They just want to get away. They realize that this position on the map is not very useful to them whatsoever, and they almost about make it through, but Solke will be taken down in the process.
Yeah, FLUX, they were on 3, now they're down to 2. After trying to round the Yasnaya Lake, it looks like we're on for an urban finish though, Blank, and these are notoriously difficult to predict, to see where those moves are going to take these teams.
Yeah, I mean, BEŞİKTAŞ did manage to make their way into this place early. And then, again, as is the fate of any Yaz team, as you move out and you try and head up towards Severn to give yourself a few more options rotationally, Circle moves back down to Yasnaya, and you're on a mad dash to get back into a position. You're like hoping that no one else has made that. But I think the fact that they go for the northern side is quite smart. They don't try and push too far over towards the eastern edge. They understand there's going to be a lot of teams in that location already. So the fact they're able to get 2 players in the backside there watching out towards Lakeside is great. And then having 2 players by the roadside, just having a little intel game going on, right? Trying to figure out where these other teams are, because like you say, John, this is most likely going to be an urban finish.
It'll be interesting to see how this circle closes on these teams, because you've got a lot of teams north of the road. The only full 4 squad right now on the south side is next RÜYA, who have managed to weather the storm that OZAROX have been putting out their way and actually bring OZAROX down to 2, which is a very strong success. NEXUS have just entered, and actually SBG shimmy their way south of the road as well now, leaving Victor on the north side.
I think I'm going to throw you guys a bone in terms of the predictions. Go for a bit of a wild one at the start of the day here. We're going to go for MADBULLS. You know, this is the kind of position that is heavily reliant on the circle heading south. So we're betting against the odds here. That's fine. But yeah, a lot of very, very good teams within Yasnaya. You said it yourself, it's very hard to predict this kind of game. Just depends on where the circle goes at the end of the day. And the skill of some of these players, 100%. Because we are at this level of lobby, you can be in an awkward position within the circle and still take the win versus some of these teams. You're able to make some very nice crashes, some very nice outplays. I think a lot of the difficulty in these situations when we get to that end game is if you're one of those teams that is forced to move on another compound, because it's 3 stories. Goodness me, clearing out that place, figure out where all the players are in each window who can reposition at any time at will, that is where it starts to become tough. So I think stage 8, if we do get that urban finish, is where we're going to see some difficulties start to arise.
The only team on the outside is MADBULLS here, and all 4 of them are alive. Take a look at that. They have got some really solid cover on the south sides of Yasnaya. So potential for them to play spoiler if the circle shifts a little bit further south.
Can't believe this.
If it goes up north, they're going to have to do one of the famous MADBULLS crashes. And
that is correct.
That is unfortunate as well, because they've just taken a mini 14 shot to the head.
Yeah, sad. I can't believe you've gone back to him. I was just talking about him, how I predicted them. Send the wild card in. There you go. Janero's followed suit. I like it. Good to see.
He had it in before you. I just want to put that out there.
Oh, no, she didn't. I'll tell you that now. I was on the money. I was on the ball.
I'll bring up the logs.
Bring up the logs. Do it. Do it if you must. In the meantime, though, looking over towards next RÜYA, very, very solid position, quite central. Sly Europe also shimmying their way down. I said I didn't think they'd make it too far, but they're actually in Yasnaya. I think that they can be quite a resilient team. Like we said yesterday, strong finish over on Sosnovka for them. Erangel seems to be a play zone where they're having a great time with it so far. But again, another chicken dinner here would see them a little bit safer in the rankings. And I want to see a little bit more from the Sly guys overall, just a bit more aggression, a bit more control. It feels like at the moment, some of these plays are very, very good, but doesn't seem to be shining all the time.
Me and Max both going for SBG, who have got a pretty decent slice of control over the road crossing and not too many teams at their back for crossfires against their position. That was my thinking. I can't speak for Max, but the circle does shrink and it kind of contains almost everyone. The MADBULLS going to have a tough time now, though.
Yeah, I mean, I did bet against the casino here with the circle going down towards that south side. If that was the case, then that would have been a pretty nifty little win there for MADBULLS. But now they are saddled with a difficult decision of where to go because they have to send it across the field. And there's 4 teams here who all will most likely be looking out towards this direction. AAR have a pretty tough time of it as well because they will be going into a location that practically everyone can see, everyone knows. The smokes make this fairly obvious as well. Sephir on that top side. You can see the smoke train already being engaged by MADBULLS there off in the distance as they head in towards vehicles and look for the crash.
Ooh, a nice nade over the top. Doesn't quite find the knock, but slows Tapok's roll as ARR do manage to get towards the ground floor of a couple of these buildings. And actually, Kenny's going to be backed off there. Kenzie into the ground floor, only playing with 2. You don't want to give too much away. MADBULLS make their crash. This time around, they have been looking at the south side of Yaz for quite a while. Flico goes up in smoke out in the field, and a nade in towards Frozen could find a little bit of an opening. Has he repositioned in time? Just gets away from the explosion, and the MADBULLS continue to be punished here. But they have made it in with 3, which is probably more than maybe some expected.
Zerich, luckily the smoke was placed down, so actually able to get into the building there, but some no! That is a very good spray from Frozen, a really strong player coming through from the Turkish region. Obviously puts in some massive work. They're going to have to crawl out the side, and to get to Tulika, this is going to be a very difficult task. He needs to place down some smokes, anything. If he can get across, then they could stabilize, but again, it's very difficult.
Trying to work the angle. Most likely only good for 1 if he can get the res here. Zerich very much in danger, catches the cross and just nips at the heel. Unfortunately, doesn't get the full Monty, but SBG now should be aware, and the nades can start to enter in through the window. That is, yeah, that's very timely. Kitsune's still alive, by the way. The Gladiators have their outpost.
Nicely done. So for MADBULLS, they are pretty firmly towards the center, but as 2 players, unsure how far they'll make it in. Tulika getting absolutely blasted as he tries to get into the building, and Frozen has to maybe have a bit of a better time of it as he heads up through there. Robs has a grenade, will be tossing one in. That is curtains for him. And MADBULLS will be out. A decent rotation in. You know, the fact that they made it that far is pretty good indeed versus RÜYA, SBG, and Nexus. All sightlines looking their way. Unfortunately, they go out. But again, this was to be expected.
RÜYA suffering a knock, but likely to be able to get that one back up. A lot of teams pausing for the time being, regrouping, because they know this next circle is going to pop, and they're going to have to make plans. They will already be discussing those rotations, those potential paths through when the next circle shrinks.
MELİSE Esports over towards this northeast side. Pretty rough rotation getting in there. Circle centers up. BEŞİKTAŞ in a pretty decent spot. Have a slight little split there, just with Zessi on his own in one of these buildings. Pretty favorable building as well with the rooftop. Gives you a lot of angles to play around with. You can see SBG using one of their own to their advantage. Just having that third-person perspective to peek over the top side is really useful in a lot of these games. AR, surprising as well. They managed to make it past that western roadside, get themselves into a building here. Really good smoke train. Did, I imagine, use up a lot of utility, but they made it through. Here's that push we were talking about from MELİSE. It was going to be difficult, but some nice smokes as well.
Pushing in from the northeast side towards Sly Europe, who are moving in from that north. 2-2 split right now for Sly. A little bit more clumped together for MELÍSE. But they have to worry about everybody else looking out their way as well. The name of the game, if you're in a central position, if you're in a central building, is stop full teams getting into your ground floors. That is of the utmost importance for these teams.
It's very difficult once the team manage to find their way into your basement, because they will just start eating up through those floors. You are left with little to no space. Kenzie will be going down there to the blue, and that will be OZAROX now out. So very much a difficulty for them. They did not move quick enough. I think a lot of the other teams that we're seeing right now are realizing the urgency of this circle and the push. MELÍSE Esports, I will congratulate them. I really like that push from themselves. It was risky, it was dangerous, but it was something that had to happen there and then.
Elementrix gets knocked flushed very, very quickly there by FLUX. Shots from RÜYA suppressing onto the ARR position. Very much concerned with their western flank right now, and ARR is the last major threat on this angle. ARR have a difficult path. They used that smoke, and you can see, yeah, Aces is bare on utility. And just crossing this road, it feels like it's going to be an insurmountable task here for ARR.
Yeah, I mean, they'd already kind of poked the bee's hive when they moved in from that western road, and as soon as the circle pushed in just further, it was only a matter of time before they had to cross this next one. To be honest with you, it is a little bit cruel because I think they did a good job, but at the end of the day, if you don't get into Yaz early on and don't have a foothold within here, this sort of thing just happens. Circle moves over towards our eastern side, favoring SBG as well as NEXUS. So they can maybe have themselves another good game here, John. And you know who else is still alive?
It's Kitsune. Look at him.
Kitsune. He's just
in the outhouse.
I can't believe he's managed to stay alive here. And I think he got himself into a very nice position, stayed silent. The fact he's with a team that doesn't really necessarily want to go into that outhouse outside of that building. It's not favorable to them whatsoever. They are essentially just defending Kitsune. He is the VIP in their building currently.
He is just sat there waiting for someone to move forward. NEXUS is probably the biggest threat to Kitsune's position right now. The question for me is, where do NEXUS want to go? Do they want to push towards SBG or try and swing further out to the west?
I think for Kitsune, you're right. Like, NEXUS is a really big problem because if there's any position that NEXUS could possibly get into to give them a bit of a foothold over towards that building that SBG is currently holding, it would be Kitsune's outhouse. For SBG as well, though, I am slightly concerned with the split that they're playing. It is extremely dangerous. They're taking up a lot of ground, but this is a team that in the past has fumbled a lot of finishes of their games, getting those chicken dinners on board. And I think leaving maybe a player like Narvalo, who just is not the player he once was, alone in a building, maybe is a problem and opens you up for a full team crash, clear that one player out, and then slowly but surely that regroup cannot come through anymore because they are far too split in a late game scenario.
Blank, we're into the final stage now. There is no more circles. We've got 7 teams still alive. This is the glory of the urban environment when you finish here. Next through, you're going to have to jump out. The most central spot is actually coming through for SBG now as the circle starts to shunt its way through. Enjoy spotted through the window. Yekta being more than tickled by the blue zone there. That stage 9 blue really does smart when it comes down to it. NEXUS under pressure to push up north, and next through, you're kind of slowing their roll there as well. A very tricky path in.
This is good now. Narvalo moves out from that building, instantly heads up towards the rest of the team. That was a difficult cross, required smokes and everything to make it happen, so it's a good thing that it happens there and then. Kitsune goes down to a nasty little nade through the window. NEXUS are just clearing out those evil little outposts where players might be holding. Victor going down to a nade, though. This is what we talked about earlier, is that regroup is difficult to pull off, and whilst they were still stabilizing, a team rocks up on their position. Sly Europe, let's go. The Sly guys still in it to win it.
Just about. Dokkan spotted on the cross. NEXUS taking the fight to the team that's been holding out on the west for so long, and hurdle that few teams have managed to cross. One gets flushed away. Doran is able to find that, get that task done. Last player for NEXUS. Nearly finds a nade through, but should be spotted here. Careful about that close wall. Steps out of the cover of the building, crosses away, but Akashi has the angle from on high, and that's NEXUS done for this game. Next, RÜYA still encroaching from that western edge. 3 players for SBG, and a lovely little pick up there onto the heels. Lewis gets shut down in the meantime, but Akashi up top, spotted, flushed.
Yeah, that's really bad. They don't have time to go get him, and I think Akashi's position was so instrumental. The fact that he'd held here in a lot of time, giving them so much time to regroup onto this position, having a lot of information, taking shots like that, getting a knock, and then re-peeking is the worst thing you can do in that scenario. And most likely SBG will now go down, and that is exactly what they do now. Sly Europe holding this one out, still have a very good spot for themselves, but haven't really shown their hands so far. BEŞİKTAŞ on either side of them. They do have the high ground right now. They'll have to come off it eventually, and hopefully Sly can maybe capitalize on that drop down.
The longer you spend in the air, the less time you've got accuracy on your weapon. Yekta actually getting up to the wall and doing a lot of work, but finally shut down by Zashib. But now BEŞİKTAŞ have got the high ground. With the drop down, 2 players are there. Goes out wide, and Reflect falls first, but Peace is traded off. Son HP now last standing to jump on out, but it's Sly Europe in the end to close us down out of the crazy chaos in Yasnaya.
That could have absolutely been a Beşiktaş win, honestly. But if it wasn't for Yekta, who was just living through that game for NEXUS, what a wonderful play from him. He'd really gone through the wars. He was scarred and damaged, filled with bandages, just looking like a mummy at the end there, but still going strong. You know, if it was Zessi and Son HP were looking for that pincer action with the two players up above, dropping down into Sly Europe's position, they'd already lost a player. It could have been really good for them, but Yetka comes out of absolutely nowhere, takes two players down from Beşiktaş, and it all comes crumbling down. But well played to Sly Guys. Their second little chicken dinner of the day. Not Sly Guys, they are Sly Europe. I need to stop coining that so much.
Yeah, Sly Europe doing well to maintain from the north side. It looked like the circle was going to close towards the south side of that road for the longest time, but it just shifted up and up and up just enough, and with the final close it did end up cutting out those teams out on the south. So very difficult to make it work there. We are going to be heading back over to the desk in order to break that one down. A little bit of chaos to start things off over in Yasnaya.
Hello guys, it is us, the Analyst Desk, and we're back. Well, once again, Sly managed to get themselves a chicken dinner, and you know, I feel a little bad yesterday for picking on them, saying, ooh, they've been a little slow, but again, they showed us what they're capable of doing. But let's talk about the fact that it was an urban finish, because that was a mess and a half.
Look, when you don't know who to pick, just pick Sly. You know, just go for good value. Just pick Sly. You know, at the end. But yeah, it was a tough one to predict teams because, as we know, urban finishes are very unpredictable. You don't know how it's going to go. Especially the worst thing is city finishes, as a baseline, are rough. A city finish on top of a road, and you pretty much have a 50-50 split the entire time, makes it even tougher because you don't know, do you have to go north, do you have to go south? Teams just didn't know at the end, and making that transition later on down the line is just so rough. But NEXUS didn't care. They just cleared all their side.
I pick them and they do well in the eliminations, but don't get the win overall. I mean, so the reason I actually went with them is because technically, as a vantage point in Yasnaya, having the triple story apartments, or quad story if you want to count the roof, is an extreme advantage in some of those circles. You're able to hold out on more angles than most of the other buildings because you have that high ground advantage. So that's kind of why I went with them. It did convert in terms of eliminations, but as the circle's shifting away from them, I actually think that they did a really good job of being able to transition between buildings to buildings with the smokes that they had available to them. And I'm surprised, considering how far the circles eventually moved away from them, they actually got top 3. So very well done by them. But of course, Sly and Beşiktaş were able to beat them out a little bit.
Yeah, and for NEXUS, to go back onto them once again, I liked how they took fights versus teams before they become an issue. They just took fights because they knew if they start moving and they leave that team alive, they're going to have an off angle, they're not going to be able to make that move, make that transition. They just take the fight, heal up, and go for the move a little bit earlier, which I do appreciate from them, so good on them. The REGNUM CARYA didn't do as well as I wanted. Rough times.
Yeah, and actually what you're saying about the road for you through Yasnaya, again, if this kind of shifts south, who knows? NEXUS could quite easily get themselves the win here, all things considered, with Beşiktaş and Sly having to not only drop onto one another as they're trying to go across the road, but having to cross the road anyway. So, but Sly, good for them to have the kind of central position. But look at that, 3,000, almost 3,200 damage coming out from NEXUS. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's probably the highest we've seen so far in the last couple of days, and that's pretty impressive from NEXUS. But again, it feels like this is a little bit of a theme that we're seeing with the Turkish teams in terms of they're doing a lot of damage, they're getting the eliminations on the board, but it's really that chicken dinner that they're struggling to secure to stay alive for those last possible seconds.
I feel like that makes up for chicken dinner, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
it's not bad,
It's completely a-okay. But yeah, I mean, NEXUS, I feel like they did a really good job, right? It's just a road made it a bit tough for them to close it off. I feel like, as you said, Kalaris, if it went south of the road, potentially we'd be looking at a NEXUS chicken dinner right now. But Frozen, you've been talking, Kalaris, about, you know, wanted to see a Frozen stand out, wanted to see the Frozen versus Frozen happen eventually, but Frozen X from NEXUS this time stands out.
Yeah, he did it. I couldn't believe it. He almost got 1,000 damage as well. That's awesome. But another scenario in city finishes that you have to think about is not only how are we going to get to the next building, it's how are we going to get to the next body box to try and take away smokes from people that have been eliminated, etc., utility from people that's been eliminated. Because sometimes you can really run out very quickly on when you're trying to transition from building to building. And RÜYA was doing that as well. They noted where players from like MADBULLS had actually fallen, etc., and things like that, and were transitioning from box to box to keep their campaign going on the south side of Yasnaya. So I was very impressed, very impressed.
Yeah, and going it did. I mean, getting the amount of eliminations that they have was no small feat. And as we said, it can get a little chaotic in these urban finishes. But one thing as well that you highlighted earlier, Max, was the fact that you don't want to be in that middle position when it is an urban finish, because you're going to be caught in a crossfire.
Going to be overwhelmed eventually, and that's going to be an issue. And I feel like SPG did a really good game. I mean, SPG and BEŞİKTAŞ had a really good game in particular, this urban finish. But the Circle just ended up being on top of them. I don't think they wanted to be on the hot seat that game. They're like, oh, the Circle's kind of forcing us in this very tough position. So they had to just play around it, play the rooftop positions as much as you can. But you want to play edge, like your next RÜYA, like MELİSE actually, that we didn't talk about. But MELİSE having, I would say, their best game so far. They cleared Gladiators up north in that game. They entered into the eastern edge and started sweeping onto a lot of teams. At the end of the day, they took that fight versus SPG and sweeped them, I'm pretty sure. At least 2 of the players. And then actually got himself some decent amount of elims. So happy to see MELİSE standing out and having their best performance in the championship.
Yeah, speaking of teams standing out, has there been any changes in terms of the approach to the game, to the drops, that has really made you go, okay, these teams have done their homework, they've sat down, they've watched the games yesterday, they have a new game plan. 6-9, nice. But yeah.
Nice. Oh,
nice, yeah.
Very nice. In terms of changes, I mean, on the city finish, I didn't see anything that really stood out to me in terms of like massive changes, though. BEŞİKTAŞ SBG, I loved how they played the edge and the center of the city at the same time. I think their 2-2 split was the best course of action you could go with next RÜYA and how they were approaching this game. But yeah, I mean, with a game like this and Gladiators losing 3 players almost instantly upon, I think it was phase 2, Kalaris, not getting any points, that gap closing up a little bit.
Well, with the 2-2 splits you're referring to, especially with the Channel's approach to Yasnaya, there is one, when you have we had a hard shift on Circle 2, right? That goes north. We're seeing Gladiators and all the teams being able to position themselves up towards top, and you know, guaranteed, when a Circle goes like that, and then it all shifts straight down to Yasnaya, very likely you're going to have that path between the Stalber Hill and the kind of Yasnaya Pond. A lot of teams are going to be funneled through that. If you've got a 2-2 split and you're kind of playing Overwatch against that kind of channel of rotation, you're guaranteed to get some points here or there and hold out some teams as well. So I like that from BEŞİKTAŞ.
All right, well, next map that we're going to be heading on to is Miramar, as you could have probably guessed by the backgrounds. In terms of what we've seen yesterday, what we've seen in the first Erangel, teams that we're expecting to step up to the plate. I mean, we said it, MADBULLS, we kind of want them to hold on for a little longer. It felt like they've lived up to at least that expectation specifically. But then we're looking at Gladiators, we're looking at Major Pride. They got taken out quite early. So going on to Miramar, which might not have been Gladiators' best map yesterday, it's still possible for them to...
Oh, they did get a win, though.
They did get one. Yeah. But then I think the plane path was really rough for them, and then because they had a southern plane path, and then the Circle went north, and they went for their secondary drop location, which is not the one they're the most comfortable with. They like to play around creative fields, typically, so it was a bit rough. But I want to see FUT Esports do well on this one. I mean, we said they got that good Sanhok, which is fantastic. I want to see more Erangel. I want to see more Miramar. I have seen their Miramars in PMPL Turkey that I feel like was their best battleground, at least in Turkey. So I want to see some more presence from FUT Esports this game.
I want to see a Circle not near power grid.
Okay.
That would be a good one, too.
If we can make all these wishes come true, that would be great. We're going to be heading over to our casters, but before we do so, thank you, Monster, for making this possible. Now, John and Blank, take the energy. Take it away.
Thank you very much. We've got Miramar up next, Blank. We're going over to the desert once more to test the mettle of these teams. An unfortunate finish there for quite a few. Very, very chaotic. Are we going to see another urban environment finish? You can't say it yet, but certainly possible.
It's certainly possible, definitely possible here on Miramar, a place that is filled with urban environments as well as a lot of desert and sand. So easily that we could be heading over towards some mountainside finishes like we saw yesterday, which OZAROX kind of fumbled at the end of yesterday on Miramar. I think they had a really strong position and kind of just sat there. I think a lot of times, as I was saying in that game, you really do have to flaunt what you've got in that situation. You cannot just let teams get upon you. There is that specific position that NEXUS Nexus found themselves in over on that ridge side, really, really strong and maneuverable from that spot. And OZAROX, you really need to lock down that position, even if it's a case of just heading over towards there early and picking that one up, because that ultimately was a winning spot at the end of the day. With this circle, though, and this plane path, honestly, just very easy for all these teams heading down from that northwest side down towards the southeast in Porto Paraíso. So overall, I don't think there's really much to talk about here, John. This is very simple.
No, it's fairly kind. Even places like Valle de Mar, down on the southwest, it's very achievable to get those rotations through. You grab some vehicles, you get out there early on the West Road, and you're sitting pretty. The question is, where is that circle going to line up with this plane path? Are we going to see it sitting, you know, right on top in the middle, over around Picado, or is it going to send us all the way out to the sticks, Los Higos kind of final finishes?
Yeah, I think probably the most interesting thing here is probably La Cabrera. Just the fact that we are able to see Gladiators drop out so early for once on Miramar so far, getting towards their spot nice and early, being able to loot up. A lot of times we have seen the guys from Gladiators dropping further down towards this edge of the side and up towards the northeast side too, very much out of the way. This time they're able to get into some very key locations with high ground to look down towards a lot of different teams. I think when you look at this, it is specifically being able to have those angles down towards Credit Fields, looking out towards Hacienda because there can be rotations coming through that way, and then giving these two boys in Meku and Kitsune a lot of chance to actually pick up as much loot as possible in the early game. So overall, this is very nice for them, and being able to pick up that kind of position early on is going to be very, very useful for Gladiators. Despite everything, getting a fairly decent performance, I'd say, that last game, with Kitsune living how long he did. Obviously not a huge amount of points gathered from it, but anything you can get is better than nothing.
And now they're drawn level with Nexus, so they managed to keep up the pace on 69 points. That's nice for them to be able to keep that record at the top. Try and remain undefeated over the course of the day, but with Nexus on your heels, it's not going to be easy, because we did see them be fairly efficacious from the southeast side as well.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of teams that can have some very good results despite any kind of performance. You know, like you said, Gladiators dropping down towards the south side of Los Leones still do fairly decently from that position. I think being able to have these secondary drop spots is really important. Nexus's Miramar stats are absolutely skewed. 12 average eliminations is absolutely bonkers. I don't think we see that kind of thing very often indeed, and I think that's mostly because of that final Miramar that we saw yesterday, where Doran decided to go absolute sicko mode and just start dunking on everyone in the lobby, which is absolutely okay. And what we love to see here at the PMPL. And when Nexus actually find themselves that pretty decent performance from what was a struggle bus position over an Erangel, they've picked themselves up a nice amount of points here, set themselves almost, I think they are currently tied, if I'm not incorrect. Yes, they are currently tied apiece with Gladiators.
And it's great to see. Obviously, Gladiators getting shut down early means that they didn't have the sort of performance that maybe they would have wanted. Miramar, though, we know that this is a powerful roster here, so hopefully they'll be able to turn things around. We have seen it before where the Gladiators come out of the gates burning all of their fuel and end up depleting those resources towards the later stages of tournaments. So hopefully that's not going to be the case here, because I think this would be probably one of the earliest falls we've seen from them.
Yeah, I think we're looking at Nexus as well. Max brings up a good point that, you know, if they continue on this kind of trend, like, it's very, very possible that we see them actually in contention for that top spot like they currently are, but continuing forward into day 3 and day 4. And Colaris is also saying, you know, there is that possibility, that nasty little looming figure in the distance, which is Eastern Star's consistency, a previous iteration of this team. So I think for Nexus, that's something they've got to be really careful about, making sure that they remain calm, don't get overconfident, because that is the slow and insidious killer that comes through in a lot of these games for a lot of these teams. So I think for Nexus, if they can just continue right now, make sure they don't drop the ball anywhere, and maintain this kind of performance, fantastic news. And Max was saying also that Octavian starts to step up towards that latter half of the games, and I think that was a very interesting point that he brought up specifically because we have seen EXO start to fall off a little bit, but it's nice you have that balance in the sense that EXO is an excellent starter when it comes to tournaments. You know, he's hot out the gate, then slowly but surely brings that pace down, in which case Octavian takes over towards the end and really carries them through that finish line. So it's really just great having that sprinter in Octavian at the end to pass through the finish.
Yeah, you're really looking to pass that relay through, right? That is kind of the format that they've gone for seemingly so far. Although it is only one game today, and even if Nexus didn't have the most high scoring of positions, I feel like they did still throw their name into the hat. Nobody going down super early in this game, no super hot drops occurring. Really, as you said, with the playing path as it was, very uneventful so far.
Yeah, I mean, with it being very uneventful, we can take a couple of looks at some more names over in the leaderboard right now. And I mean, I'm specifically looking at Major Pride. Something very wrong has happened here, and I think that something very wrong has been happening since finals of PMPL EU for this team. You know, 9 eliminations, 9 placement points, 20 eliminations. You know, they still have that firepower behind them, but making far too many mistakes, and I think that was the thing that killed them off over in the finals of PMPL EU, was just a lot of these little mistakes that started to add up to a big pile, which ended up dragging them down over on those last games and not allowing them to finish with what really should have been a Major Pride victory over in that finals of PMPL EU. And looking on the Turkish side of things, John, you know, I think there is a couple of names here that I would like to see maybe further up, but I'm pretty happy with the way things have turned out, with FUT Esports and FLUX being very consistent. I think that's one thing Turkey has done quite well here, is that their 2 big performers are in 3rd and 4th place.
Absolutely. I mean, FUT are sitting quite happy on the performance with the highest elimination count game that they had yesterday, and it was really, really solid stuff from them to be able to earn those points. But the question is, how many more of those standout performances can they rely on? And can they transition, as you said, away from one and done format into a more consistent style, which over 24 matches, whilst is a relatively short phase, is still very much necessary to keep up those averages. You cannot be relying on extreme volatility in order to get those points totals to see you up to the top.
Yeah, I mean, for these 2 teams, like you say, it can't just be that one and done. And I think that's what FLUX has been bringing through in their personal games, because currently in 3rd place at the moment, I think FLUX, they're tied right now on placement points and elimination points. So very consistent. Yes, they don't have the points right now that are just behind 2nd and 1st place, but I don't think that really matters because they are consistently getting into that end game. They're looking very strong. And this is more of the FLUX that we would have seen about a year ago when Ketch was that big name, right? He was the guy everybody was talking about from FLUX. He was doing such incredible work for them. I think we even saw a 1v4 in their final game that brought them that victory over in the championship. So I think for FLUX, there is definitely opportunity here for them to really bring this to a head for themselves, because everyone else on this team is veterans in their own right. Soulless, excellent fragger. Soulk, been around for such a long time, incredible IGL, and then having Lutz as like your long-range specialist who plays these great off angles, they are a complete package, I would say.
Absolutely, and they all have international experience as well. They have played at this level before and further for the entirety of this roster, so it's great to see that they are, as you say, exemplifying that consistency, whilst not quite standing out in the same way as we've seen from FUT and from Nexus, I think. It's fair to say they are absolutely taking this tournament in their stride and hopefully going to be able to keep up that pace and catch up towards the top if the teams towards that #1 spot are going to let things slip as they did in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk about it too much but it is very interesting seeing 1st and 3rd place being these 2 very tactical teams that are very even on their placement points, elimination points, and then 2nd place and 4th place both being extremely aggressive teams, prioritizing much more on elimination points. So we have this battle between both regions in terms of tactical Turkey and aggressive Turkey, and tactical EU and aggressive EU, which would make for a great finish of this tournament on day 4 if they remain in those positions positions. Looking at the map now, though, very, very big hard shift down towards that southeast side. And a lot of teams trying to get in position right now. MADBULLS from Porto by the ESO, a pretty typical spot for them, moved up towards Impala and now have free reign down on this southeast edge.
A lot of space to work with. The question is, how are they going to use it? How are they going to leapfrog into these next circles? REGNUM, CARYA, very central, right in the middle. And Sly Europe have spotted this rotation. A little bit outside of the effective range here for Reflect, but certainly will be able to land the bullets in the ground around them to get them on their way. Moving a little bit closer. FUT on the southwest. Moving parallel to OZAROX right now, around the south side of the Labandita crater. FLUX are just across the way, so this route is very treacherous for FUT. They need to be careful.
Yeah, it's a difficult rotation to make, especially because you're cutting in underneath Labandita, which holds Labandita fields, which are very, very nasty indeed. And I think that your saving grace is the fact that OZAROX is in front of you. They're not going to be getting out the vehicles over in Labandita field. I mean, you might want to head towards one of the compounds on the roadside, but even then, they still have to regroup fully. So I think FUT has that saving grace of being able to move through this area with everyone being just as worried as each other, not looking to get out of vehicles, lose a player, and inevitably, you just don't make it out of the mire that is Labandita fields.
Maybe Major Pride would be the main threat, actually, for stymieing their flow on the south side, but FLUX draw up a little bit further south of that, and again, after having shunted up, give that position over to FUT, and they can play that one late. In the north side, you've got ARR moving down from El Azahar, Gladiators to their west, and excuse me, ahead of them. That is a very, very difficult move to make for ARR, but luckily they do have that rotate east option, that wide swing that we've wanted to see now from these teams to adjust into today's games.
Gladiators also coming in from a similar direction, having to move down towards that south side. I would say, you know, the south edge of the circle, though, very difficult to play. And I think a lot of these teams will be trying to situate themselves around that northern edge towards where Sly Europe are currently playing to the western side of Junkyard. OZAROX start things off strong with a single elimination. I think that is over to FLUX. Solkay going down to the IGL out now. Can prioritize a little bit more on telling his team what to do rather than playing the game, which is not the worst thing in the world, but it's bad having Ketch falling too. That is real unfortunate. So FLUX may be looking to go out fairly early here in this game.
On the southeast side, I mean, you talked about the consistency, and Blank, I don't want to loop back on that, but it feels like you might have just given them a little bit of a curse there, losing half their players within the minute. FUT from the south side.
Give them the cursing.
That's a cursing.
That's a cursing.
Going through for FLUX on the southeast, FUT out to their west, who were going to be worried about FLUX's position before, but now they can just play it a little bit slower and slowly encroach through those Labandita fields.
Yeah, OZAROX picking one of the more optimal compounds around this area. It's really difficult to get through, and it gives you a reasonable amount of cover, I would say, from the northern side, and also allows you to control the majority of the southern field. So for Major Pride, OZAROX, they really have a chokehold over FUT at the moment. They will most likely head out towards that western side. I think, you know, heading towards Labandita and going into Labandita, this is one of the few times where I'd be like, that's acceptable. You know, you could stay out of the way, move through there fairly unseen, and then possibly loop back around again into one of the compounds over towards where next RÜYA, SBG, as well as Sly Europe currently are trying to play.
ARR did move out to the east. They did go on that rotation to make their route of ingress a little bit less chock-a-block and a little bit less through this treacherous high ground, but there's still plenty of obstacles left in their way, and they've got to get that scouting done. And not really too much time to do it either. ARR close to Nexus, and that is really not where you want to be honest. Moving in past this team is a death sentence for most.
Yeah, it's quite a difficult play, and I think AR are actually double backing on themselves now, heading back up towards that northern side, realizing that this is going to be tough, and maybe just want to inch their way in from that northeast side. Gladiators similarly on a pretty much same trajectory as AR, just on opposite sides of the map, looking to slowly push on through over towards these more treacherous landscapes, you know, lots of hills and divots, very easy to get caught up into an engagement that you didn't spot earlier on. Circle moves up towards that northern side. I feel bad for Foot here because I think that they took the long game play. They sent 2 players up towards Minas Generalis, 2 players down towards that south side, hoping that if the circle shifted down towards the southwest or the south, they had 2 points that they could pick up. But instead, the circle moves heavy towards that northern side, so now they have to figure something different out.
We regroup up towards Minas Generalis on the west point and will be moving up north, maybe actually looking to crash into the south peak of Minas Generalis and get a building or 2 there to their name. Feels like they've done that fairly successfully with their forward vanguard of 2, but they might have just turned around. Have to wait and see where they post up in the future. ARR need to mount this ridge and figure out their path forwards because MELİSE right now, the main threat, actually Poser very, very close, should spot this. Elementrix, I don't think he knows that Poser's there. I think he just missed him. Kissu on that ridgeline trades bullets and gets the better end of the deal against Elementrix.
Yeah, I think for AAR, they've just been extremely hesitant. You know, that Eastern push could have worked out if they committed. Now they haven't. They double back on themselves. They get themselves crunched in between both Nexus now and MELÍSE Esports. I think for AAR, it's going to be very difficult to extricate themselves from this position. If they didn't bring a rope, they're not getting out of this dungeon alive.
Absolutely. It's going to be tough going for the time being. Gladiators have heard these shots coming through and actually look like they want to move closer to these foothills to suppress MELÍSE's position and stop ARR from rotating all the way around on that north side. Don't want to give up that control that they've got there. They know that the ground in front of them is going to be a little bit clearer for the Gladiators, so we'll see how they can operate here because teams are giving them a little bit of space here, Blank. We know how much that can be a detriment to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, Gladiators have this really cruel playstyle, I would say, where they will hear engagements and then just slowly, you know, move their way over, saddle their way over on the bench and just listen in, make sure they can hear exactly when it starts to all pop off and then crunch that team that they are next to into the other. So if this starts popping off between AR and MELÍSE, you can be certain that CEO and Lewis are going to be pushed further and further over towards AR. Now, those first shots going off and are not going down, this is where Gladiators might start to regroup and think about pushing onto this one because either way they will come out on top on both these engagements. Now there's 2 players down. This is a really good opportunity for them and you just wonder if they'll take it.
They might prioritize getting a little bit more central now that the circle's nearly closed, but they're not making their move just yet. Matic into a vehicle. ARR with aces down and actually with the blue zone pushing, you need to get out of this one in stage 4. Cannot afford to res inside the zone. The tick rate is just too high to be able to get that heal off, but they are right next to the zone. So potential to just get it done and then hop straight on through. Still a little bit riskier than maybe they would have liked. Elementrix under pressure from CEO. Becker answers with a volley to suppress the ridgeline and keep aces safe for the time being.
Yeah, here comes the Gladiators now, pushing over the top side. Matic, front man, point man, looking to just gather some information in the buggy. He did it a little bit, and now they're working their way over. If they clear this team out, they have the entirety of that northern side for themselves, essentially, and they can push down much easier. So Matic steps up, finds a bit of damage, gets that elimination, and equally AR is still in a bad spot. Kitsune moves down further south, so Gladiators will have to be a little bit cautious here as Tixi starts to send grenades over the top.
They definitely have MELÍSE with their backs against the wall. The blue zone right next to them. Nade over the top. A lot of damage onto Tixi. And actually, I think they might be a little bit broadside to ARR. But with Kitsune's reposition, if he can get to some cover, it's going to be very, very valuable for their forward routes. But has to dip back over the headland. Stays alive for the time being. Lewis might just eat that, but the bobble dips out to the right there. And Meku doesn't quite get the knock. ARR are fading this fight.
Yeah, AR don't want to have anything to do with this one, and that's fair play. You know, you see the third party coming through, but realistically, Gladiators don't need to push the issue too much. Now that they've done a bit of damage, forced them against this blue side, they just need to move further into the circle, which is exactly what Kitsune's done up on that hill. And as they move through, this is only going to get worse. Look at this. Again, it's just that case of crunching teams into awkward spots. Now, Gladiators just need to set themselves up against AAR now, and they control the entirety of this northern zone. AAR, they are a wild card though, and they cannot let up because Gladiators can easily be taken down by them.
A difficult rotation with the position known, though. The Nexus squad as well, just over to the east. Could third party this? ARR have had a treacherous route in. The north side not been friendly to them. In the meantime, MADBULLS on the southeast side will be looking to take on the high ground of Major Pride, who have been disappointing so far when matched up to their performance back in Europe, back in those league stages. Similar story for the MADBULLS, though. These two teams, once respected as titans of their regions, really falling down so far. Matic traded off 1-for-1 right now in the knock on the north side. Ooh. Meku also found as well, as the nades can start to roll over the top of these hills. And Meku getting rezzed up by Tixi.
Kitsune just needs to apply a little bit of pressure, but takes a lot of shots. Tixi will be able to get one player up, but I think that this is maybe curtains for Gladiators. They had to be a lot more cautious. I think moving further into the circle would have been a better idea for them. Now it needs to be real big play time for Tixi.
He's going for the trade against Becker and wins that one out. The duel is good, but it's only Tixi to win the challenge there. Meku is still up and active and needs to keep the rest of the roster safe for the time being if they want to stay alive in this one. Meku, he knows where the players are here. The last player for ARR does get Tapok back, and Aces almost takes him down, but doesn't quite get the retribution he was looking for. The healing can start now. Becker up the high ground is not resable just yet, but Aces repositioning might bring them back up to 3. The Gladiators have lost a little bit too much steam to keep this suppression down. Elementrix might fall, but ARR are starting to put the pieces of this puzzle back together.
They need to take that Elementrix here. He's feeding across so much information to the team. Finally, Matic does the trick. Tapok stuck against the blue will have to move out of the smoke, and Meku looking to clear him out beforehand. But the shots from other teams, I believe, coming through. This is really rough now. It's Sly, yeah. Up on the hill, I think it's one player. Yeah, the rest of Sly actually moved into the central of the circle.
They have, yeah, they've left Reflect out there. A difficult rotate for Reflect to regroup, but I really like their position into the center of this circle. Excuse me, similarly sort of positioned on that north side, but they don't have that outpost.
No, they do not have that outpost just yet. I like Sly Europe. That is a cheeky little spot on the high ground. SPG have to move in. Excuse me, find themselves a couple of shots over towards BEŞİKTAŞ, who are moving through the circle itself to try and get a more central spot, but were quickly and instantly spotted there.
ARR have performed under pressure so far. So the predictions come through. You and Kalaris both going for excuse me. Me and Ginny on that Sly south position with the outpost of Reflect. REGNUM CARYA wildcard. Tixi caught out. And ARR, I mean, they are absolutely a team that has this in their wheelhouse, but against the Gladiators to pull this off, under pressure with Nexus on your eastern side as well, with the fight with MELİSE raging on, this is really solid stuff from ARR.
Yeah, I think it's just... Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
Just backs it out slightly as he tries to take some shots at the approaching players. That will be Gladiators out now with only one elimination in 13th place. Really not a good start to their day today. I think this is just respect not being given by Gladiators. There are two teams there, and I think that as soon as they took down MELİSE Esports or saw them get taken out, they should have pushed further into the circle and instead waited for the guys from AAR instead of trying to press the issue in what was a fairly untactical spot on the map. Me and Kale going for excuse me here. I think they have made some decent performances on Miramar before, and I think that it's high time that we see something good coming out from excuse me, but sending a player out like that to the northwest side is maybe a bit dangerous.
Foot trying to move further in towards the Sly Europe compound, but with Major Pride on the side swipe, I mean, they're just completely open here. Not really any cover to speak of. Kairos the last standing now for the squad. I think he might have just been spotted. Hang on a minute. He's nailed the shot over towards Nomi. That's MVP shots right there.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous shot coming through from Kairos, and it's to be expected. Tapok does take down one of the players from excuse me, so AAR still on their rampage at the moment. Luckily for excuse me, they do have a little bit of cover to work with in that position of the map. They'll have to quickly get their player back up in action, though, as Becker is still behind, so AAR don't have full force as of yet to finish this one off. I think they're still trying to loot up all the dead bodies that they can coming through from Gladiators to make sure they get into this late game with a bit more oomph. But Nexus with a sideswipe onto Aces. That might have just killed the run there from AR.
Reflect also getting a massive sideswipe. He took out Narvalo, scouting up north, and now he's also got a shot onto Akashi, protecting the Sly Europe western flank. This is really solid stuff from Reflect. A pivotal off angle. Very risky, though, if you get spotted. That's curtains for you. But with the position that Sly have, there's really very little threat to it.
Yeah, you're 100% right. That is a very risky position. He was playing up on high as well. The fact that he's been able to make it this far in with absolutely no one spotting him, he's been very cautious and played his cards right from that spot on the western side. And it is paid dividends, 100% to his team, as he's cleared out one of their major contenders on that western side. Now just 2 players left remaining for SBG, who now have to weather the storm. They're looking to move up towards Reflect's position, but there's the backstab coming through from Mandarin. Oh, this is nasty stuff.
It is very, very tricky to make this work. It looks like Victor wants some retribution towards Reflect, who has been so devastating. Victor down, and yeah, they just fall through. And that is absolutely by the book off-angle play from Reflect. Probably should regroup at this stage, though. ARR looking out his way. Tapox moving out. Major Pride are lighting up OZAROX in the meantime on the southeast side. And really making them suffer here. Major Pride have controlled this ground so effectively that Sly Europe have not had to worry about their south flank at all. You can see all 3 of them positioned on the north side of this compound.
Becca is absolutely going off at the moment versus, taking down one of their players, instantly picked up by one of the guys from REGNUM. So now, down to just 3. The fact that Becca has been having such a good game so far, he is hot on the heels of, the moment as Tapok pushes further in. This feels like another OZAROX scenario coming through from, just really not taking advantage of the position they currently have. And I think they're just trying to weather the storm as a lot of other teams start to crash upon the ridge side.
A mad dash from Major Pride. Not really too many options left to them. Just try and find some cover. Monkey goes down in effect in the buggy, out in the open. Yeah, that wasn't going to last long. Gets shut down fairly quickly. Reflect did get knocked in the meantime on the off angle, and it is very slowly crawling his way back to the rest of the team. In the meanwhile, though, the OZAROX squad are pushing in from that south side, and they've spotted Reflect. Will get that flush playing up against 3s. Ashipa's the next to fall, and the nades are good to trade it back. Swain now with the challenge against Mandarin. Close range, and they handle it. Zashipa needs to get res so they can get on the bike, because it is right on the edge of the zone for them. Nexus taking punishment on the north.
Looking to get it done as much as possible and keep up that nasty Miramar average that Nexus have gone through with, but a nice little nade coming through from Elmi. So this is now looking a little bit rough for Nexus, especially with the DBS in hand, can just keep peeking over this top side, making life very difficult. The fact that AAR is still going strong with 2 players is incredible, I have to say.
Nade from Doran being cooked right now, and Erangel seems to smell that. Gets out of the way just about. Positioning well enough to stay alive for the time being. Sly have managed to get all their reses through as well. Another nade coming through as Loxy steps up and into the fight. Managing to get a 1v4 yesterday. Doran just jumps straight on through the smoke. No harm, no foul, but does go down for it. Octavian needs to back him up, as does Exo Machina. Doran flushed away as REGNUM CARYA harrying the position of Nexus. Close by, and a lot of damage found there. Excellent news, but Wild is still up and kicking on the south of their position.
Yeah, Wild can go for something good there. Finally, gets a bit of retribution over towards ARR, taking down one of the players. Still easily resible, and doesn't want to play their hand too early. Understand that there's a lot of sidelines looking their way, so we'll have to keep their heads down. But at the moment, Nexus are trying to get their players up. That Molotov scarily close by. Wild in the backside, like you say, does have that overhead angle. Nice explode on the vehicle, waiting for that one to happen.
Exo Machina around the wheels. Will have to face off against 2. Good for 1, but the DBS is just too much to bear. Does get the knock onto Loxy. That will slow down REGNUM CARYA on this east side, but with 3 teams remaining, take punishment uphill.
Desperately need to get Black back up here. That 3-man advantage currently is absolutely huge, considering there's 2 other teams with very little players in the lobby. Getting Black up will give them that extra little bit of oomph into this endgame to win it out. So far, he's realized that this is an absolute hellish battlefield, POC, with a lot of teams in interesting places. So they've had to keep their head down just a little bit, weather the storm from AAR, who have been trying to shunt their way in. But Mandarin right now on an extremely interesting little flank, and Furia gets caught unawares. This is very, very bad now.
REGNUM CARYA trapped in the sightlines of and trapped in the sightlines of Sly. A perfect position for Sly to try and take this one home. as, excuse me, lose Furia fully there. No chance of a res at this stage. And Mandarin now with the whole of this hillside, really, really maneuverable. But the zone will push him over it relatively soon.
Yeah, quite difficult now for Excuse Me to get down. They're going to have to use vehicles to try and form some kind of cover. That is some nice shots coming through from Beck, but it will be over now for them. Between REGNUM, CARYA, as well as Sly, this is pick from Max on REGNUM and yours and Ginny's over towards Sly Europe. And right now, REGNUM down 1 player to the 3 from Sly Europe. Reflect has been absolutely so strong here. Wild is just in the open, turreting this one.
I think he's just got no ammo there, so had to swap out to the shotgun. Wild knows Zashipa's here, but the AKM, I think, has completely run dry for Zashipa. They know exactly where he is, but they can't do anything about it. Is the res possible? I think they've managed to get everyone up, but they are all super low. The play zone actually tags onto it. That nade over the top finds Loxy, and it's 1v3 now. They could start to push up, and they already have the info on position. Wild shut down, and Sly capitalize once more.
That game is kind of just taken away by Reflect's position. He was so pivotal to the win coming through from Sly Europe. He was able to clear out the rest of SBG with the help of the rest of his team, allowing them to have full control over that western side. Excuse Me was a little bit silent for my liking up towards that north edge. And the fact that AR was able to cause them so many problems really limited their ability to get into a better position for that end game. But overall, I think that it was a very nice game. We all got picks that headed towards that end game as well, which is really lovely to see. And I think that they all deserved that position in the first place. They'd played that game marvelously. I think AR really the big surprise, though, for us all. The fact that they made it so far and cut down Gladiators in the process.
Absolutely, they performed under pressure. An excellent statement to make. Not only that, but REGNUM CARYA with a massive elimination tally playing on that eastern side, seemingly just gathering and gathering steam as time went on, just about going down towards the end, but still a massive points total for them, Blank.
Yeah, huge points total. And I think that, you know, you look at this game as a really good opportunity for some of these teams to pick themselves up some decent points and get themselves back into the picture of the game. NEXUS, I think you just talked about them then. They were very, very good. Surprisingly getting towards that end game. They didn't get a huge amount of eliminations, but the fact that they're still getting in towards that late game from tough positions time and time again, this is a really good market for them going forward. Gladiators need to pick it up slightly, I'd say, just a little bit. It's been a bit upsetting to watch. However, I will say that the idea was there and it was intelligent, but it just wasn't performed the way it needed to happen versus AR and MELİSE Esports. I think the fact that MELİSE Esports fell over the way they did, they just flopped. But a bit of a wrench into the works there for the guys from Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, when you're sandwiched between ARR and Gladiators, it's going to be a tough time for you. MELİSE not able to weather that storm. We're going to head back over to the desk to celebrate mine and Ginny's glorious prediction win.
Well, we're celebrating Sly's 3rd chicken dinner this time around. I mean, this is the team that even in Europe, we're like, okay, they have their days, but they've been consistent. They brought that consistency. It's not just on Erangel, it's not just Miramar. They're doing great.
Yeah, and typically in Europe, when you would still see them get a chicken dinner, it would be not very elimination heavy. Like, they've got double-digit chicken dinners, like, throughout the board yesterday and today especially, too. So, I mean, they had a central position that they defended really well, especially versus OZAROX. But, man, Sly doing well, and we had NEXUS doing well yesterday, too. Like, some European teams that I had a few question marks as to how they were going to bring the action here in the championship. Looking fantastic.
Honestly, I was surprised that they got this victory in particular. In terms of the terrain that they're working with, a lot of it is just uphill battles. But I think that they moved at the right moments when the teams in the north and the teams in the east were all kind of engaged with one another. So kind of using a little bit of that chaos to try and then make their own transitions. And the off angle that Mandarin took against where we had, excuse me, was absolutely instrumental in being able to open up that area to be able to play from.
And then you had Reflect just scouting the entire... He did not want to leave that hilltop. We kept saying, oh, he has to regroup next circle, or he might have to regroup now. Next circle still didn't regroup. I mean, it worked out. He got some valuable information, at least.
I seem to recall picking Sly and then saying to you, no, actually, no way Reflect's going to get there. Why am I doing this to myself?
I gotta believe in the slide, but REGNUM CARYA, again, this is one of the games where they put up the damage, they put up the elimination, but they're not able to close it out and get that chicken dinner, which seems to be a little bit of a pattern that they're falling into.
I feel like they shot themselves in the foot when they pushed into that valley. I feel like the initial play onto the eastern edge going for that compound was really strong. The moment you commit to that dip, you're surrounded by MADBULLS, you're surrounded by Major Pride, you're surrounded by NEXUS north of your position, which ended up having one of the best positions. What I wanted to see is something similar from them that we saw from RÜYA in the previous game on Erangel. Take care of teams before they become an issue. And I feel like if you take the fight instantly to NEXUS Gaming, they're not going to apply as much pressure. If you win the fight, you have the best position in the circle at the time, you're higher ground than excuse me. I feel like that could have been the first REGNUM CARYA chicken dinner. It didn't quite work out. It's still a really strong game, a second place with a lot of elims, but I can't stop thinking that this could have been their win in the book there.
It makes it harder for all the teams as well in the late game, considering that this is the game where most players have survived as long as possible. So what do I mean by that? By the time we get down towards having Minas Generalis, Mountains in, Minas Generalis, a little bit west of Graveyard as well in general, there were still 62 players alive in a small location. So you're having all of these skirmishes, these scraps and things like that where you're going to end up bleeding out a player here or there. So, and I think REGNUM unfortunately kind of fell a little bit victim to that earlier on in the game. And I mean, a lot of teams did. So it makes it very difficult when the level of play is that high that everyone's surviving so long.
Yeah, and eventually it's gonna stick, right? REGNUM CARYA, they're doing the right things. They're getting the eliminations. They're getting the damage. This time around 2,487 in total. I mean, that is so much damage consistently on the board. You're getting those points from eliminations as well. Maybe the placement points not really up to what they might be expecting, but you know, you're throwing stuff and eventually it's gotta stick to the wall, right?
It's gonna work out eventually. I mean, yeah, REGNUM CARYA, I mean, I know that this team has so much potential. I watched a lot of the league stage of PMPL Turkey, Wild especially. Had such a strong presence in this game, making sure that no one was able to peek over those ridges. I'm surprised he won that, like almost that 1v1 towards the end when he was actually initially losing the fight, but he almost won it, surprisingly enough. But yeah, if they keep Tron alive, I feel like they maybe win that game also because they send Tron super wide around Nexus, I think around phase 4 or something, and they just lose him for free. But still the best game so far. I want to see that momentum built up off the back of this game.
It also doesn't help when you're going up against an MG3 in the end.
It's a rough one, yeah.
1,300 damage almost coming out from Nomi. That is Major Pride. I mean, you know, sometimes, you know, actually I heard John say something like, oh, okay, these two teams, Major Pride, MADBULLS, you know, of high reverence, we hold them in regard. I mean, it was only one bad day that they had yesterday, all right? They're still capable of seeing Nomi, for example, being able to put up those kinds of numbers. And it only takes that extra little kick in the right direction to then start converting that into a podium finish, into a win. So yeah, we'll see how time goes on.
Kind of like the same pattern, right? Where things are going well, but you need to keep throwing stuff at a wall and eventually it'll stick. Eventually you get the podium finish. Eventually you get the chicken dinner. But MADBULLS, however, this game specifically, it still feels like they're a little lackluster. I mean, they got away with 0 points in total. So that it does bring the question of who is... Are they having a bad day? Are they just maybe not in form when it comes down to the wire here at the championship?
I feel like they're just not thinking as far in the game as they used to. Here in particular, I saw that this game they started pushing onto REGNUM CARYA and then they got backfilled by Major Pride. I feel like they just need to be careful of their position and be aware that if they play aggressively or start pushing down onto a team, they might get backfilled later on down the line. So rough times, and as you can see here, not on the first page, unfortunately, which you would like to see, but NEXUS now up on first place.
On the lead, yeah.
I mean, it's decent. Yeah, it was good to see NEXUS being able to kind of hold on to the high ground for as long as they were able to. And then, of course, they did get eliminated during all of that. But I will say as well, nice that at the start of day 2, we're not seeing NEXUS and Gladiators completely run away with it. We're seeing, obviously, Sly with the 3 victories, getting themselves way up there. But also, this is making sure that we're not having complete runaways. And the top pack will be a little bit more even.
Yeah, it's a little bit more competitive in terms of how closely stacked the numbers are. And that's what we've seen in EU as well when it came to down to the wire. Gladiators getting away with the skin of their teeth makes it a little bit more exciting, you know, because you can't really predict correctly. I mean, some of us can. Who's going to be winning the games? Now, that's that in terms of the maps that we've seen. We're now going to have a little surprise for you once again, and it's going to be TDM. As a reminder, when it comes to the format, it's going to be played on Warehouse. This time around, only automatic weapons. Max, taking note of that. And Grenades.
Grenades?
It's a new thing. We came up with it today.
Yeah, but we're back on Warehouse though. I want to see some players use the slide feature. No one's been sliding around. I mean, of course, it's not in the main Battle Royale game, but you know, the slide feature can save you in a pinch. But you know, I want to see the game end with 40 points, not the timer this time. You know, go for the fight, please.
I did notice the anti-camping rule there for a moment. If someone says 40 seconds, then we remove the player's points. But I mean, you don't need to shimmy too much behind a box on Warehouse to then be not at camping, I suppose.
I mean, you're just going to have to run around. We're going to be looking at Gladiators up against MADBULLS. I think this potentially could be the game for MADBULLS to get in the, you know, in the spirit of things, because as much as we said, you know, Gladiators are hitting home continuously, getting those chicken dinners, they're aggressive. MADBULLS really used to play up in your face. That's one of their strengths that we've seen from them in Europe, and it doesn't feel like it's been translating into these lobbies. So maybe this is what they need.
Yeah, I want to see Zerich get himself some cool clutches right now. Zerich time over on this TDM, I'm telling you that much.
All right, well, we're going to be heading over to our casters. We have Blank and John to be covering the TDM, so guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm a fan of Grianides, the ancient Greek philosopher who said that a body of a certain mass can displace an enemy from behind cover. It's a really solid principle to live by in PUBG Mobile.
Team match. Let's go.
I hated that. You hated that.
I hated that so much. I was violently sick upon my monitor. But I get to wipe it clean and watch this fantastic game, which will cheer me right back up again. Meku, over in that backside, nade through. But 0-0 right now, obviously, right at the beginning of the game. We'll see if this is one of those matches that lasts a full 10 minutes.
Hopefully not. It was a little bit lackluster yesterday in terms of pacing, but Tulika seems to have taken fortune into his own hands, striking out to an early lead with the nade, but dodging back behind cover. Wants to continue the challenge. No, Tixi fading back. Another nade over the top doesn't quite do enough to flush that one out. A nade in through. Repositions Tulika, but it was just the stun. Meku up on high. And plenty of Grozers once again in the mix. Tulika with a very far forward position. Fleeke traded off and Tixi lines it up.
Tixi, the Grozer machine, in play. Very low HP though. Goes with the drop shot, makes it happen as well, bringing them to 3-5, but that could have been 2-5 if they weren't careful, which is a bit of a nasty lead already. It will be the MADBULLS trying to bring things back up to pace. I think going versus Zerich is quite a scary prospect here in TDM. This guy is absolutely unreal when it comes to close quarters engagements.
I think going against any of these players, to be fair, in this scenario is a scary thought. The MADBULLS 2 points in the lead as the Gladiators have evened up just a little bit. They are now a touch out of whack in the points totals, but two line up very, very quickly, and all of a sudden, the lead balloons to 5, Blank.
Oof. Getting away from them now, Gladiators. Really want to bring things back on track, but seem a little bit scared at the moment. Frozen moves around the side. Fleeke will take down Tixi as well, and this game really is taking a turn for the worse for the Gladiators.
MADBULLS have a lot of pressure forwards. Goodness me, 15-6 now already. Getting the reload onto the Grozer. We'll be able to resupply, hopefully. Meku goes down as Frozen's playing off it well. Matic caught unawares on the entrance to the container, and Fleeke has enough health to go for another engagement as well. Reloading the magazine, putting the 40 into the stock there. A nade from Meku could open it up, but 18-7. Blank, this is dominant on the opening for MADBULLS.
Absolutely brutal coming through. Again, I think the Gladiators are a much more tactical squad when it comes to PUBG Mobile. MADBULLS certainly have it in them to win these kind of engagements. Really good mechanical players. That micro play in hand, but Gladiators looking to try and bring it back just a little bit, but right now that lead is becoming insurmountable.
Goodness me, okay, it's really starting to heat up. Almost double the points total for the MADBULLS. They just need to go 1-for-1 at this stage and they'll be happy. Sitting pretty to move forwards in the TDM bracket. Matic goes down, a drop shot from Meku to keep them 10 behind, but that is still a vast gulf that sits before them. Certainly daunting. And with the MADBULLS looking to continue to rack these points up, it's not going to get any easier.
Frozen hiding behind Matic on that angle, knows exactly where he is, but Frozen's not going to let him get away with an easy, cheeky elimination there. Matic wants to go for something, but his position's known. Instantly, the nade comes over the top. This is brutal work coming through from the MADBULLS.
just not getting these trade-offs here. Tixi finally gets Zerich with a nade. As Kitsune moves forwards, 15 to 26, but still very much a dominant lead and going 1-for-1 yet again. 12 points now, and we're into the final 11 stretch for the MADBULLS. They are looking to close this down very quickly, Blank.
A little bit of resurgence here coming through from Gladiators, but not enough. 19 to 30. Still that 11-point lead there for the MADBULLS as Gladiators get impaled by on the horns.
Oh.
Frozen's so good at making these quick flicks out of cover and then getting back in, just barely going down, but applying so much pressure over towards the Gladiators right now.
Needs something special from the Gladiators at this stage. 7 left for the MADBULLS to claim. And they'll need to try and play off one another, establish those crossfires moving through the warehouse if they want to come out of this one alive. Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case for the most part. Maku moves in, waits for the stunner. Flique picked off there, and the MADBULLS lose one of theirs. Do not get a trade for it. Maku lining up on the angle. Batulika opens up on the sidelines and finds 2 very fast. 5 points now. 4 points remain for the MADBULLS to achieve their victory here against their rivals from Europe. Around the side, Tixi cannot let this one slip. Hops up, shut down almost immediately. Flique there to play off his teammate, and 2 points now remain for the MADBULLS.
Yeah, some seriously good crossfires set up there by the MADBULLS, and Frozen absolutely blasts them apart in those last moments. Really, really well done.
Wow, that was something quite special there. That was certainly faster paced than the games that we saw, one of the games that we saw yesterday, going the full 10 minutes. I feel like this is the antithesis that we've just witnessed here from the MADBULLS, absolutely destroying on this.
Yeah, I think for Gladiators as well, it really just shows that they're not maybe the most mechanics-heavy team in the world. They just tend to be very good at the game, at these rotations, when they place their fights, and how they actually execute at the end of the day. And MADBULLS certainly have incredible players on the team, but they're the complete opposite. There are a lot of their plans do not seem the most well thought out when it comes to the classic play. But they certainly showed us an insane performance there in TDM. And again, I would be very scared to come across them in close quarters combat.
Absolutely. I mean, it's good that the MADBULLS still have it within themselves, but they just haven't sort of put their best foot forward. We've seen a little more from them today, so hopefully they can keep up that pace into the next Erangel that we're going to be jumping into in a minute, Blank.
Yeah, very shortly. We're taking no breaks here. We're straight into the next one. No biggie, no problem. Straight into the third match of the day, halfway through. Some of these teams would like to step things up just a little bit here. Taking a look at maybe some of these teams towards the bottom of the moment. I mean, there is that gulf starting to form just slightly towards that bottom side of the table. No real team is doing shockingly bad, though. I think, you know, the lowest scoring points at the moment is 22. And I think that that's still decent, you know, even if you're having that bad day for a team in this tournament. But yeah, looking at AR, able to get themselves some decent points out last game, up to 40 now. Major Pride, up to 38. It's still a little bit rough for them, but looking better than it was before. But I think the big winners of that last game were REGNUM, and now sat up to 56 points total, 40 eliminations, and an absolute abysmal 16 placement points so far. But it's fine. They're running on the gas that is provided by those elimination points.
Yeah, currently sat second in the overall elimination, second only to NEXUS, who have performed similarly ratioed on their placement points to elimination points. 24 placements, 52 eliminations. A massive performance from NEXUS, and that's what's seeing them into that top spot for the time being. The EU 1-2-3 stands tall and looming over the Turkish squads, looking to try and step up onto that podium as we head into match number 3 of the day, the second Erangel.
Playing paths down through the middle-ish, I would say. You know, it gives a lot of options both to the western side as well as the east, so really no big problem here for a lot of these teams getting into position. I think the biggest one to look at right now is probably Yasnaya. We will most likely have BEŞİKTAŞ as well, SPG drop in there together this time around, as they both head out the plane fairly early. BEŞİKTAŞ liked where they were before, though, a little bit further into Yasnaya, and I wonder if they will just give up the ghost and realize that this is very comfortable for SPG to head over towards and just end up taking the western side once again. We do get our circle over towards our eastern side. FUT will be heading over towards Lipovka and Mansion. And Sly Europe, who are up on a tear today with their back-to-back, heading down towards Mill to Power.
On that east coast, currently unoccupied, and we'll see, as you're saying, who's going to take up residency. NEXUS close to a duo from OZAROX. 4 players of NEXUS, not an easy thing to handle. Swain, you've got to think that he goes down here. If Octavian is able to get the spray, he's got an SKS, so just getting those tap shots, but it's not going to matter. The iron sights won't phase him one bit. OZAROX losing a player early. There's no way they get that back. Kenzie also not really in a position to re-engage and try and trade it off.
Yeah, he's a bit far out of the way there, but yeah, NEXUS do style that game fairly strong. M16 in the hands of Octavian, as well as Kapahala with that SKS just pumping in those shots. About any vest or helmet, a couple of shots from the SKS will absolutely blast you. So I don't think it was too bad from them. I think taking this position as a 4-man squad, though, for NEXUS, who, you know, this is not typical for them, I would say. So they just drop here as 4, hope to catch someone off guard, and they absolutely do that. Understanding that there's really only one squad that is consistently dropping down here in Sosnovka, which is OZAROX, who decided that, you know, this is a position they can take. And interesting tactics coming through from NEXUS. Pick this one up, get themselves an elimination, and then head back up towards that northern side of the map.
FLUX, and excuse me, taking shots at one another in South George. Quite far away from the circle, but not too much danger for either of them right now. It will take one of these teams to push, or for an opening knock to be found, for anything really to start to burn in that position. So likely just going to spook each other out here and get on their way as soon as possible. With the circle out to the east, they don't want to stick around for too long.
It's not really worth it being here. There's another team taking shots at you as well. Probably just pick up some preliminary goods from these buildings, find yourself a vehicle, head out of Dodge, get through Gatka Field. Fairly sparse in terms of teams that head towards Gatka in the first place anyway, with AAR being one of the sole teams that drops here when the circle is off towards its eastern side as well. So I think for FLUX, there is a pretty easy rotation out of here. NEXUS, in the meantime, will go down towards Mill to Power, a position they like to choose beforehand in previous tournaments. Sly Europe opting to head towards Milta this time around, just loot up there instead.
Trying to stay out of Dodge. Just get what they can. Give nothing back. Rotation from BRA, currently sat at the bottom of the tables, moving past the north side of Potato Hill, trying to get ahead of that Roshok gaggle that we've seen develop over the last couple of Erangels. So seeing if they can try and catch one or two leaving from that position, being on the far west of the circle. Likely they'll have to do it in about 5 minutes or so, maybe a little bit quicker than that as well.
BEŞİKTAŞ opted for the western side of Yasnaya. SPG further down towards that south side. They do have some stragglers though, try to pick up some vehicles. I think BEŞİKTAŞ is able to head to that position first, pick themselves up as many vehicles as possible, and now SPG left a little bit in the dust here, having to send a Kashi back to pick up Narvalo to send over towards where Victor and Robs are currently playing. His MADBULLS just come off the back of that storming victory over on TDM. 2.5 eliminations though, you know, it's not great, and it doesn't really resemble that kind of firepower that we were just witnessing over on that TDM match as well. So slightly interesting for MADBULLS. I'd like to see something stronger in this game, especially coming off the back of that big boost of morale, I would say, on that game. Absolutely trouncing the Gladiators, who are not having the best of days today.
Not so far. Hoping for a little bit of a stronger performance. They did have a tricky time on the first match today. Trying to navigate around the Yasnaya River is always very, very difficult, but they did fall short of the mark on that urban finish earlier. And getting cut out, being a little bit greedy maybe in the Miramar. Hopefully rectify that. Challenge NEXUS once again for that top spot, because they are the team sat closest to them, with Sly Europe nipping at their heels as well.
FUT right now moving across from the Povka. towards the middle of the map, but losing Kairos on a early rotate like that versus Made Pride, who headed across from Rozhok, is really unfortunate. That will cause some pain for FUT going forward. Have to figure out a different way to head in. And looking at the map in general, you know, this position here, I think it's absolutely fair that you see these teams almost on this line that heads down towards Mill to Power, trying to maintain most of the high ground positions. Prison is not ideal for a lot of these teams. Don't want to head down towards Farm too early. Pretty sparse in terms of locations and keeps you out of the way of gathering too much intel early on. So this mansion area, as well as Shelter, typically where you're going to see most teams, because there is that opportunity to see across these vast open spaces while still having some semblance of cover, if not from Shelter, but from some of the couple of compounds that are located in this area.
This is a very, very condensed set of teams right now in the middle. BRA, they struck out probably first of that central cluster and will find a solid compound in one of those sheltered positions that you were highlighting. Not really too much of a scuffle for these spots as of yet. But everybody's just settling into their spot. MELİSE, maybe on the eastern side, could find conflict with MADBULLS as they move into Mansion territory.
MADBULLS currently in a pretty difficult spot, I would say. You know, they are very much crunched, like you say. There's a few teams around them. MELİSE Esports also coming down that way. BEŞİKTAŞ actually going for an interesting rotate over the top side of Yasnaya, getting around the guys from SPG, holding them out with Enjoy and Peace, who, again, kind of just boxed SPG in. Now, Victor and Robs look to move out slightly, try and cross this rotation coming through from Son HP and Zessi. And heads over towards this eastern side. This is a real nasty position on the map, and you know, Gladiators love to play the spot that currently BEŞİKTAŞ, Son HP and Zessi are in. Gives you a real good opportunity to start sweeping down towards that southwest side. But right now, BEŞİKTAŞ in the best opportunity, the best position to make that one happen. SPG still yet to regroup with the rest of their squad.
With the direction of the plane path as well, Gladiators should be able to read somewhat that the south side is going to be a lot busier in this circle, with the direction as well being funneled in by that river. Should have a little bit more confidence moving through and try and take some of that space that has serviced them so well. Now the teams are starting to run into one another, ramming past, and Reflect finds Rizzard on the knock and the flush. Easy pickings on the rotate.
Real easy pickings on the rotate there. I think for MADBULLS as well, able to quickly and cleanly send across towards that eastern side on the coast. Will give them a little bit of safety going forward. BRA moving in as well on that southwest side. Still have a lot of teams out inside the blue and out in the circle moving in. FLUX taking their sweet time about this, all the way over towards Hospital and Gatka.
They were embroiled a little bit with, excuse me, in South George, losing a player as well. They don't want to step too far forward of the mark. Zashipa might have done just that in the meantime, as Nexus defending those podium spots. Yes, anyone who wants to try and take it away from them, they've got a taste of victory now. The blood's in the water, and Nexus are ready to chump down.
Yeah, Nexus aren't really letting up. It's kind of funny, to be honest with you. Not what I expected, because I think what we were most hoping from them today was a bit of consistency. What we didn't really expect was them to just outperform themselves and go even bigger than we saw yesterday. And I think that that's certainly what's happening, because they did put up a huge amount of numbers yesterday, but it wasn't as dominant as this so far. Yes, they've not got themselves any chicken dinners, but I would still say that this is dominant gameplay from them, because a lot of times they're coming in from not ideal spots on the map, yet shunting themselves in all the same. I think it takes a lot of skill from a team to pull off, able to take these team fights quite comfortably and circumvent a lot of these issues that might arise when you are coming in from a position that's not ideal. For instance, finding out where teams are, quick scouting, and Doran's been, again, very, very useful for the teams in terms of you get into that sticky situation, he's instantly out and available to take shots.
Kapahala somehow finding cover for the time being, but the MADBULLS finally get the job done. Türkiye, though, pushed back off the ridgeline as the time has been gained by Doran to take the challenge, and it's actually traded off 1-for-1. The MADBULLS not going to be able to hold out that position, maybe looking to rally on through. Kapahala maybe getting flushed out for Nexus. FLUX wants the challenge with Octavian as well. With the MADBULLS on 3, they want to try and rally through as Nexus are bonked down to 2. The circle shifted out hard to the northeast side as well, so this is a pivotal position on the coast.
Well, this has not gone ideally for Nexus, as we were talking about them really trying to pull up the socks in these games. But MADBULLS, like we said, coming hot off that TDM, realizing that, you know what, we can actually play the game, which is a good reminder a lot of times. And they actually nail that engagement. Yes, Türkiye goes down, but not without a massive fight. Effect Nomi looking to finish off REGNUM CARYA, and it could have happened as well, but there is support coming through from MELİSE Esports to keep REGNUM CARYA in the fight for just a little bit longer.
REGNUM CARYA playing as 3 now, looking for the res. Here's the replay. A little pick onto Savian. Really lovely shots there, landing the headshot, 1-2. Savian falls down. Lighting up that ridgeline, something awful.
Circle further inland towards that coastal side. A lot of water still available in this. It is a real nasty position on this map. If we look further down towards that south side, there is that roaded area with the crates available. That gives you a bit more cover to play with on the rocks on the coast, but you move further up towards the north here, you're in fielded territory. I think a lot of teams would prefer to be on this south side at the moment. In the meantime, AAR looking to push their way through Gladiators. So once again, they go head to head with this team that really put them down in that last game. Akashi looking for some semblance of sanctuary, but just cannot find it here.
It will be snapped away from him there. An SBG divided will fall down to 3. Akashi on their outpost not finding success there. 2 players from Gladiators regrouped onto Tixie's position. Meku out wide, and ARR potentially looking to disengage from this. They don't want to take this fight in a similar vein. They know they don't have the advantage to take this fight raw, as they did in the previous match when they knew that Gladiators had overstayed their welcome. This time it is topsy-turvy as Foot finally bite the dust.
Yeah, they've been taking a lot of casualties so far, multiple times. Sly Europe might be down to 2 players, but still kicking, at least, down towards that south side of the map. I think Nexus went for a very aggressive rotation coming through from Milta Power, trying to get themselves in position that side. Lovely shots coming through from Zerich. Storm barely stepped out for a second before he was instantly put down.
Go on. Get the nade. Oh, not quite going to guarantee the flush there. I think about 3 different teams were looking at that position. Solke up to the tree will get knocked by OZAROX, who have been putting a lot of punishment downrange on these hills. FLUX up and into business, but Ketch now the last standing. Certainly a powerful player, but what can he do from the shack? We'll have to wait and see as Türkiye gets the flush, and BRA now on the menu for the MADBULLS as they continue their dominance from this south side on this game so far. 7 eliminations, and this is what we wanted to see from MADBULLS, getting that confidence back.
Yeah, really clean stuff, actually. And I mean, playing from this coastal side, they have a lot of strength from here. Little ridge side to play around with as you come further towards that inland area. It's beautiful stuff. Right now, Türkiye is putting in the work here, putting on a show. Next grenade should be absolutely fantastic over towards these players from BRA. Right now, it's just a sliver of HP that keeps him holding on. But FLUX, you can see they're looking to line up another, but Türkiye steals it away from him, takes all the glory for himself.
I mean, he did most of the work, so, you know, only fair enough to add those to his tally. 9 eliminations now, though, overall for the MADBULLS. Excellent run from this south side. The circle keeps a lot of water in. And hopefully the teams will be able to find a little purchase somewhere, but the south side is so overcrowded.
It does make me laugh so much that MADBULLS just play 1 TDM, smash it, and just go, oh yeah, we can play the game. I remember now. This is weird.
Just got to get it done sometimes. A trade 1-for-1 on the Nox, and actually a flush guaranteed by FLUX. Zerich is close by to Sephir on this coast. You can see Sly Europe are swimming out down further south.
Was close.
Around the headland. It was very close, actually. And Frozen there for the pincer.
Oh!
I think Sephir's going to join Sly Europe in the drink.
Yeah, just drops down. But MADBULLS do not want to leave one player chilling down below. Keep throwing grenades. They're just going to be really careful because these are treacherous cliff faces. If you fall down, it's sort of over. Look at that, the precision. Just one toe over the line there.
He did see him. He caught sight of his backpack just dipping below the surface. Reflect actually probably getting away with this because Zerich is too preoccupied with Zephyr's position. If they can get all the way around to the beach on the north, there is a way up here.
Yeah, there certainly is. And I think MADBULLS are very aware of that, and they keep sending players further and further down towards that south side. They realize that this could come back to bite them eventually. AAR moving up towards Excuse Me. Two teams, once again, you know, they gave Gladiators a bit of trouble in the north side and now come down towards Excuse Me's area. I think both these teams have had a bad time versus AAR, and they're looking to cause pandemic big problems over towards AAR themselves.
Elementrix almost going down there. An invisible health bar on the cards. Ace is actually making the crawl, but unfortunately cannot make it through the fire and the flames to safety, to Sanctuary, and that will be the flush. Becker is knocked as well on the ground floor, so if Elementrix can make it out, if he can drop a smoke or suppress with the nades, it's good news. Meku knocked in the meantime by Tapok on the off angle. Want to regroup on that for the Gladiators. You could see Matic sending all the way out back up north to give a little bit better of a position and stop any pushes onto the location of his down teammate.
I like that Tixi is just creeping over towards where those two players are right now in Elementrix as well as Becker. Tapok unwilling to allow the guys from Gladiators to come further down this way. And now MADBULLS in probably a really strong position over towards that south side with this sudden shift on the circle.
I mean, look at that ridge line as well that MADBULLS are going to be able to play around with their backing that they have from the south cover. It's going to be very, very tricky to navigate. Excuse Me have a lot of problems in their very near future, though. A little replay here from Tulika, just getting these nades. Did get that spray, got that little extra bit of damage, and finishing it off with the nade, just completely taking them down. No harm, no foul, no bother.
BEŞİKTAŞ try to move in to pick up as many eliminations as possible and find themselves a bit of safety within this circle. Tapok still out in the distance. Really worries me that Meku's still hanging around up there because Tapok might just be the one to drop the old knife in the back. Kiss You takes down one of the players from RÜYA. That's MELİSE Esports on the western edge. Still yet to make their way in, but still playing a strong game so far. This is a nasty little hill though, John. Very difficult to navigate.
MELİSE not gonna get knocked just yet. RÜYA, 0 eliminations, and they need to hold this team out. Kiss You breaks out wide. The tree position known, but the nade was in hand, so couldn't volley out. Lewis breaks up further on the hill. A very grouped up RÜYA as well. Allows Kiss You to get that heal off behind the tree, and now they can start to be bombarded with these nades in range, but Dokkan answers. A triple prediction for MADBULLS, by the way. And Excuse Me, the other the other pickup coming through. I think you've gone for the Gladiators on the north side.
I believe. Come on. Come on, MADBULLS. I mean, come on, Gladiators.
Well, MADBULLS have just lost a player on the south to REGNUM CARYA. RÜYA will be continuing this fight with MELÍSE on the west side. And RÜYA really wanting to hold this one out. Doing good work so far. But with MELÍSE on 8 eliminations, they have been through the wars. They are hot. Can they continue this run to get up this hill? Their only hurdle really on the mind. REGNUM CARYA continue to put pressure on further south of this engagement.
Yeah, this is a literal speed bump on the hill here. Like, it's so difficult to get through here without slowing down just a little bit. But slowing down means that teams will just start picking you apart because you have to drop these smokes. By the time you drop the smokes, you revealed your position because you can't quickly move up this hillside. RÜYA is doing a very good job to hold on to this spot, mainly because of their position within the circle that MELÍSE is forced to move in. But right now, RÜYA, I think they've got the number of MELÍSE Esports, and with the help of REGNUM CARYA, it's all but over. A little scuffle happening over in that northern edge with BEŞİKTAŞ as well as Excuse Me and Gladiators right now. I think that I went for Gladiators. I believe that they could probably skirt around that eastern coast. And they, every time I've predicted them on this push, because I think they do well from this area, they have failed. But I think that eventually I'll get a one right. Maybe. Let's hope.
Well, they do have at all ordered to make it past Excuse Me. The difficulty now for Excuse Me is the fact that they can't really move down south if the circle shifts away. They have to try and bank on that, and just cuts into their position a little bit. It might prove to be troublesome. However, the Gladiators definitely going to have to move here.
Yeah, I mean, they can still skirt around the side of Excuse Me, which is the good thing. You can see right there, Tixie is very much out of dodge. It's getting towards that rocky outcrop on the eastern side of Excuse Me. It's going to be difficult, which is why Gladiators are trying so hard to get rid of BEŞİKTAŞ. If they get rid of them, perhaps then they can use vehicles to move around on the western side. Nice initial Molotov piece here with the nade, though. Does a fair bit of damage, and that will alert the team to his position close by.
I don't know exactly where he is, though. The burst happened fairly swiftly after the crest of the ridge. Knows the angle. Meku actually traded off, and Tixie almost eats another for a second. Excuse Me, all of their sightlines sent out this way. They know these nades are bursting. They just got to try and pick up the pieces. In fact, Beck will do just that as Meku flushed away. Gladiators now on 3.
Nice, Kitsune.
Won't waste any time. And actually, is that what? That's 2. Matic gets another run down as well. And all of BEŞİKTAŞ get wiped out under the axles.
Yeah, it was a good initial knock from a nade, and I think that they realize that time is not on their side here, so they just have to push through. But right now, Excuse Me has a very good chokehold over towards Gladiators. The best thing that they can do right now, as I say, clearing out BEŞİKTAŞ allows you to perhaps go for this rotate down towards the western side and circumvent Excuse Me. You can see shots already been taken over towards Kitsune, but he does make it.
Oh dear, Sly have managed to get out of the water. FLUX drops down with a low HP and straight into a nade from Mandarin. Tulika falls as well, and now it's just frozen. Mandarin wants to flush and will be able to secure that. Reflect close by on the door frame. DBS for Frozen. Should be able to spot the player as soon as he goes in. Turns the corner perfectly placed. The nade's through, but doesn't get the knock. Frozen with it all to play for the Mad Bulls. Goes on the upstairs, but caught out. Disaster for the Mad Bulls as they allow the team swimming underneath the cliff to ruin their day.
Looks like Excuse Me is going to go straight in for Gladiator as well in the meantime. This has been good shots from Matic. Gets the first one. Very well done indeed. Beck moves out. Both players extremely low as the smoke blooms there. Really, really good play from Tixie as well. I have to admit, it was unbelievable that I saw it happening. The fact that he goes straight into Excuse Me's compound to try and delay as much as possible to attract all that information, attract all that attention, to allow Matic to get in to go for the res. That was really cool. It doesn't work out in the end, but I think the Gladiators played as best of a game they could there from the position they were in. Really fantastic stuff.
REGNUM CARYA establishing a fire line now on the south as Excuse Me try and move up to Furia and beyond as well onto this ridge line. A central feature now of this final circle. It was OZAROX with their lone swimmer who was in the water before the players coming down from I can't remember which team it was now. The team who took down MADBULLS in the water. OZAROX has been swimming around for so much longer and has managed to get up and into these buildings.
Yeah, that's theirs now. Sephir jumping down into the water early on will ladder up nicely. The fact that Sly Europe goes toe-to-toe with MADBULLS, I think that they had a case of amnesia at the end of that game and forgot how to play the game all over again, which is a bit unfortunate, but there you go. This would not be the case for Excuse Me. They were on track for a win there if it wasn't for the fact that Gladiators made such a wild card play that really spun them from a loot, and then Matic was able to get some incredible shots coming their way. Excuse Me really should have won this game. Now it is just Beck left alive, and he has been doing a really good job this entire day so far. Really a standout performance, and one that surprises me.
Sephir up and into the fray. Beck maybe bringing it a little bit more even. Does go low, but not out of it just yet. Potential to get the nade on target. If he banks it off if it bounces off the tree, it could be devastating. We'll be able to get it. Look at that. He got the flush onto Wild, bringing REGNUM CARYA down to 2.
And now REGNUM's caught between both Sephir and Beck. Just a bit awkward to be in, and he's staying pretty much at distance. Beck steps up, tries to go for a spray, does a little bit of damage, and now Tron's out in the open. This is difficult push coming through from Loxy. Will send that nade in to push him out of position. He finds a knock, has to run away from the grenade to live. Oh my days, a 1v1v1 on the cards here, John.
Oh my goodness me, is it going to be the Aquaman performance of the century? Sephir getting up to the land. it could go either way, but right now I think the worst scenario is Tron. Down and out in the open, Sefir, oh, he doesn't spot him. He has not spotted him, though. He certainly didn't realize that he did. And the ridgeline has been spotted. Oh, Tron. So close. Beck should know that there's another player out this way. And any sort of ordnance that you can find in these crates now, super valuable.
He's so open.
Oh my god.
The fact that he's allowed him up to the tree is embarrassing. Okay. I'm glad that he got that. Well done.
5 eliminations now for Sefir as Beck tries to skirt through. And because Sefir's been out of so many of these engagements, picked up on the MADBULLS and the Sly Europe engagement crates as well, he's got geared. 2 nades, a Molotov, and 4 first aids.
He is geared. This is funny. Arises from the water, and he's good to go. Maybe a little bit soaked, but still ready to put in the paces where it matters the most. Going for a full-on Iron Man here.
He's got the circle as well. I mean, Beck's right on the edge of the next one. Up to the tree. He knows that he's going to be playing against it, even getting a crate. Okay, this is nasty.
Oh, he's got level 3 vest and level 3 helmet. There's no shot. This is so cruel.
There's another crate further down the hill to his right as well. I have no idea how he's managed to make this one work, but all 5 eliminations going to OZAROX are on Sefir right now. This would be the play of the tournament. I think, I don't know when they were playing a solo from, but it's got to be a long, long time. Playing out on that East Coast against so many.
I really hope that Beck wins this one. He's such an amusing guy. I mean, they won a map, but they had an interview and said, how do you feel about that map you won? He said, did we play Erangel today? And that is my favorite thing about Beck. He's so unbothered about the whole situation. He's just ready to take the games and win them. And I think so far this tournament, he's really been taking names as well, been putting in the work, hitting in some incredible numbers during these matches, and been a real fragger. But can he do this now versus OZAROX? This will be incredible for, excuse me.
Is he? Was that a stun grenade, or was that a smoke breaking out to try and distract the position? I don't think he knows. Neither of them really know. I think Sefir did give it away with the footsteps. And he's just isolating these positions now. 1 grenade is all it takes, but he's out of them now. The Molotov is still in the back pocket.
1 grenade here for Beck. It's the one he's been holding on to the entire time, but I think they're about to face. Last circle pushes Beck in first.
Oh my goodness. You can't stand by that crate if you're Sefir, because you know those nades just magnetize their way to you. But I think Beck knows. Oh, did he just spot him through the grass there? Sefir, I think, sees the helmet. No, isn't looking.
Surely.
Oh, should see the movement. Not entirely going to be confident on it, on the step up. Plenty of ammo.
This means so much for both these players.
Beck is just no clue exactly where Sefir is. They don't want to stand up, and Sefir is completely unaware of Beck's proximity here. Both of them crawling. He's right here. He sees him, stands up, and OZAROX somehow, some way, resurge from the water, up the cliff face, take on 2 teams, and march their way to victory. What a turn of events here.
Beck. Oh, come on, man. I mean, you saw him at least 3 times. I mean, when I said unbothered, I didn't mean just unaffected by anything. I didn't mean blind. I didn't mean anything along those lines. You still have to care about the game a little bit. Just open your eyes, a small amount. I know we have X-ray. I saw the X-ray, but I also saw that you could clearly see him in that moment. He looked him dead in the eyes and just stared back as he stood up.
He was worried there might be another secret player in the lobby. He was biding his time.
I'm confused, man. That was very confusing. The annoying thing, he's played so well. He's played so well. Beck, why would you do this to us?
And that was from the MADBULLS winning position as well. I mean, 3 of us predicted MADBULLS to play from that compound and win. OZAROX, who ended up with that position somehow, were the team that were able to take it.
I don't think it was that compound that did it really in the end. Not really. I think the fight between Sly Europe and MADBULLS allowing OZAROX to just move through into basically open area. An amusing endgame there, real Benny Hill moment, I would say, but yeah, I'm glad that Sephir was able to take it. He made a quick decision. It was smart at the end of the day to instantly head into the water. And it was also smart to wait for those two teams to fight before rearing his head and then coming in and grabbing all those points he could grab. In the end, what a crazy game. What a weird game. And what a long game.
And most importantly, Beck not winning there denies Calaris the prediction win there. Gets the second place instead, so a consolation point. But is he going to be able to resurge? I mean, he's been on track today. We'll have to wait and see.
1 point Andy.
Desk, questions, comments, concerns?
Well, the main comment here is that OZAROX securing that chicken dinner means that today this is the first win for Turkey on the board. But what a way to finish that game. I mean, everybody was kind of sitting there like, oh, did he see him? Did he see him? Does he? No, yeah, maybe.
Should have seen him.
Yeah, I'll do one better. I'll do one better. It's the first non-Sly chicken dinner.
Yeah,
pretty much.
that.
But
Wow.
I did say I wanted to see an OZAROX win.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to happen this way, whatever way this was. But Sephir just hid on the cliffside and he sneaked into the eastern edge and
Sneaky.
surprised Beck that clearly saw him.
Clearly saw him.
As light as day, he was right there in front of him, but no.
I have nothing to add to that. Obviously, I'm begrudgingly accepting the second place from Excuse Me. Where do I even begin? Okay, so it truly shows why you should always try your very best, even when you're a solo. Try for those sneaky plays and things like that, because you never know how the dynamics of team fights are going to work out in potentially your favor in certain scenarios. And Sephir doing all right for himself.
I mean, 6 eliminations. He's the only player on his team to get an elimination. Like, this is putting all 3 players in the backpack and carrying them through the finish line.
After Sly cleared MADBULLS, they had no clue that Sephir was on the cliff. He just climbed back up and he just got 2 players.
They were the only ones that had information about MADBULLS, so they were the ones that were the checkpoint.
Exactly, and the interesting point is that compound was so far away from the 2 other teams, REGNUM, CARYA, and of course, Excuse Me, they didn't hear the sound of that fight. They're like, okay, that fight is potentially over, it's done, no one's coming that way, and just came in crawling and sneaking as a solo and surprised him. But yeah, I feel like there were some 1v1s that shouldn't have went down the way they did. I feel like Tron clearly he literally had his scope on the play, on Beck. He's like, you get away.
It happens.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
There are moments where trigger discipline in this game is actually quite important. That wasn't
Not that one.
Not that one. Just shoot.
Just do it.
No, I do want to say, I understand that in those moments it's very high pressure, high stakes, right? So like, those kind of mistakes can happen, but when he's right in front of you, you might want to take the shot.
There are also moments where you're kind of working with imperfect information in this game, where you're thinking to yourself, okay, yeah, if I do take this shot, does this then reveal my position to other people in the circle? So yeah, there are actually multiple things at play there, not just you just shoot the gun.
Yeah, sure.
You know.
Don't let your dreams be memes and just go for it. You try and get the pick, but
what the Zuma said, yeah.
But I mean, OZAROX did with this time. This is their first chicken dinner in general as well. I think this is some of the strongest performances we've seen from that team individually. I want to go back to the fact that 3 of us were predicting MADBULLS. I think MADBULLS in general were in quite a good position. They even get 10 eliminations, double digits, but then only 1 point for that placement.
I feel like the reason we all predicted MADBULLS at that time, the 3 of us, is because they had such a massive split in the southern edge. It was really strong at the time. They just took way too long to regroup. They lose their edge first, and then they lose another player that was a bit too close to the ridge over to the west. Then they're down to 2 players. They lose to Sly. If they regroup, even if it's a 2-2 split, I feel like this could have been the MADBULLS window we were hoping to see on an Erangel specifically, but not regrouping, you're asking for teams to abuse your position and you lose it at the end.
Just a bit, too aggressive a split. Just to actually go back to that 1v1 towards the end as well there, just in case people are unaware of a certain dynamic that goes on in that 1v1, Beck drops his backpack, and actually that kind of lowers your silhouette a little bit in that grass, which makes it a little bit harder for you to be spotted. So if you're ever in a situation like that in your games, sometimes dropping your backpack, and if you're having to work with limited ammo and stuff like that, is actually a good thing. Especially
if it's a shiny backpack like that one. That was not green colored. Definitely going to get spotted out really quickly at the end.
Yeah, it's like a target on your back, quite literally.
Literally,
So you get rid of it. It's pretty smart. But when we're looking at the placements as well, I mean, Sly again getting that podium finish. And that's a scary situation to be in because Nexus and Gladiators so far have not been as explosive as yesterday. So Sly is getting those 2 chicken dinners back to back. They're getting another podium finish. They're racking up those points. They're racking up the eliminations. And they're making it a little bit more difficult for either one of the top teams to run away.
Clearly, we've got a lot of favorites coming into this tournament, right? But I would love to have like a newcomer team that's playing their first championship here, potentially take it all. I feel like going into PMWI might be a bit of a rough transition if they go that far. But at least winning their first championship would be a good statement to make, and going back into the full season, of course, that's going to be great for your potential ranking into PMGC. We're not sure how it's going to work. But as a whole, I would love to see a newcomer team just maybe take the trophy.
Yeah, I don't know how well some of the newcomer teams would stack up against one of our favourites, Stalwart.
Stalwart
Esports. It gets a little bit iffy at that moment, yeah.
We're going to have to wait and think about that. But, you know, while we do the thinking, we have our casters ready to cover the second TDM of today. So, John and Blank covering the TDM. Let's go.
We're ready for a little bit more of a slobber knocker, hopefully, on the old TDM grounds. Back into the warehouse we shall go. It gave MADBULLS momentum on the last one. Who's going to be able to take that power into the next games of today?
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens here. We're going REGNUM versus NEXUS.
Hang on a minute. Have we got OZAROX and SBG?
Oh, OZAROX, SBG. Sorry. I've moved straight.
Tomorrow.
I've gone straight into tomorrow. I've gone straight into the quarterfinals. I apologize. Let's have a look at this one in the meantime.
Absolutely. I mean, OZAROX with Sephir coming off a 6 elimination chicken dinner for purely himself, hopefully. Going to be able to put best foot forward into this one with SBG.
Yeah, come on, Sephir. Show us what you've got. I mean, it was a bit of a misplay keeping the backpack on, but he wanted to make sure he had as many of those nades possible for the end game. Nade over the top, does a little bit of damage. Oh, no. I feel the camp. I feel the camp in these two teams.
Oh, dear. Oh, Valo. Waiting. Oh, if I wait, they'll step forwards. And then I nade them. No, it's not going to happen. Slow and steady.
It's a really fun game versus Gladiators and MADBULLS. Back to this.
Did you do anything fun this morning, Blank?
I tried to get a treadmill out of one house and into another house. It did not go well. It's broken.
Uh-oh. Was it expensive?
I don't know. It was quite old.
Okay. Well, you know, maybe if you entered one of these tournaments, if you got the prize pool that these teams are competing for, you just get yourself a brand new one. Get some
shiny new treadmill. Yeah, I'll walk and PUBG Mobile in the meantime. I'll do a bit of Pokemogi and walking.
That would be interesting.
Every time I move and I rotate, I walk.
Ooh, get like some goggles on. Get some VR going.
Yeah, that would be good actually. It would be like a hike every game though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see how far these teams run, right? Like the distance that they cover. It's like 11 kilometers, I think, on the big ones.
That is definitely... Someone should steal that. That's incredible.
Yeah, you can have that one for free. As long as I get access and you pay for my hardware to play it.
That's right. Because I could desperately use the PUBG Mobile hike.
Yeah, I could probably do some exercise. I hate to admit it, but, you know.
I hate exercise, but probably do some.
It's been now over 2 minutes. We've seen 4 eliminations, and I don't think OZAROX have left their initial spawn location. Finally, SBG have moved slightly forwards. What do you think of that?
I'm nonplussed about this situation. I wonder if they read the rules.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But the thing is, both the teams are doing it. So it sort of cancels out. Oh, an elimination.
Oh, no. They did some damage, Blank.
There it
Hang
is.
on a minute. That is incredible. It's the most action-packed elimination we've seen this game. Okay, they're starting to turn it up a little bit here. And to be fair for OZAROX, it's working out. They are 5-2 right now. 5-3, losing 1, sure. Still, in the lead by 2.
It's getting on, slowly but surely.
Oh,
Swan's down, 5-4. Middle control for SBG.
This is definitely one of the TDM matches of all time.
That it is. Victor, back around the wall again. Kenzie spotting. Nice little nade from Swain, though, comes through. And then back to basics.
Okay, back it up. Come on, get the healing done, guys. Let's get it procced. Rob's too far forwards. Oh no, Swain's going to capitalize, but no! He's been shut down. Rob's was too quick on the draw.
Mid-air headshot, though. That was kind of nice. I like that one.
Slick. 6 minutes left on the clock, or thereabouts, 8-5. I think at this point we'd seen, 30 eliminations in the previous match. We're really shrinking those numbers here.
We have seen 16 so far. This is big stuff. Rob's, though, a Groza. Same tactic he's used all game. Now back to middle. Will he head back to concrete? We'll never know. Until we get back on board with him. Ah, there he is, back to concrete. When's he going to move back across the middle? That's the real question.
Can we watch the Gladiators MADBULLS game again?
Back to concrete. Peeks around the side, over at train. He's going to get spotted, and then he'll move straight back to middle.
Oh,
got a good feeling about that.
This TDM match.
Oh, he's moved up, actually. This is big.
Wow. That is such a great play from Robs. And he's dead.
And he's dead.
Oh, dear.
10-8.
Elimination lead. It was traded out by Victor, so...
That's a whopping 2 eliminations per minute coming through from OZAROX so far. Slightly more now.
Oh, they're 3 in the lead. Look at that. We haven't seen a lead like this since a minute ago.
Exactly. Oh, nasty nade, though. Oh. Comes over the top. 10-12. 4 minutes 49. Still left on the clock. Probably going to overtime on this one, lads. I'll tell you that now.
For now, that's free. You can take that home for your tea.
Will Sephir do something? No, he's down. SPG.
I feel like that's a question in general for OZAROX.
SPG actually move up. Oh, Kenzie, good shot. We'll take him down. Starting to pick things up just a little bit. The pace is here. And bada bing, bada boom. Robs is dead again.
Swain able to open up. Victor trades it back. It's getting a little bit closer now. 15-14. A far cry from the 10 to 12 point leads we were seeing. Under 4 minutes now left.
Ooh. Narvalo getting in there. 16-16, so we're even Stevens now. That lead that OZAROX led a little bit earlier, not looking so hot anymore. As SPG have really forced them back into the spawn zone. This is what I would call spawn camping.
By who, though? I feel like OZAROX have no desire to push out.
Both teams are spawn camping.
But OZAROX they can't reasonably push forwards from this.
OZAROX is camping their own spawn. And SPG are camping OZAROX's spawn.
What are they doing? There's rules against this. Stop it now.
We will. I don't think I have the authority.
No, we absolutely do not. It's 40 seconds, right, that you can stay in one place?
Yeah.
I think so.
Stood still at least, I think.
I'm not sure how it's determined. I'm sure it's an admin call. But still, 19-19. It goes evens back and forth. 2 minutes 45 on the clock.
I am so riveted right now and so excited for Sanhok. What about you, John?
Sorry, I just nodded off for a second there. Yeah, no, absolutely. Ready for Sanhok. Let's go.
You see that?
That was pretty swift.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that.
nice.
Okay, 24 now. They're starting to get a couple more. They realise, hang on a minute, we've actually got to get eliminations. SPG have taken the lead, and I feel like rather deservedly so, given OZAROX's hesitancy to step forwards.
Yeah, I like that. You know, SPG, they're trying to do things. That's my favourite part.
Active, not passive. Oh, big.
Ooh, that was a nice bouncer.
Oh, I think Victor's elbow just got spotted there. They'll have to go back to spawn and reset.
Back to spawn. Elbow spotted. Back to spawn, lads, quick.
It's the old elbow retreat.
The old elbow retreat. I think OZAROX need to do something, though, surely, because...
That has been my thought for the last 8.5 minutes.
Oh, there it is, though. 23,
Oh!
20. Oh, quickly refragged. SPG, it's a flimsy lead. It's a flimsy lead. OZAROX might just burst out of nowhere. Look for something big. They are holding control very well. Victor goes down, 24 to 25. With 1 minute remaining.
Got to keep those elbows in, Victor. That was the mistake you made there. Robs finds out about it, trade it back, but it's just going 1 for 1 right now.
Show him your elbows.
Elbows out. Let's go.
That's what's required. I need people to, you know, duck swan it in.
It's like when you're in the queue that isn't quite a queue at a food truck. You just get your elbows out and start walking.
Oh, don't do that.
It's very non-English of me.
That is very a queue's a queue, mate.
Not if they're sort of standing around talking, leaving gaps.
No cutting.
Be doing that. Well, see what they can do here. SPG still 2 points ahead with 30 seconds remaining. 29 on the cards. OZAROX wanting to try and take their fate into their own hands, bring it down to a 1 point gap. Sephir spraying down. Novalo very low and could go down to a nice shot from Kenzie. Even yet again with 15 seconds on the clock. 2 nades in hand for SPG as they're pushed back into their spawn. Huge. Will not get traded back, and that is huge. Akashi just caught out 30 to 30. 5 seconds left. Someone needs to find something, anything a nade would do, and just the point eats out, and SPG claim the victory.
1 point is all it takes. End of the day.
In the end, 31 to 30. A little bit of a snooze fest towards the start there. Did go a little bit faster towards the end, as you would expect, but I feel like SPG, they were playing a lot quite slow. They did push forward, but OZAROX, come on, push out a sport.
Yeah, I mean... I mean, look, man, Victor's elbows aren't that scary. Come on. You got to get out there. It's not a Halloween costume. It's just Victor, man. Don't be mean. Just get in that spawn. Get in that spawn. I will say my favorite thing about that is learning that Akashi is a Gojo Satoru fan. That's very nice. Jujutsu Kaisen for the win.
I'm pretty sure you said some words just then, but for the life of me, I have no idea what you meant.
You don't. So, I understand. It made me happy. People at
I think
home,
it made Max happy.
I make them happy. Might make Max happy. We'll never know. We have a game to commentate now, so we can find out after, maybe.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got Sanhok. That's the map that's coming through next. OZAROX coming off of their chicken dinner, not able to take the victory in the TDM.
You know,
what do I know?
I think that I think there's going to be more eliminations in Sanhok much faster.
Oh, I thought you meant more than that, which, to be fair, is probably quite likely, right? 61 eliminations in that game, unless you get a team that stays alive, all 4 of them at the end of Sanhok. You are going to see at least that many eliminations come through, unless they go to the play zone. We're certainly going to see that many players die.
Yeah, actually, more players will die than in that match in this next upcoming Sanhok. That's crazy. But, you know, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes here at the Blank Palace. So I'm excited for a bit of Sanhok.
When have you had a palace? Where's mine?
I own a large...
Have you been trekked to a palace by PUBG Mobile?
I have,
What's
yeah.
going on?
PUBG Mobile hooked me up with a palace.
Oh, goodness me.
It's great.
I'm stuck with my mansion.
Yes, you know, that's the step down, dude. That's the step down. You need to be getting yourself a palace. It's really good, I tell you. I can live in the West Wing and sometimes go to the East Wing.
For a visit.
For a visit.
On holiday.
Hey,
to the East Wing.
So good.
Oh, goodness me. Well, certainly not going to be a holiday for teams, even if they are dropping in Paradise Resort here on Sanhok. All hell for leather, I'm sure, on the cards as NEXUS maintain their spot at the top of the tables. 80 points over the 9 matches they've played so far. Gladiators, 77. Still very much in contention, but they have slowed their roll somewhat. Sanhok, we know their drop. It's on that Northwest Island.
This is the difficulty, though. I think that, you know, historically, Gladiators have always struggled on Sanhok. I don't think they have the best of times on it, purely because it requires faster rotations, and I think where, honestly, Gladiators start to shine is where they have a lot more time to think about their rotations, a lot more time to figure out their playstyle, right, where they'd like to head towards, and there's a lot of split-second decisions that have to be made, and I think that a team like FUT, who is very much good when it comes to, you know, in-the-moment engagements, deciding where they want to go next in a split second, I think, you know, Gladiators are much more methodical in that sense, so I think that Sanhok is just not their play zone. It's not their best bet. Again, we're having a triple drop over towards towards boot camp. And this time Sly Europe's got a couple of members holding on the outside, looking for some cheeky eliminations of their own.
Certainly a lot popping off, and the TDM practice certainly not paying off for OZAROX as they stayed in spawn. It looks like they'll be back to spawn on this match if they're not careful. Sefer and Swain will survive with the res coming through, but they are still very much in danger. The iron sight, goodness me! The quick scope iron sight headshot from Swain. Okay, I take it back. These guys are great. I love them.
That was unacceptable.
That makes up for the whole TDM.
That really does. That was clean. That was really clean, but also a little bit dirty. That was... I like that.
I don't know how that happens, but somehow. Filthy. Goodness me. Get this man a medal.
Take him some laundry.
In for the DBS to close it down. Maybe he's even got a scope for that, but maybe you just want to keep the iron sights if the M24 is ringing out like that.
Absolutely. It's what's required sometimes. To just go for something a little bit cheeky, right off the rip. Excuse me, losing Furia to that one. I would also be furious about that. Imagine you jumping down and some guy spots you, split second, wha-bam, you're done.
There's nothing you could do about it as well. With a headshot, unless you've got a level 3, it's just, that's it, it's curtains.
Right then, back to basics with OZAROX. Up to 5 eliminations so far. Swain on 3 of them. Deservedly so.
5. Oh, BEŞİKTAŞ got wiped out as well.
Yeah, I said
on the triple drop.
The triple drops, and I was like, "Where's BEŞİKTAŞ? They're dead."
That was. Is that a record for the fastest team to die? Do you think in a professional PUBG Mobile match?
I think it's certainly the record in this championship because teams have been living a long, long while over in this championship. Not often do we see a team out this early on, but I mean, Sanhok would be the place to make it happen. In the meantime, NEXUS moving up from Cow, SBG getting a little bit too close for comfort, actually. This is a very typical drop spot for NEXUS as well, and SBG should know this. So the fact they've lost a player to this is a little bit forthcoming.
I think NEXUS normally are a little bit further north, and the fact that they've got this outpost of Kapahala and Octavian so close maybe is what caught SBG unaware.
I mean, usually they do come down this way.
Yeah, I mean, they
and
are
with Kanina Power not in it, even more right to do it as well in this game. So I think for NEXUS, that is a cheeky little pick-off. SBG will recover, but in the meantime, there's 2 players looking to backstab them. Oh, this is a nice little play coming through from NEXUS, and one that SBG might not be ready for. Luckily, they have the hillside.
You've got Major Pride and MELİSE as well, both close on this engagement. Sanhok is the map of third parties, and it looks like we might be seeing 4 of them coming on through as SBG trying to find something to keep themselves safe. And MELİSE actually going 1-for-1 on the trades. Poser finds Victor, who was the player to get the knock onto Lewis. Cover is available, and Lewis can get rezzed.
That's cruel from NEXUS. I mean, they just sweep round and then slowly faded away. Made a lot of noise and attracted a lot of customers paying for those elimination points. They'll find some knocks. They're still cooking right now.
Not many teams are wanting to let them, but they might not have a choice. SBG, yeah, they're just getting caught up in the net. There's nowhere to go. There is absolutely nowhere for SBG to go here. They move up, they get caught, encircled, shut down. There's no way. There is no way they get out of this. Luckily, they don't go out first of the teams in this lobby. That's kind of wild.
My goodness me, MELİSE is absolutely going off right now. Major Pride were able to slam some shots in towards NEXUS. Well, now down to just 3 players. Major Pride take some shots of their own too. Some pretty good initial action coming through on this game.
Ooh.
Always great to see.
Just noticed something. Did Foot not drop on Ruins this map? I don't think they did. I think they dropped over towards Cave. That's certainly where they are now, and MADBULLS have been given that Ruins position. As we get a review of the early shots. Enjoy, yeah, he should have been able to get that trade-off, but BEŞİKTAŞ going down so early, far from ideal. But yeah, MADBULLS were afforded Ruins completely.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, going for the second drop onto that position, especially when MADBULLS knows it's coming, like that is the MADBULLS spot, right? And with Sanhok only been played once a day, I think you can get away with some cheeky maneuvers here and there, you know, dropping in on top of other teams. But I don't think that heading into Ruins twice when MADBULLS play that spot so consistently is a good idea.
I mean, Foot just completely dumpstered them last time on Sanhok, right? So the fact that they've adjusted, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, unsuspecting though, right? You don't know they're going to drop on you. And most likely in scrims, Foot was not dropping on MADBULLS, right, in Ruins. Typically, that is a position that only comfortably sits one team. So the fact that they drop on them there, I think MADBULLS were just caught off guard. And like Kale said, it's not often you drop from the parachute onto a DBS and are able to load the DBS into a triple kill.
This is something we haven't seen from Gladiators now, Blank. Look at their rotation they're taking all the way out from the west coast near Camp Alpha. They are aware that Foot have got the potential to play on that trifecta compound that they were drawn short on last time. And with the circle as it is, they know that south side's going to be treacherous. So a swing up to Cow seems to be a solid decision in the boat.
Yeah, pretty much a rotation reserved for the Hatin team over on this side of the map. However, for some weird reason, we have 3 teams dropping in boot camp and only 1 team dropping on the Northwest Island. So that rotation that is usually reserved for a team in Hatin who's able to get towards that position and pick up the boat early on. Gladiators have all the pickings in the world that they want on the Northwest side. They can go for absolutely anything. And I think that the boat up towards Cow is completely feasible.
We are in stage 2, just about entered it, and we're already and we are on 14 teams remaining. 52 players, so a very bloody early set for this Sanhok. Gladiators trying to stay as far out to sea as possible. They're just trying to stay out of the render distance of the mainland so that they do not get shot out. No one is watching this position, and they're just going to draw a little bit short. Matic, oh, where are you going? Trying to get some healing done once you're outside of the blue, but they should be just fine for now.
It is the best boat, though.
It's a pretty cool boat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a strong boat. I think
it has its little wings. It's great.
Fins?
Fins are just wings of the water.
Water wings.
No, those are inflatable. Water wings. What? That's such a regional reference for an age group that also probably has no... Oh, dear.
It's
okay, yeah, sure. Why not?
Fine. Yeah, it's fine. Don't
Absolutely.
worry about it. Niche references aside, we will be looking for these niche little rotates, just like this one coming through from Gladiators. We're now vacating the boat and actually swimming. So I'm wondering, and the full stop. I think that's to prevent...
I'm wondering as well. I mean, they're swimming in, right?
Yeah, I think that's to stop Monkey and the rest of the team from spotting them out the way, because this is a very typical position that you would hold. My wondering has concluded, and this is what I've come up with in the meantime.
I mean, it's still really hard to get onto the land here, and you're going to need to come up for air at some point. Is it? Is it just about visible in the water?
Yeah, I've spotted it there through the scope, so Gladiators... I think that Major Pride will be recruiting some more of their members to come up this way. What a nice little swim team they've got there, though. A nice line. Unfortunately for them, because that boat is spotted, this entire rotation is now completely scuffed.
I wouldn't be too surprised to just see them all go down here to Major Pride. The question is, how long do Major Pride spend here, right? Because they are right on the edge of the circle. Are they going to allow other teams to get ahead of them, or are they going to commit to taking down Gladiators?
Yes, they will. I mean, Major Pride are an elimination-heavy team. I think that they will stay here as long as it takes to pick up these elims.
I mean, it might scupper their chances for getting placements, but you're right, 4 points is 4 points, and you'll take that. It's equivalent to getting even pretty deep on placements. And with Effect moving down south, they have got a foothold.
Yeah, he spotted something that's worthwhile. Next circle. I think now maybe they move and let this one go, because you can set yourself up over towards Lumberyard, which creates sort of that zone that funnels teams through. So I think it's worthwhile for Major Pride to leave. If it was a more northern circle, I think they would have stayed. But stage 3, it does start to hurt a little bit. I think for Gladiators, this has been a quite painful swim.
Not pleasant. Not the relaxing swim that maybe they were hoping for. Under pressure from Major Pride. Average 8 eliminations on Sanhok. I mean, to be fair, that is on one Sanhok. So I feel like average.
They've had 8 eliminations.
They've had 8 eliminations on Sanhok, so that's their average. MADBULLS careening past next RÜYA, actually doing so relatively healthily and moving further out of the circle. They moved in from the east side and they've swung around to the south.
Yeah, Foot spots them though, gets some good shots off. Wolf will try and pick up Frozen in the meantime. And Gladiators are in. They're into Cow. I imagine, to be fair, Cow is such a good spot as well, purely because you rock up on it and there is a lot of loot in this area. So as you're pushing through, I imagine most of these teams, most of these players will be looking for medical supplies and will be in much need of that as well. So for Gladiators, all things end well for themselves. And even if they head up towards that northwest side, there's a lot of space, which begs the question, would it not have just been better to cross the Western Bridge?
I feel like they didn't have any scouting, right? They just wanted to go from the northwest island. In the meantime, though, FLUX into the thick of it with BRA. And Coursera trying to find a route out, sailing straight past and getting caught through. ARR, not a happy bunny, and they will be going down.
ARR off in the distance as well, towards that western side. Pretty central compound for AAR, and a winning compound at that, to be honest with you. I think that when you set up those compounds that are far off towards that western side, often you will have to move away from them, but I do like this spot that AAR is currently in. Slightly smaller compound than others, but still does the trick. Kapahala on the motorbike right now. Nexus still with 2 players, did lose one on the get-go, but Doran and Kapahala, pretty significantly good duo, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them get a couple more eliminations in this match. 2 so far. A few more would set them happy on Sanhok, considering it is a map with such high variance.
Can be chaotic at the best of times. Gladiators have moved through that lumberyard. A lot of teams with 4 players still alive. Next circle just about to pop. It keeps Paradise Resort in, but I imagine with how far Paradise is towards the southeast side, a lot of those teams around that area are going to want to try and take a fight and carve out their section of the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for some of these teams to fully grasp a good position in this match, just purely with where these teams are playing. You know, leaving Paris Resort is always difficult, especially even if you get away from it. There's still stragglers within Paris Resort that can take shots at you as you move across the open fields, which there are a lot of as you leave Paradise. So I think if you're on the edge of Paradise, maybe leaving now is a good idea, as opposed to later.
FLUX on that northwestern point with all 4 of their players alive in a really solid position. If they can fend off all the teams in Paradise Resort or force them to fight off against one another. MADBULLS and Foot leaving the hills bloodied. And Foot will be able to scrape up the pieces here. Kairos Rezable, but they'll need to move further north as MADBULLS get eliminated.
MADBULLS, oh, it's a little bit unfortunate, no, that they go down once again. I think they're just not quite getting into the groove, right? I feel like they get the initial couple of steps down to a T, couple of perfects ringing through, high score reached, and then bang, the game is off because they just cannot quite get past this I would say 15-20 minute mark. It really is the killer for MADBULLS at the moment. Major Pride find some more eliminations over towards MELİSE Esports. With 2 players behind, they have a really nasty little cut-off here coming from them. I think Major Pride most likely will put down MELİSE Esports now. It's going to be hard getting through this one. There's so many good sightlines for Major Pride and not many places for MELİSE Esports to go.
Oh, it is going to be tough. Major Pride strung out a little bit on this northern side with Gladiators out to their west as well. Could prove a task to complete that one. Lewis trying to move in, but that's flushed away by Nomi from Major Pride. As Major Pride clump out to the east, leaving Monkey just as an outpost. Maybe looking to regroup, but Effect will be ever wary of that eastern flank.
Yeah, there is certainly still problems on that side of things. REGNUM CARYA have a few players open kicking, 4 over towards that eastern side of Paris Resort, over towards the rocky outcrops. Hard to leave though, but certainly possible. Next circle will drop in, and that's cruel. It is really cruel. Not decisive on anywhere really. Paris Resort will have to be left. We've got 3 predictions for AAR. They have won from this position before in PMPL EU and done well because of it. And I think with their performance today, it's certainly viable for AAR to win this game. You going with FLUX? I would agree with that prediction as well as John. Just purely with where they're playing and the kind of performances they've put up, I think it's certainly possible that they can hold out in Paris Resort. I just feel like it's one of those spots that is a little bit more dangerous. It's a risky pick, but one that I agree with.
Next RÜYA, I think, is probably the most outside of the picks, certainly after this shift, which was predicted before that, but they're all the way on the south side of Paradise Resort. Gladiators are taking this chance to open up towards Major Pride's backstop, Nomi, and will do so well. FLUX holding off on the push, Sly Europe with the crossfire. FLUX Lutz has been knocked, but that should be reservable by Soulless. They are, however, now in nade range of Major Pride.
Major Pride is not one to let up easily. Solk has a nade in hand, might be able to take these over towards Effect himself, but this guy is an absolute monster, really, when it comes to solo play. I think I would be worried going up against Effect in any capacity.
As soon as OZAROX can push up, if they can push up, I should say. Might be troublesome for Major Pride, but at the moment, the only team out to their west is ARR, and they have got the high ground to cover them from this. This plateau is keeping them safe. So the Gladiators may be the major threat to their position at this stage.
Yeah, difficult crossing, though, on that roadside for Gladiators, and I think they know it as well, so they need vehicles, and they're going to send directly in as fast as possible to that outcrop. I think that's the smartest thing to do. And hearing all that fighting, you know, they might be able to capitalize off the back of this engagement between a lot of teams over towards FLUX. If they can pick up some of these players from FLUX, it'll be great. They've already crossed the road, and they take that split-second decision, that thing that I was talking about before that maybe they were slipping up on. I think it's smart to go for this kind of play and a risk that needed to happen now.
Nobody really in this next circle as it shrinks away. MELİSE taken out from the northeast side. Gladiators trying to push through. Lutz is backing up in action. Another nade over the top brings Gladiators into 2 players fighting through now. As FLUX are going to want to move south with all 3. REGNUM CARYA with all 4 of their players wanting to make that cross in the same ground as FLUX though. And that could be fireworks.
On the western side of things, OZAROX just got snuffed out of existence by 3 players coming through from ARR. Just 1 player left remaining in Storm, and quickly they deal with it. Elementrix still up and kicking. It will be Tapok falling to the ground, but they'll be able to pick him up nice and easily. And that is a really good play from AR. Heads up as well. Aces is still over towards that eastern side, holding out versus Gladiators, who are moving his way, but very smart to quickly clear out that western side. Now AR have a huge amount of space to work with on the western edge. Really, really well done. And I think they left that compound just at the right time. Aces, I think he just spotted Kitsune, took him down, and this is a difficult position to remove yourself from. Matic most likely next to fall if Aces plays his cards right. Haha.
REGNUM CARYA have split 2 and 2 blank. They've gone 2 further down and 2 pushing in here. Lutz is close by. Loxy will fade him away, and Tron is spotted. Tixi able to open that up. I feel like REGNUM CARYA just needed to stay as 4. Tixi is traded off on towards, and now The FLUX push can be a little bit more easy, but Loxy able to stand up from the balcony, doesn't catch in time, and Solus now with his back to the blue, finds the knock. Excellent play coming through from FLUX to trade this one off. They are so low, and two of them are down now, looking to try and move their way forwards. They have all actually managed to stay up and alive. It was REGNUM CARYA who had taken all those knocks. Wild now left last standing as Ketch looks for the heal. Lutz is out in the blue zone. Will need to make a mad dash uphill. And Wild is right there. The first aid procs. We'll see the player pushes out. Lutz needs to dive out of the zone and makes it.
That is incredible that they get out of dodge from that one. Really difficult play to make there. Excuse me in the meantime, still in a decent spot towards that south side. Becker finishes off the last player from Major Prize. 6 eliminations found for them.
FLUX continuing as 3. They can pick up a couple of meds, try and distribute those back, but Lutz is really flagging. A nade over onto Sly's position would seal the deal there. I think they might be saving first aids for later on. Ketch does have 4. Just want to heal up on those stims. ARR, 4 players looking to sweep the north.
Yeah, it's been a really good game from AR so far. The fact they've been able to hold on to such control on this western side has been really good. Something I've been very proud of to see. They definitely needed to leave that compound when they did. Circle moves dead center, which means that both Sly Europe and FLUX have a difficult time ahead of them. And Tapok currently moving across over towards where, currently are hanging out. Ketch has great oversight on Sly Europe. Zashipa tries to get up with DBS, but is unsuccessful.
Oh, Solus in the blue going around the side there, just about diving into the zone. And Sly Europe will be eliminated, leaving 3 teams remaining. ARR nade over towards Havlik. Should find him. There's the knock. Only 1 player there. And actually, it's traded off. Beck does find the reverse knock there, bringing ARR to 3. And that is their off angle. So FLUX can move over to some high ground now and start to peek out towards ARR's position.
Havlik will get flushed out. I think, once again, it's a problem coming through from, I believe it was... Is it Beck that went? No, it's Tapok. Tapok should have seen him, but I think gets rid of the more difficult angle first, which is great. But Aces has been on fire this game. Finds 2 more.
This should be it. This should be curtains. ARR just launching nades through. Solus does get the first aid, but he's burning. And FLUX will fall in the face of ARR. An indomitable wave moving their way. Excellent performance from ARR. Calculated, cold, and they put them on ice.
Goodness me. Aces, the high roller there, kept pulling the best cards possible and then ended up with just a royal flush over towards FLUX in the end. Difficult game for a lot of teams over towards Paris Resort. Strong compound held by AR early, and again, this is the reasoning that I gave behind AR. I think having a very good shot this game is that, you know, Paris Resort, difficult position to get yourself out of a lot of times, especially if the circle moves over like that and it is indecisive. I think FLUX could have maybe pulled it off, but as soon as AR started clearing excellently on that western side, they had so much time to set up. I think that Aces was just incredible, to be honest with you, throughout that entire thing. Tapok was maybe overzealous over towards, but he got the job done that needed to be done, right? Which was removing Havlik from behind that rock. That was one of the most deadly positions for AR in the first place. And once he was removed, the rest of the team was in relatively bad positions. So overall, he makes sure that the priority 1 is completed.
Absolutely. Just making sure that you have those options available to you, even if you're sacrificing a player. Really well done. Played it by the book. I have to commend FLUX's firefights, though. They did incredibly well from the hand they were dealt. They absolutely pulled out the pair of kings, the cowboys in the pocket, but unfortunately, Aces was just a little bit too much. ARR take home the chicken dinner on a Sanhok.
So telling me you have to get friends. Well, I guess I'll never be a professional player. Unfortunately, it's the end for me. But Matic, thank you so much for joining me for this interview here for the European Championship. But you know, there's a lot of fans of Gladiators, not only fans, just like an army of Gladiator fans and supporters out there. What would you like to say to the people that have been supporting you and your team this entire past event?
Всем нашим фанатам, всем тем, кто за нами давно следит, несмотря на хорошие результаты, плохие результаты. Мы как команда, я как отдельный игрок, который дает интервью, очень сильно благодарен абсолютно каждому, потому что когда у тебя хорошие результаты и ты получаешь поддержку, это приятно, но еще более приятнее получать эту поддержку при плохих результатах. Это делает действительно тебя сильнее как человека, так и команду, когда ты знаешь, что ты стараешься показывать хорошие результаты и красивую игру для очень хороших людей.
Well, there you have it, guys. Keep on supporting Gladiators in the chat. They need your support to make sure they can hopefully secure another trophy for the championship. Matic, thank you once again, and good luck going into the event.
Спасибо. Был очень рад с вами пообщаться.
ARR, they secure their first chicken dinner, and with that, I mean, a pretty impressive performance. We're getting on to Sanhok. We were like yesterday, we've seen Foot just completely blow expectations out of the water on that map. Maybe we were expecting something similar today, but ARR really said, no, this is ours to take.
Yeah, it feels like their survival time of ARR has been slowly going up, and they've been surviving to the late game a few more games recently, and now they actually got themselves a chicken dinner in, sure, a really strong compound. Galaris,
the best one.
Yeah.
Everyone predicted them. I did not.
Yes.
I thought I was going to
not?
be special and different, but I should have.
You wanted to be quirky, huh?
I tried, but it
That's
didn't
what
work out.
Kalaris tried yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't go well. 24 points for AR getting themselves here. As you say, it's pretty much the best compound there. The only way Paradise team is going to win that out is if it ends inside Paradise or somebody has to kind of push up against Paradise. That was not the case here. They are being able to secure the win from that location. Technically speaking, Excuse Me's compound is also quite a strong location as well. So them being able to get up once again in these points is a really nice resurgence compared to what we were seeing from them yesterday, which was kind of nothing, a bit of an anomaly.
As we got on the second page, actually, the first page we saw Major Bride get another good Sanhok, right? They got really close on yesterday's Sanhok, another good one here. So it seemed like Sanhok is kind of it's their groove, it's their move.
It's their
jam.
Yeah, they got, whoa, okay. It's their bread and butter. We can add that onto the mix as well. We're looking at the individual performances from the players of AR. I mean, 5 eliminations for Becca by himself, but the thing is the rest of the team as well adding onto that tally. What we've seen in the previous games for Sly is like 1 player, or the same for Ozark was like 1 player getting those eliminations, but now it's a little bit more evenly spread out.
I feel like Beck preferred having a team this game. I can actually shoot at people. I got players to back me up this time. It's going to be okay. But yeah, they did a really good job defending the northern road, like made sure that your teams like Gladiators, etc., could not make the cross happen.
Yeah.
And yeah, I said it was a really strong compound. Teams that tried to exit outside of Paradise Resort just struggled because it was that wall that was the entirety of ARR at the time. So it didn't quite work out, but Excuse Me also got some decent performance. So those teams on the west made it rough to leave that city.
Yeah, Foot, on the other hand, not as strong as a performance, not even remotely as strong as what we've seen from them yesterday. It was 2,800 something damage, and today a little lackluster overall in their maps.
Sanhok is, I would say, the hardest battleground of the 3 to rotate on. And when you have a circle shifting away from you north as it is, it's always going to be difficult to try and traverse the way that they need to. A great example of that actually is Gladiators of all teams, which technically could have quite easily come in from the west side, but made it a little harder on themselves. And I understand why they did it, going all the way north with the boat and trying to swim in, because sometimes when you're at this level of play, you do expect teams to create kind of a barrier alongside the east side of that river, alongside next to that bridge as well. But I think they almost overestimated the lobby a little bit in that regard and made it harder on themselves.
I think they just wanted to get the cool skin out. No.
You think so?
Yeah. You don't see it often, so it's like, hey, just get the big duck out. Yeah.
The big, get out the big duck. Thanks, Max.
for some good luck, which is something that Gladiators also needs this time around. I mean, Nexus, on the other hand, they had a good performance yesterday, and today they're staying consistent. They're continuously getting themselves a couple of eliminations, rotations. They're making sure that no game goes to waste. But then when we're looking at the likes of Gladiators, it just feels like a little bit of a nosedive.
Exactly. It's not like these huge performances. They just remaining consistent, still bringing points game after game after game. The fact that Gladiators, during that time, is not bringing home any valuable points is making those rankings just so much more interesting at the end of today. We're just about to reach the halfway point, so not setting a good standard. And
as
now,
we're talking about,
Gladiators even fall off an extra position, so down in third now. Sly, Nexus gaming up there. Europe showing up strong.
But also another thing, yes, it is a 3-point difference between Gladiators and Nexus, but every team, 4th, 5th, 6th, it's just one good game. And they're taking over Gladiators. So it's that little cushion that they built yesterday is no longer there.
Yeah, it makes it very fiery coming into the next couple of days here. But gotta say, you know, I'm expecting the Gladiator bounce back eventually. These circles have not really gone their way for the most part. They've had to try and make longer rotations. If I think back to that the Erangel that finished in Yasnaya, for example, they had to rotate past some teams that were more than willing to take fights against them, and then they get caught off guard a little bit. So yeah, we'll see them come back.
No, we'll see them come back. We still have 2 more maps today, but also for you guys, make sure that you vote for your favorite team. There you go, right on chat for each team, and then just vote for whatever team you want to win. I know you would go for SPG.
I mean,
would that be your favorite team? Who do you think from the last 2 days, right? If you have to just like throw a wild prediction, what team is most likely to be securing enough points to win?
I would normally say Gladiators, but Nexus are looking good. So, and Romania supporters in the chat. There's going to be a lot of votes for Romania right now, so I can see that happening.
It would be quite the story arc for the ex-Eastern Stars, the new Nexus, to eventually win a tournament here. It feels like it's been a long time coming, a long time building across what is now, I think, like almost 3 years.
Exactly, and especially when you think about it, that their team had to re-qualify through PMEC to make it here, right?
Yes.
They didn't make it, so it's surprising they're making it so far.
They have made it this far. We're going to be heading on to Erangel, but first, thank you, Monster, for making this possible. We once again have John and Blank on the mic to walk us through the action.
Today's last Erangel is up to bat, and we are going to be trying to knock this one out the park. Hopefully, a lot of action yet to come. We've had some great games today so far, Blank. I mean, the Urban finish, at the start of today. The OZAROX resurgence from the water as our second Erangel. I wonder what this one's going to hold.
Yeah, so far, Erangel has been very fun, very climactic in terms of our endings as well, which is great to see. I think it really is just a tried and tested map, which a lot of these players know like the back of their hand. They're able to pull off some incredible little victories on it.
We're going to be looking to continue that streak. Stelba down to Primorsk on the plane. A hard cut across everything on the map. It's all accessible here, Blank. There is not a spot on this map that you would say is inaccessible to vehicle rotations up to Zaki and Novo, potentially the furthest flung on this drop.
I still think that this position round on the map at the moment is the most scary, purely because there is just a huge amount of teams that all cram into this area. And with this being directly through the center, we're going to get a lot of drops quickly into this spot. AAR still have a very easy little drop over towards Gatka. There's absolutely no one playing in this area, and more often than not, this rotate from hospital round to quarry does not come in too often, and the teams in this area kind of just hang around this spot for a long time recently. So for AAR, things are only getting easier going forward for themselves. I will say that with particular circles at the moment, Milta Power is becoming a little hard to play, which is why you are seeing a lot more times the guys from Sly actually heading down to Milta instead. But this is cutting off a lot of that edge of the map. Again, we are pushing a lot of these players towards that central area.
It looks like we've still got the MADBULLS and a military circle. Okay.
Never mind.
The MADBULLS, REGNUM, CARYA, and Major Pride all playing in that central area this time around yet again. And that, is very much a military circle as it stands. As I will always caveat, it could go to the mainland, but you are going to see fast vehicle claims. You are going to see fast jets south. With OZAROX ahead of the curve, they need to hold strong. We saw Gladiators play very effectively on that west bridge before.
Yeah, I mean, looking down to that side of the map, Gladiators did have a really good time of it. With the playing path, though, they've headed out early. They're going to head towards Georgia Paul up on that northern side, keep things nice and safe for the time being. Maybe think about heading down earlier rather than later, just because they have dropped off at Box Compound instead of going all the way over towards North George, so looking to get themselves in position as quickly as possible. In the meantime, Sly Europe have taken a knock early in the game. This happened before. Now, the question is, how many times is this going to happen before Sly Europe returns to that Milter power drop that we were talking about at the beginning of this game?
Unpunished is Rip 7 for the elimination. Nicely found. Good point. Foot, again, just falling short quite a few times now of their potential in these matches. Sat middle of the pack on the tables, Blank, and maybe looking for a challenge here.
MELÍSE in there, double already found in the distance. 7 gets absolutely trounced. CEO, I'm pretty sure, took a lot of damage from his teammate.
I said it wasn't punished for the flush from Rip 7, but it seems like karma has come around here. Left Kairos the lone survivor of these engagements. MELÍSE doing bits right now. Player well. They've got that East Bridge on lock, and it's a very powerful thing to have under control on a circle like this.
Yeah, MELÍSE are an interesting team to me in particular, just because I think they're one of the teams that I'm just like, you know, they're chilling. They're fine. I don't have any really grievances against them. I don't really have anything too spectacular to say about them either. I just think that they are a pretty decent team within this lobby.
They're in 15th right now. So I feel like I would agree with you on their principles, but their point scoring just isn't up there yet.
Yeah, I think it's just a case. Well, you really hurt me there, John. Why would you do that? I don't like facts when I'm trying to make a point.
That is true. Yeah.
Points should not be backed up by facts. They should be purely speculative, in my opinion. But coming back to it, I think that they're just playing a fairly standard game, but it's just not up to par. But I don't think there's anything. Yeah, I just don't think there's anything wrong with what they're doing. It's just not.
The ceiling
the
ceiling of their play style is very low.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. That's brilliant.
Their floor is high, but the ceiling is very, very low. You have to stoop when you go into their.
Well, less than stoop. You essentially have the belly crawl into their house.
Yeah, absolutely. You are on hands and knees, if that. Yeah. Well, to be fair, yeah, on the belt buckle.
The pro
need to be.
The belt buckle to the kitchen, back out again.
Well, at least their floors are clean because they're constantly sweeping them.
That is correct. Get the conveyor out and we're good to go. And I appreciate that analogy because just like the conveyor belt, that helped me convey my thoughts very well.
What a conveyor does?
Well, depends if you talk about a person or the thing.
And the things on the belt are the ideas that you're putting out there. And the viewers are the cashiers. Oh, this metaphor is so shoehorned in. It's great. I love it.
Let's not get too deep into this right now. Let's get back to the game, in which case we're seeing Major Pride look to make their cross right now towards MELÍSE Esports, who are looking to hold up on that initial good performance, in my speculative opinion, on this game. And hopefully they can hold out Major Pride as they barrel their way down across this bridge.
The belt buckle belly crawlers. CEO needed to light that one up, and well, I've actually find one on the challenge. Look for a second as well. There's a bit of crossfire potential to come in from the hills, but finally Major Pride handled business, but at the cost of 2 knocks. MELÍSE might be able to circle this one through. Lewis suppressing this sideline. The stanchion's under pressure, but will be backed off for the time being. Poser might have an angle now as he takes up that mantle. We thought they had this bridge under control, but it goes the other way.
Yeah, again, this is a case of just that spray, that setup. Well, that setup was good. The spray was well thought out. None of the bullets hit. So this is exactly what we're talking about, MELÍSE. It's just like everything is correct. The execution is poor. There we go. I need to stop talking about this team now. They've really got me in the right tizzy. So let's head over towards something else we can chat about over on that western side.
What do you think that Scorpion M is wearing?
Stop. Looking over towards the western side. Excuse me, currently on the northern edge of the ridge side. RÜYA already headed further in. This has been a fair few times we've seen RÜYA just barrel it down in towards this location as quickly as possible. They do have 2 players over on the south coast. 2 players headed up in towards those 2 compounds, which are very, very valuable later on in the game. That we saw Sly Europe and Gladiators actually duke it out for the win over on the first Erangel, I believe it was. It may have been the second yesterday. So again, these are very good spots that currently RÜYA are holding. They're making sure there's no rotations coming through onto that southern side, while still maintaining a strong outpost in some good compounds. Excuse me though, are looking perhaps down towards that location. I think if you are RÜYA, you may be looking for that regroup soon.
Whether or not you go south or regroup up north remains to be seen, but safer to regroup south and to give ground will potentially stymie your power into the later circles. Gladiators are still over in North George, by the way. They haven't left. I don't think they got the memo that it's a south circle, but I'm sure they'll figure it out soon enough when they take a look at their minimap and see it's covered in blue.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that is a pretty good indicator of it's time to leave. They stopped off at box compound. I thought that was kind of an indicator of an early loot, and then just a quick send over towards Sosnovka. It was not. They were actually just trying to loot even more, taking up the entirety of North George. You know, you've got a lot of time to do it. The blue doesn't really start hurting a lot until stage 3 and 4. So they have time, and as long as they've got vehicles, and I guess they imagine there's going to be absolutely no one on the roads coming down from that south side, so they should have a pretty quick exit. Circle over towards that eastern side, though. That is interesting. Over towards probably one of the most, well, if not the most elevated positions on Sosnovka Military Island.
Yeah, that observatory that currently held by Sephir from OZAROX, just out to the west of Novo. It looks like they will want to commit to regroup up to there, and reasonably so. I mean, you have so much sight lines, and nobody will be able to take shots back at you unless you choose to take the fight yourself. And it's very, very safe and covered. The difficulty will be is if you allow teams to play in those foothills underneath you, getting out of there.
Exactly. I think that when you start dropping away from that high ground, there is a lot of times where there's teams just waiting with open arms to pick up those eliminations as they fall into their laps. Again, if you're someone on Observatory, you have already probably annoyed quite a few people in the circle at that point in time, taking some easy pot shots. So you do have to be very wary when you start to traverse your way back down the mountainside into a more feasible position within the circle. Right now, OZAROX are holding that position. I do have concerns about this, though, purely because of the way we've seen OZAROX play before. Extremely passive team. We saw that in their TDM as well. They are a very, very passive team. And I think that this is something that when they take the center of the circle, right, John? But what's the point a lot of times? Because they don't do a lot with that center.
I mean, they've left only Storm up on the top of the observatory, so they haven't gone center just yet, but it looks like they've mounted up to do just that. So they
never doubt me again.
There is some point to doing that, I guess, for them. Remains to be seen. They have to prove it to us, though.
Exactly. I think that there really does need to be a lot of improvement from holding on to a central position. In the meantime, FLUX doing an absolutely incredible job versus AR here. Elementrix last player surviving, but that blue zone is starting to hurt. Solus can just lob a grenade, and even if the grenade stops the first aid, fantastic. He probably would just go down to that. That is very close. Elementrix being shunted forward by the explosion, just the force of it.
MADBULLS have vacated the exit to the bridge. They figure they've got enough of a slowdown on these teams on the other side of it that they can just depart, try and move forwards. They'll take care of each other. They know there's at least 2 teams scrapping it out, so they can leave. Gladiators still behind on this queue. They've definitely heard all these shots popping off, so they'll just be waiting, biding their time. Meanwhile, on the eastern bridge, SBG looking to try and push past or together with maybe BEŞİKTAŞ on that east bridge to get that crossing down to the south, but neither team is going to have the best of times with it. But at the moment, SBG on the better end of this trade deal. Unfortunately, Narvalo has taken a knee.
Yeah, this really does start to tick quite hard now. And I think for Gladiators, sometimes on days like these where they don't have the greatest of plays, let's just have a quick look at what's going on here, right? BEŞİKTAŞ, I think that most likely will be going down here. But yeah, like Gladiators, when they don't have the best of days, they start to get in their own heads a little bit. Very risk-averse, I would say, even to the point of self-detriment. With this kind of push, this kind of play, it's certainly possible, it's certainly doable, but they're going to spend a lot of time in the blue here, and they have a lot further to go. And I wonder if this kind of play will work out, and I'll be interested to see it play out, honestly.
SBG seem to be throwing everything at the wall, but unfortunately, they're still wearing the blindfold and run face first into it. Losing the player. They do manage to... Hang on a minute. No, they don't. Sulke. Weren't they on the West Bridge?
They were. They moved all the way across, figuring that it might be just better to head towards that eastern side. Fortunately, there is teams everywhere right now trying to get through. I do like that FLUX put that fight to bed for SBG, who are now sending it away across the bridge side itself. MELİSE Esports are out after finding a fairly decent position, but just could not step up to Major Pride, who were just a little bit better there.
Had the point on the day. Looks like, yeah, I don't blame SBG for not really wanting this fight, and I don't blame FLUX for trying to pursue it. They know that they've managed to get these picks here, so they want to try and harass this position. Victor rolls down, Lutz with a seat swap, perfectly timed there to hop out the side. No, he was in the passenger seat the whole time. He had a chauffeur to steal the vehicle out as well, so adding to the armada for FLUX to move in on the north side.
Oh, Akashi has sent himself into quite a dangerous environment there, with Major Pride looking down. And Gladiators are finally in. Excuse me, though, do send Beck down to scout out to figure out what's going down in that location. MADBULLS do take a casualty to one of those players. Excuse me, heading FLUX will be flushing him now. And Gladiators are through. They're through and fairly healthy, honestly.
They're looking all right. I mean, they know how to play from that northwest side. It is their main drop location. They're familiar with the territory on that west bridge. It's their backup drop location. So they've had a decent rotate. Furia hops out a little bit too late, being suppressed from uphill. Is that coming from BRA? I think it might have been. And Gladiators will use that cover as next RÜYA open up onto the MADBULLS.
Ooh, that is one hell of a spray down, but runs out of bullets. That is the worst time to hear the clicking in the mag.
Ooh. What a wipeout there, coming back in for Tixi, and the res comes out onto Kitsune. Beautifully played off one another and all of the chaos around them. Gladiators ahead of Excuse Me now on this rotate have managed to force their way through into this next circle. Pushing in, picking their time, and playing it well.
That's madness. You know what? It has played out. I said they were risk-averse, and they certainly were at the start of this game, but this time they have ran headfirst into quite the dangerous scenario. Mission Impossible type of things going on here. Matic as well as Tixi moving up towards that hillside to look towards Furia. Last player alive, just sending it through. They're right behind the tree. Can Furia pull this one off? Has the auto shotty, but quickly sent into the grass there and made compost.
DBS forces the hand to fold, excuse me. Moving now, trying to get ahead with their duo, but Beck is spotted by Tixi and Matic in the vehicle. Trying to jump on out. Havlik has the sightlines onto Kitsune, but what a switch up there. They do manage to get the trade, but Matic is ready and waiting. There's no way that Beck survives. Hang on a minute, he's spun around. The wheels are popped, has to hit the deck behind the buggy, but it's rolling away from him. There's no cover, and Matic is able to do so much work for Gladiators. They play in, they get these reses, but next RÜYA not going to let sleeping dogs lie.
That is a crushing defeat for Excuse Me. I think they felt like they had the better end of things, and Gladiators were coming from a very tough spot in the circle, honestly. Hearing that fighting up towards the northern side, though, Gladiators might just think to turn tail and head up towards the north edge. They seem to be very much in the thick of it right now, heading into stage 4 already. I did not think that Gladiators would be one of the main players in this lobby at this point in time.
They have played late, and they've catapulted into this circle. I mean, this is what we liked to see from them, right? You said they were risk-averse. I like to think they were biding that time, right? So hopefully making the right decisions when the time is right. Seeing a risk that they expect to have high value. Hopefully staying alive as 4.
I mean, smart though, right? You don't want to go across that bridge too early, and if you're confident to make that push and then suddenly shift things into 5th gear when it matters most, that's absolutely fine. It works out. They got rid of like the highest variability in terms of where they could go down, which is crossing that bridge. You just cross when there's absolutely no one left there to stand against you. It's a great play, and this is what makes Gladiators one of the top teams in EU and the world.
I mean, they have been lackluster in the start of today's games, but they show us why they are still to be feared and still a force to be reckoned with. Good news, but there's still a long way to go in this game, and they've only managed to accrue 3 points for their, admittedly, quite spectacular rotations so far.
Around the rest of the map, most players and teams are heading towards that coastal edge. OZAROX are playing there. Major Pride are slowly working their way down, trying to get rid of some of those players from SPG still remaining. Monkey does not make it, sadly. Really tried to push his way in, but Akashi as well as FLUX were looking down that side of the map. FLUX in this one took a very similar approach to Gladiators in the end, deciding that they would head over towards the eastern side where they assume most of the players have already made it into one of those better positions. SPG were there, they ran them down just like Gladiators ran down, I think that there are very big similarities between FLUX and Gladiators, and equally are terrifying teams to come up against.
And they were speaking about it earlier today on the desk, right? You've got these two teams from opposing regions with that strategic style that you've highlighted there is that similarity between the two. Playing on opposing sides of the circle, it shrinks very central. FLUX have got the high ground here, but the Gladiators playing quite a wide split on the southwest side.
Yeah, actually looking over towards REGNUM, CARYA and NEXUS and keeping an eye on RÜYA because they will have to cross that road. And I think although they are on the lower ground for Kitsune and Tixe, they have the advantage of the fact that they are firmly within this circle, I would say. Sly Europe also higher ground even still, looking down towards RÜYA, who will have to move in this next circle. They have the advantage of the fact that, you know, right now Sly Europe is forced into a position where they have to walk down the hill. Good clear up from FLUX over towards a Major Pride, setting them up with 7 eliminations so far.
There was a knock actually coming through from OZAROX over towards FLUX. They left that high ground and they might have to leave Solus as well. If they can't cover on the sightline there, it's unfortunate, but sometimes it just happens like that. Yeah, Solus getting flushed away, so FLUX losing a player.
Yeah, a difficult scenario to be in. For FLUX. Losing a player like that is always very awkward, especially when you're looking to control a large portion of the map here. With FLUX now down a spot, you know, you really do need a lot of sight lines looking down towards this south side if you want to be successful. So with that one player gone, being able to control RÜYA as well as OZAROX, realistically want that 2-2 split ideally so you can cover one another, and now they're more than likely going to have to isolate their ideas on just one part of the map.
Max looking for back-to-back Erangel chicken dinner for OZAROX there on the predictions. They have got a strong spot. I think the main question we have is whether or not they can put their best foot forward on it, especially with the performances that we've been seeing from them in these engagements.
We have a Nexus pick coming out from Genera. You know what? I like that pick.
I respect it.
I respect that pick. Could come through. They have a nice compound down towards that south side. Certainly doable. I think if the circle shrinks a little bit more, though, coming up from this rocky outcrop will be slightly more difficult. But most teams will be playing out in the open right now. A lot of smokes will need to be invested. I think most of the time, the thing that's cutting these teams off from one another is the staging of this area, where it slowly dips down like stairway steps in terms of elevation. So we are isolating this fight between FLUX, RÜYA and Sly Europe, between Gladiators and MADBULLS, between OZAROX and NEXUS, and REGNUM, CARYA are being slowly picked apart by NEXUS for the time being.
Yeah, look at that. Shots coming through. Sly Europe. Oh, Tenchik spotted by Lutz from FLUX, who have managed to keep 3 of their players alive. Solke looking to swing out wide on the north side, and the rundown onto Mandarin leaves Sly Europe wanting for anything, really. Frozen, Rezable here for RÜYA, and they still have some cover, but Solke wants to change that.
I think for Gladiators, they're slightly wary of going in for this third party towards this northern side. If they were successful, it gives them a huge amount of control towards the north, but waiting for this next circle was probably the smarter thing to do overall, just because it could have headed over towards here in the eastern side, and it has in fact. So that third party might have been resources invested that they didn't necessarily have right now. Some good shots over towards next RÜYA as they're in the panic. Yetka also getting knocked as well. That's them down to just 2 players remaining, which they will be suffering from now. Meku and Kitsune looking down towards Nexus as they head into a compound, and they'll be regrouping very shortly.
Nexus might struggle to leave their entrenched position at this stage. They'll need to find picks either towards OZAROX or towards Gladiators. But Gladiators have that high ground. You can see that ridgeline. Sure, they can start to push up it, but OZAROX might just have that side swipe. You can see Swain's position. Deadly if Nexus want to push north. So for me, Nexus need to take care of that Swain position.
Yeah, I mean, moving across that coastal side up towards that northeast, I'd completely agree with you, John. That's going to be absolutely pivotal for Nexus at the moment, which is why they've got Dora and Octavian holding down on that spot. Kapahala and Exo Machina preventing Gladiators from getting too far down into this spot in the time being, so that if they do get rid of those players from OZAROX, they do have a more comfortable time getting up towards that northern side. Overall, Nexus, I think, are controlling the situation well for the time being, but next circle, stage 7, will be where things start to get a little bit tricky, because they'll be forced to move away from all this cover that they've been currently hoarding.
Oh, Meku's in danger here. If that nade finds its way through, might just come a cropper, fades back, gets to cover, and there's a shot from Swain, actually.
Like you said.
Coming in, and yeah, they just can't move up.
Matic looks up towards next RÜYA. Horrible time to get knocked there, right on the edge of the blue. Going to be very difficult to pick that player up and bring him with you. Frozen close by. Matic with 7 grenades, sends one over the top. It was a little bit too far, though. That should be Yetka down. Docker Machine takes a massive hit as well on the road. Matic has been clean with it today.
FLUX yet to really enter this fight in full force, but they're happy that the Gladiators are cutting their opponents short. Shots over to Kitsune as FLUX get that ridgeline cover, but Meku should be able to get that res. Frozen trying to crawl his way forwards and stay alive for the time being. Matic on 4 eliminations now for the roster. A really solid performance, a shift being put in to try and see them back towards the top of these tables.
Yeah, really, really good stuff coming through from Matic. Frozen goes down. Realistically, Tixie had to hit these shots. Will get clipped on the way down. Has to be a quick response right now, as Wolf might be able to find one Kitsune on the barest amount of HP, and there will be more shots coming that way. Matic rolls the vehicle up to give Tixie just a little bit of cover that he needs here to pick him back up again.
The blue zone's pushing in. They can't stop and res here. They're going to need to go for the crawl, try and push him into this zone to be able to get this res. Isolate those sight lines, force your way in, and maintain that cover. Out and carrying. They need to move forwards now. You can see the bleed out is strong. They're going to get ahead of the blue zone. Matic commits for the res.
Yeah, that's tricky. I like the way he brought the vehicle in to try and stop any bullets from hitting their way down onto them. And now it gets tricky. Tudika's lived a long time in this central arena, and the circle shifts up towards OZAROX's way, so Max might be feeling very good about this pick over towards OZAROX right now, as they have an extremely good idea of where to regroup to. Ketch and Solkate moving their way across the ridge side, and this is going to be fairly nasty for Gladiators.
Kitsune absolutely spotted out in the open. This is a team fire situation, and the Gladiators have no idea. They're not even looking out to this ridgeline. Tixie spots it, but it's too late. And Kitsune's open, fired on as well. Matic falls next, and it's all up to Meku. Trying to stay alive, hits the deck, but Lutz has the angle. Needs to push closer, and it's not to be. Gladiators swept aside as they just don't pay attention to their northern flank. Disaster.
What a horrible ending for Gladiators after what was fairly strong, and FLUX now up to 14 eliminations currently. What a big count from them this game. Really well done. They have been through the ringer on this one and now looking for a little bit more. OZAROX is sort of locked down with their 2 players on the south side versus Nexus. Storm is doing a great job to keep them at bay, but FLUX are looking to encroach on that 2-man split over towards the north side with Zephyr and Kenzie. Tulika within the shack, takes shots over towards Ketch, but he will go down in the process. That is really bad news. Those 3 players is exactly what FLUX needed, and Tulika is still going strong, finds another.
Okay, Solkay up the top of the hill will need to move out of cover here and into the sightlines of OZAROX. There is a lot of solos now left to challenge. It is a 4v1v1v1v1 at this stage. However, REGNUM CARYA, can Tron give them a taste of OZAROX's own medicine? If he can get up the cliff there, he might even have a chance to go for that backstab, resurge from the water. I'm building it up, and what's going to happen is he's immediately going to die.
You never know. Might have the DBS. Never know. He's down.
There you go. He could have got up.
Swain's down, though.
True.
It's slightly unfortunate. Exo Machina moves his way down as well. Now, this is really the test for OZAROX, right? Max has bet a lot on them already. One player down and out. Tulika inside of his shack. Solkay tries to go for the longest nade in existence. It's almost on target.
It bounces off the roof. I mean, the door is on his side, so he can get it through, but oh, is this? No, he doesn't have another nade. This is just a smoke. He might be forcing Tulika out, and he's going to go for the peak, trying to fake it. But no, Tulika holds his nerve.
Tulika still in place. Solkay will have to move out into open ground too. Not easy. OZAROX down to 3 players. And these 3 players will have to work with each other to prevent OZAROX from taking this game. It would be very hard for OZAROX to lose. It will set a very, very bad mark on their history if they do lose this game. And it's the sort of thing that I think could happen, realistically, with the way that OZAROX has been playing recently. However, they have the compound. Things should go in their favor.
But with these players as well, I mean, Exo Machina,
it's the best of the best.
It is really a lineup that you don't want to be facing. I mean, maybe you put Doran in for Exo Machina, but both of them fearsome in their own right.
Stage 8 right now, heading into Stage 9 shortly. That's realistically the only grace that they will get. Sephir moves up, understands this is the only likely location left now. Only one nade for him, and Tulika realizes this. He knows he needs to move behind this shack now. Out comes the car. This could be dangerous, and Tulika seems ready for it.
He should know that Kenzie's there. He gets spotted, yep, the ankle's swept aside. And OZAROX take another chicken dinner on Erangel. That's 2 today, Blank, from a team that we really weren't looking at from before today's games.
Absolutely, and I mean, I did say, what's the point of taking center if you're not going to do too much with it? I think they did sort of get thrown a bone there in that game with that compound up on that side. Really difficult to lose from. But OZAROX taking 2 chicken dinners. Is it up to chance? Maybe. But well done either way. And well done to Max as well for getting his prediction right. When we all were doubters, he believed.
Absolutely. He made it work somehow. Max's day has been sprungboard up just that little bit to try and keep him in line. But yeah, OZAROX, congratulations. Some good points earned from a lot of these other teams as well. FLUX, very notably, earning a whole helping of points from that last game. But Erangel, for the second time today, goes to OZAROX.
...2021'den günümüze kadar olan süreçte NEXUS'un eski görkemli günlerine kısmen geri döndüğünü görüyoruz. Avrupa takımlarına karşı bu şampiyonaya nasıl hazırlandınız?
Ya ekstra olarak bir şey yapmadık. PMPL Türkiye'de nasıl oynadıysak öyle oynayacağız. Daha az hata yapmaya çalışacağız. Öyle söyleyeyim.
Bu yıl NEXUS'a katıldığından beri her yönde büyük bir etki yarattığınızı gözlemledik. PUBG Mobile'de bireysel yetenek ve takım çalışması arasındaki denge ne kadar önemlidir ve oyun tarzınızdaki bu iki yönü nasıl dengelemektesiniz?
Bireysel olarak herkes iyi olunca mesela bir pozisyonda 3 baygınız, karşıdaki 2 kişi veya 3 kişi, bir kişi çıkıp 2-3 kişiyi vurabiliyor, clutch atabiliyor. O pozisyonu kurtarabiliyor yani. Bireysel yetenek olarak takımdaki Frozen, Dokunma, Yekta hepsi çok iyi olduğundan dolayı böyle pozisyonları çok yaşıyoruz. Bu da bize ekstra puan kazandırıyor. Ve ekstra olarak iletişimi de sağladığımızda çok iyi sonuçlar elde ediyoruz.
Bu sezonki rekabet hakkındaki düşünceleriniz neler ve kimleri rakip olarak görüyorsunuz?
Ya herkese rakip olarak görüyoruz. Çünkü bir örnek vermek gerekirse futbolist 7. bitirdi süper hafta sonunda ama finalde çıkıp açık ara şampiyon oldular. Bu da her takımın kalitesini gösteriyor. Avrupa'da da zaten kaliteli takımlar var. Ya her takım cidden kaliteli. Kimseyi küçümsememek gerek. Herkes çok iyi yani. O yüzden herkes iyi yani.
Takımınız en çok başarılı bir şekilde kullanılan el bombaları ve araç ile rakiplerin üzerinden geçmenizle tanınıyor. Şampiyonalarda bu stratejileri başarılı bir şekilde uygulamak için hazır olduğunuzu düşünüyor musunuz? Yoksa farklı bir planınız var mı?
Yok, farklı planımız yok. Biz her zaman aynı oyunu oynuyoruz. Aynı oyunu oynamaya devam edeceğiz. Daha az hata yaparak.
OZAROX securing themselves another chicken dinner, and with that, they're going to be moving up in the leaderboard. Well, we actually didn't have much faith, but predictions correct this time around. By Max, there we go. We're literally going to talk about them. They're right there. How does it feel to finally...
Blank got a correct prediction, but, but you guys didn't.
Is that why he's getting so high in the prediction?
Ah, there you go. He's gone.
Silly blank in his hair.
No, but really, oh wait.
Ooh, you're moving up in the world.
You're up there with blank too, actually, Junior.
Got it.
Been thinking real hard.
Life salvaged my situation. Must be real.
Been catching up, actually. I think you got a point every game except this one.
I couldn't have done worse than yesterday, let's be honest.
It was pretty much impossible. But strong presence on the high ground spot on that hilltop, getting so much intel on where teams are going to rotate. I do like that they were super proactive when the next circle came in, and they understood that high ground position leaving when teams are already in a point of interest in your phase 3, your phase 4s is going to be a rough transition. Let's just go downhill, have a 2-2 split, defend the center of the circle as early as possible. And because you're doing that, you're in a central position, you're in the hot seat, you can already start picking eliminations relatively early. So 11 elims on the game, plus the chicken dinner, their best game so far.
I will say for OZAROX as well, really impressive and professional discipline to move off a radio tower location when they did. A lot of teams will stay up there and say to themselves, we're just going to shoot at everything that comes our way from this location because it's such a vantage point. But they understood that, okay, yes, whilst this is a decent location to be able to take pot shots at everybody, let's actually move, play the circle a little bit more aggressively here and try and move towards that east side. So I liked that move, and Max was on the money.
Somehow.
It happens once every in a while, okay?
Last time specifically for OZAROX, it was Sephir getting all 6 eliminations. This time around, it was spread across the other members of the team, which again makes them a little bit more of a scarier quantity to be dealing with because it's now just not one player showing up, but it's all of them.
This feels a lot closer to the OZAROX we saw in PMPL Turkey. I don't know if you would agree on that one, Kalaris, but they were just consistent. They would always keep 3-4 players alive until maybe not closing off chicken dinners. That was not really what made them stand out, but it's just consistently getting to the late game, picking up eliminations, and just getting at least double digits almost every single game. This feels a lot closer to that team I saw in the spring season of PMPL, and I want to see more of that, hopefully. But Gladiators, though, sure, they do not get themselves to win here, but the way they were able to carve a way through the West, I did not expect them to survive as a 4-man, as long as they did. But I mean, when something seems rough, Gladiators can make ends reach sometimes.
Yeah, they were anticipating threats coming from the north, and I think that they thought that the majority of them had been quelled, had been subsided, but then FLUX really put a spanner in the works for them here. This is the prime example. When you take out RÜYA where they were, and then defeat Seawolf, who's trying to drive around everywhere, they eventually see FLUX to the north, but it's a little bit too late. They've already taken too many knocks, and that really cost them. But I think, 8 or 9 eliminations for them here, so it's a nice little step up Europe, considering it's not been the best of days for them just today.
Yeah, and speaking about not it being the best day for Gladiators specifically, is it more down to the fact that they're not showing up on the day today, or rather the fact that other teams have figured out their game plan?
I would say it's just not quite been their day. They've had to make a bit more... to describe their rotations as desperate rotations isn't exactly correct, but it's moments where you're trying to make it happen fast and then you're losing people on the bleed out. Moments like that. And all teams are susceptible to that kind of moment, those kinds of plays. For Gladiators, that's happened today a little bit.
I actually have another perspective on that. Also, I do agree with your point, but I also think that it's teams at the bottom knew they could not afford 2 bad days. If you want to go into PMWI, if you want to be one of the top teams, you need to start playing more aggressive, which we have seen from some teams at the bottom that were struggling initially. Of course, we saw teams like Major Pride, MADBULLS trying to frag out a little bit more. But ARR in particular, Sly Europe in particular, started getting really aggressive in fights, and if they get close to your Gladiators, typically they would just put so much pressure on those locations. They just didn't care. They just fully pushed it, and they start losing fights against those lower ranked teams. So I feel like the lobby at the bottom, at least, started really changing things up because they know they need to get those elimination points eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. And FLUX with that performance also managed to get themselves up in the first spot. They're very close to 100 points already, and we still have another map coming your way. Thank you, Monster, for making it possible, because we're going to be now heading on to Miramar with John and Blank, and we need all the energy we can get.
I mean, we're going straight onto Miramar, of course. We're going to need to keep this one topped up with those monsters. We are going to be seeing if FLUX can maintain their stellar record today. Something that you talked about at the start of the day is this team just consistently churns out these points, and they've just shown us that they also have it within their wheelhouse to get these high fragging performances.
Yeah, it's really, really good, and I think it's something that we're maybe lacking just a little bit coming through from Gladiators at times. I think they're very consistent. Their final push on that last day, though, can be quite explosive, and I think that's where they reserve a lot of their energy for, so we can't count them out as of yet. But right now, Gladiators tied up with Nexus in 88 points, but yeah, FLUX taking the lead with 93 points now. And I think that perhaps this is where, on the last map of the day, if FLUX can maintain a little bit of momentum from that last match, could send themselves just a little bit further, give themselves a buffer into tomorrow, because so far I would say it's been a very close tournament at the moment. There's really not anyone just taking off with the Nitro Jets in play. Everyone's very close together.
I mean, yeah, you see FLUX in 93 points. It's a 10-point difference down to 4th, and while that sounds like quite a big buffer, as I think it was Gennaro was saying earlier, right, it is just one good game, and that extends all the way down to essentially 7th place with next RÜYA and OZAROX also on 70 points coming through. So only 23 points behind, which is an achievable points goal in just that one game. So it is still very much achievable for pretty much everyone in that top block to take home that title spot, and most notably that PMWI qualification direct.
On the map right now, we have that plane path very much on the western edge of the map. So for MADBULLS, will be slightly harder to head across and get over towards Paris. So certainly possible still, but just a little bit harder here. We slightly have this tiny cutoff, I would say, over towards this side. The map will be a little bit longer to head up there, so looting will be slightly slower for some of the teams heading up that way. I think that's going to be a bit of an issue for these teams that like to get to Al Azhar early, like to get up towards Cruz de Toya Armada and loot up there. But for all these teams, they can be much happier now with this circle basically dropping over where this plane path has led them all to be. Most teams can get nice and situated around the circle area itself. This will mean we'll have a little bit of a cramped amount of players into that stage 2. I don't think we'll see 62 players going into stage 4, stage 5. I think there's certainly going to be some early fights going on here.
That line of players potential to move eastward. Everyone trying to extricate themselves with minimal wear and tear and maximum points. It's the idea, but Loxy, oh, missed on the buggy. That is unfortunate. Wild definitely wanted to pick up his teammate there, but missed the button or just misclicked. Unfortunately, that allows Sly Europe the chance to get very, very close. 5 rounds in the M4 though, and that's it. You can't continue that chase. I have to divert.
I sort of thought that he would be much more careful, like tap fire it away and try and get the headshot onto the back of the car, but instead just everything gone straight away.
Maybe he didn't notice.
Maybe he didn't notice, but I felt like he stopped shooting soon enough that he realized that he didn't have much left in the gas tank in terms of bullets there. Regardless, almost gets it. Kapala. Son HP, tricky situation. Trickier still for Kapala to hit this shot with the Winnie.
Looks like he's already managed to tag one. Micro Uzi and UMP, it's not going to challenge out the Winnie's range, but might be useful in this roll-up with 3 players from Nexus, though. It's a tall order. Needs a big spray, but the shotgun shells are just too loud. Deafened, forced into submission there. And it won't be great news for the pickup on BEŞİKTAŞ. They lose their early player. Nexus back into the pickup. They'll be on their way.
I think that was like 3 double barrels all aimed at him there. It's a little bit scary to deal with. So you see 3 players come out of the vehicle, 1 barrel at a piece aimed at you. I think that Sun HP knew he was going down there. Great information passed back across by Kapahala and a good response from the rest of the team on Nexus. So 1 elimination will be taken and a lead over Gladiators now, only by 1 point, albeit, but still a lead nonetheless.
The Gladiators' position, I mean, speaking of, in La Cobraria, is cut into the northwest wedge of this circle, and they will be pretty powerful in this location for the next few minutes. The question is, as it always is, where does the circle fall off this next phase, right? Because it will either decide that they're going to be incredibly powerful or force them to move away. We know that the second phase on Miramar as well is the smallest shrink that we see.
It is an extremely cruel shrink as well on stage 2. Does give a lot of time, though, on Miramar for these players to get situated, get their loot in order in stage 1 at least before they do make that move. And with there being a lot of flatland, it is a little bit easier to get across to the positions you need to get to on this map. With it being a large map as well, most of these roads are nice and clean for the rotations in the vehicles. It does get a little bit more treacherous later on where you are forced into those situations where Miramar can be filled with divots and ditches, in which case you sort of want a buggy, something with good suspension to get yourself across that kind of terrain.
I mean, the pickup as well got some decent cover, but it is always less than easy, especially under the pressure of gunfire, to make those rotations. Average eliminations 3 for Gladiators on Miramar. We've seen them play it, I think this is the 4th time. Yeah, this will be the 4th time that we've seen them make their entry here. Hopefully have a bit more success than that. They want to keep up with the tiebreakers and keep up with the leading pack.
Absolutely. I mean, for the guys on foot, it has been slowly but surely a fall from grades. I think they were 4th place at the start of today, dropping down now into 8th, 59 points. Not ideal for themselves. I think we could see more from them. I think you made a very good point earlier on, John, that they can't be the one and done team. And so far, they are really living up to that role. If we remember yesterday, I think it was 1 point, 0 point, 1 point, 26 points, and then back down to 11 points once again. And that's where the majority of their points came from. Today, it's been much of the same, just without that big 26-pointer. And if we take all that into account, that is just under half of their points accrued from one Sanhok.
Yeah, it's far from ideal. FLUX, though, on the flip side, are far from that one-and-done team. They have been fragging. We sung their praises in that last match. They were caught out towards the end by that OZAROX position. They had the high ground, but the descent was just too open. Either way, though, they earned a whole load of points and saw themselves into that top spot. It's really, really cool to see that they have been able to just maintain that pace and, if anything, speed up.
I think for OZAROX, there is certainly something there, right? They've won 2 Erangels. The Sephir one was certainly one that I'm not sure he really should have got away with. But overall, they're resilient. They're holding on. And that's something to be desired in a lot of teams, is having that urge to win so badly that you just slog through some of the worst situations towards a better place.
MELİSE, the belt buckle team, looking to try and continue their crawl forwards in this tournament, and given their points total, it has been a little bit of a crawl so far. They'll need to stand up and start to open out that stride if they want to maintain a reputable position. I feel like at this stage, it is not really going to be possible for them to step up towards that top spot. And I don't think I would expect it of them either, even if it was possible for them to be able to do so.
Take a quick stock of the map right now. Down towards Impala, Nexus. Right now, just scouting out towards MADBULLS, who usually drop towards Puerto Paraíso. Excuse me, heading up past Monte Nuevo as well, next RÜYA over in El Pozo. A bit of a change of pace here from Gladiators, usually playing around those crater fields, watching down towards El Pozo, but that has kind of bit them before, where we have seen them get a little bit too tunnel visioned onto that, and then they lose precedent within the circle itself. So it's nice to actually see them taking a bit more of a proactive role in this game, and actually that shift really plays into the fact that they've moved down this far so early with this 2-2 split, giving them intel down towards that south side and the north. They can move off towards that eastern side, perhaps even go for a long eastern rotate with that plane path being all the way towards the west. They should know that that area around Junkyard and just a little bit of the west of it is very clean.
There is a gaping chasm in the middle of this circle, and I'm sure that will be filled. The vacuum draws the players towards it like nothing else. The question is how fast and from what direction will that gap be filled? FLUX, all four of them alive, looking pretty solid. REGNUM, CARYA, southwest side, and with the cover that they have from this high ground, from the mountain, it's probably unlikely that we'll see them leave too soon. FLUX on the crash. Hang on a minute. Elvis under pressure, being forced out of the longhouse to play around the truck, and will fall down first. Solke under fire as Lutz falls as well. Off-angle shots coming through from the high ground, but into the vehicle. Did Solke just hop through the vehicle and pop out for a frag? I think he might have done.
A cheeky little play coming through, and now FLUX looking for the stabilization with BRA all being off in the distance. Elvis last remaining, but it's SPG rolling up. It will be Robs to lead the charge, has a DBS as per usual. It is his signature weapon, and instantly FLUX are rotating away. That nade might do a little bit of damage, but not quite enough here. Ketch moves across the side, just about gets in the building and closes the door behind him.
SPG now into the ground floor of that longhouse. Ketch down, Solke, Solus, both looking to try and hold on as SPG continue at full force. BRA trying to get some recompense, some compensation as the nades bombard FLUX out of this lobby, just as we were singing their praises. But this is a chance for Gladiators, for Nexus, for Sly, REGNUM, CARYA, and so on to jump up, to push for that top spot, to close out our halfway mark.
Dear me. 2 days in already. I mean, it feels surreal almost. So many games have gone by so quickly, John. And it's still so close, like I said at the start. I mean, it's great so far. Hacienda del Patron, real focal point at the moment. Fight has been going on here between MELİSE and AAR, and looks like we are going to see Gladiators get stuck in on it. So many times it feels like Gladiators are coming into contact with AAR, but they are very much close to them. One of the closest teams towards La Copadilla. With that fight just about concluding between AAR and MELİSE Esports. I know there is still one player left alive, but it's unlikely we'll see MELİSE actually get stuck in on this one. Now Gladiators are looking to pick up the pieces. If they can find a knock over towards any of the players of AAR, it will be the go signal.
We saw the Gladiators against the MADBULLS in the TDM earlier as well, remember, that they weren't super powerful as maybe we would expect them to be in these scenarios. So they're just going to want to tactics this one out, keep it level, keep it calm, encroach, and find the preferential angles. They don't need to be pushing on this.
I think the issue for Gladiators that they're going to come into sooner or later is they realize they're right on the edge of the circle, so they can't stick around this place for long, which is why you're seeing them trying to get off the roofs as soon as possible, as much information gained as possible from the rooftops, and then jump back down again, because they will be broadside to any team that heads towards that northern edge. And next RÜYA was scarily close to going for that kind of rotate. Luckily, they moved down towards that south side, past Hacienda del Patron on the western edge, as you can see on the top right of your screen. But for Gladiators, was a pretty scary moment for them. You can see Matic actually sending out towards that northern side to make sure he has that backstop, clearing at any team that does go for a rotate that way. It is very scary, and I think that right now AAR, although a little bit stuck, they are entrenched.
The MADBULLS trying to sneak forwards through the graveyard. into the church, wants a little bit of high ground and plenty of cover. Hopefully keep that car safe and the buggy. They've got quite the armada of vehicles, but they're going to have to pop the smoke to keep them safe, to keep those tyres intact, which is going to be hyper valuable, I would say, in Miramar. Gladiators, give them the old switcheroo and play on the south banks of Hacienda. A lot of cover on this side and much more rotational options. They knew they didn't need to push, and this is what I was talking about. Take preferential angles and just make sure that you're winning out in those crossfires.
Gladiators move down towards that south side. Better position to be in. Major Pride down towards that southeast. I think Major Pride are really on for a good game, but it just hasn't quite been there as of yet. In terms of fragging power, they have it, but never really in a position to use it so far. Foot, the moment we saw them previous games losing players earlier on, but this time they got a bit further into the match. Zessi though with a nade. Could be decent towards Kairos, but it bounces off. That is bad news, Bears. See if he can land this one.
Second one seems to be much more successful, and Kairos goes down. Oh, Rip7 burnt out of his shack as well and falls. This is great news for BEŞİKTAŞ and awful for Foot Esports, who once again are drawn short of the mark that was set for them at the start of the tournament. I think all of us had them in the top 3. But it is anything but right now. That was as we reach our halfway mark.
Foot sends away. Not quite on foot, in a buggy. Savian in the back there, very low HP. One bullet away from being knocked off the back and Arwin having to face the rest of Miramar alone. It has been a bad day for Foot so far. Next circle pops, head down towards that south side, towards Graveyard. This is a real nasty area to end in. We've had this before yesterday. It was a little bit further shifted up towards San Martin, but again, this is a difficult position to be in just because of how horrible this valley is to be in a lot of times. SBG as well as Foot currently have 2 of the best compounds. Unlikely that Foot's going to be able to hold on to this position, though, just because of how many players they're currently fielding. So we might see REGNUM start to move down that way, try and pick away the couple of players left remaining in that spot. BEŞİKTAŞ also could go for that sort of push, knowing that Foot is very low on members.
The question is, does REGNUM CARYA know that it is low on members, right? If they... BEŞİKTAŞ, as you said, will be aware of that, but will that push come from the west, or will they maintain that high ground? I mean, there is something to be said for the power that they have there, especially over the OZAROX position. On that northwestern side, there's a lot more contestation, though, so a lot less threat on that high ground from the north side.
Major Pride looking to rotate down past the guys from Sly Europe, currently sat around Graveyard itself, keeping themselves very much tucked away. Major Pride move into this position, hoping to find some kind of sanctuary, but they're met by vicious claws from the team of Sly Europe.
Oh, Zashipa just manages to hit the deck, almost takes one down, but the DBS over the ridgeline is just too strong. Where's the shutdown? Where's Mandarin with the backup? Monkey fades back and doesn't get taken down here. Dino, in the meantime, has been flushed, or not flushed, but certainly knocked, as Sly unlikely to get Zashipa back. Mandarin, nade up high, wants to find some damage on a close push, as Effect rides down the hillside and tries to get the flank.
Flush comes through onto Zashipa. Sly Europe still have some players left up and kicking. Mandarin so over that way. Dino did go down earlier, so down to 3 players apiece for both these teams, with Major Pride were in a bit of a stickier situation. I think this has worked out overall for Major Pride. Get some high ground available to them, and Effect, he has some incredible fragging power, really accurate player. I think from this sort of position can cause absolute carnage down towards Sly Europe, with the circle shifting just a little bit over towards that western side earlier in stage 4. They do need to leave this area after all.
Mandarin wanting a little bit more cover. Soft as it is, the smoke will cut off that sight line underneath the monster truck. In effect, still thinks he's behind it. He's actually swapped monster trucks. Trying to stay alive, and I think he knows Effect's up on this ridge line, certainly aware that it's potential to be a problem. Over the ridge line, Effect continues just to push these rounds down range. It will be pretty hard to extricate yourself from this engagement now. Nade over the top as he pings out the vehicle that they're sat behind. Monkey can start to lob them on through. You see the damage tacking on. Tenchik into the buggy. Moves forwards. Look at the off angle from Reflect here as well. I don't think Monkey has spotted this. He should have absolutely seen it, but he's so focused forwards, he doesn't see it. Reflect is allowed to cross out in the open as he has the DBS in hand. Somehow, they managed to turn it around. An absolute nightmare for Monkey as he goes down to the nade. Allows the cross, and Sly Europe absolutely take major pride for a spin. That is unforgivable on the mistake there, Monkey on the front.
I mean, I don't know what's happened today, but we've got a real problem with players being rather blind. So I don't know. Maybe they need to get their eyes checked. I'm not wearing my glasses today, but I'm about...
He was just too focused. He had tunnel vision there.
I'm about 5 inches away from my monitor, so I'm okay. Most of these players are about 2 inches away from their phone, so I'm not sure how that happened. The tunnel vision was real, and that needs to be sorted out. In the meantime, Circle moves up towards the northern edge. And you know what? I'm going to go for an SPG predict right now, just because, you know what, John? I think SPG deserve a win. In this tournament, I think they've done very well. Great improvements from PMPL EU. Not quite stood up here in the championship, but if there's ever a time to win this game, it is now. And I think that realistically, I wouldn't predict SPG just because of how they've performed so far, but they are in the best compound. They're looking very strong from this position. Realistically, from Longhouse, they should be able to win out this game. So we're going to go by the facts.
Okay. I've thrown in a Nexus prediction here. I think on the east side, there's relatively little contestation. And on the north, it's going to be quite harrying for the players on that northwest. For Gladiators, who are down to 3. You've got next RÜYA as well, who are on 4, sure, but they're going to have to fight off against the Gladiators, as we can see on our screen. Excuse me as well, trapped right on the edge, and already a knockover to next RÜYA. I'm imagining that the wind is going to fall flat in the sails of this northwest side.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to get themselves out of this position. I think Gladiator's done quite well so far to get through to here. Maxman backing me up with the SPG. I'm not quite French, he is, so he has more right to go for this predict than I do. However, I shall cosplay the French Duke today and join in on the bants.
What, could you speak a little French?
Un petit peu, but that's about it.
Très bien. We are going to be hoping for these teams on the northwest to try and weather the storm, but excuse me, now the only team there, and they are isolated behind this ridgeline. The Gladiators will have sightlines out here. REGNUM, CARYA as well from the south should be able to spot this out. The roll downhill for SPG, into SPG will be treacherous as well.
I think for, again, around SPG's location, it is just flat land. It's very difficult to push onto their spot. If we get another northern shift on the circle, they'll be looking very pretty going forward. But there are a lot of 4-man teams in this lobby right now, still alive and kicking, and I think that's the scariest thing for SPG. Usually when you're in this spot, it really thrives on the fact that you don't have a lot of teams that are 4 players alive, because a crash onto this building followed by a second crash from another team that spots that happening, which is very obvious because this is such a visible compound, that can be quite difficult to weather, and it's something that SPG hasn't done very well before, but I'm hoping this is the time to shine for SPG. Gets another circle on their position. This is great news. Everyone else has to move out into open ground, but there is a lot of angles to cover now, John.
Question is who goes first. This graveyard position is being thinned out by the second. BEŞİKTAŞ on the high ground managed to take a few of the MADBULLS players out. BEŞİKTAŞ themselves have already lost a player and they sent peace out wide, so they're playing as 2 on the inside of the compound. Sly Europe as well, 3 players, and they've got a difficult path ahead. MADBULLS closest to the circle, so we'll have to move last forcefully, but the question is, do they want to try and get ahead of the game?
REGNUM CARYA have to move down towards OZAROX. It's not easy to crest that hillside. Well, that ridge side, really. You're essentially tumbling down the mountain at that point. Excuse me, still have 4 players, but again, in a similar position where they will have to move their way down. This is a case where SPG certainly have to be aware of what's going on. Great pick-off over towards Tixi. The circle is at Gladiator's back. I think they've done enough now. And Sly Europe send Mandarin out alongside one of their other players. And now Nexus are starting to make the move. again, this is what I'm saying, that SBG have to be very cautious of everything going on around them. They cannot let too many teams get this close.
Looks like the duo forward for Sly Europe has stayed alive for the time being. Can they keep it going? OZAROX under a lot of pressure from REGNUM CARYA and will be taken down there. 8 teams now remaining. And it will be ever more treacherous. There we go. So Nox sent over to Sly in the meantime as well, leaving them to forcibly look for these reses, and they will be able to get it.
I think in that meantime, where they were so focused on the guys from Sly Europe, they've allowed Nexus to get quite far into this circle, actually. And again, they are still playing as 4 members, so quite the deadly force. And this close, oh, it's a little bit scary. They're all mounting up into the vehicles right now. Perhaps looking for the next push. I would wait for the next circle, though, if I was Nexus, purely because right now SBG is locked into this compound. Going to be very difficult for them to leave. If we get a southern shift, Nexus can quite easily circumvent that, head down towards that south side. Reflect hops onto the building. 2 of their players are already over towards the western side, and right now Reflect's only job is to sort of deal with these final players from MADBULLS, make the lives easier for his fellow 2 compadres off towards the west.
He'll just stop them there. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from this. I don't know if he has a backup buggy somewhere. He knows there's a vehicle in play, drops down and wants the fight. Just stopping the roll here and allowing the duo to survive forwards. MADBULLS, they're forced out and to take this engagement. Reflects down, so that will not be a factor anymore. But look at that, the off angle from BEŞİKTAŞ actually spotting Frozen and leaving Tulika on a sliver of HP with the blue zone enveloping. That's done and dusted. BEŞİKTAŞ take care of that. And now the eastern side opens up a little bit more for Nexus.
Yeah, a little bit of assistance there from Victor as well, taking down Reflect on the top side of the building. I think it was BEŞİKTAŞ who were able to pick up a lot of those points, though, in the meantime. Nexus really have no competition, though, like you say, John, on this eastern edge. They can sit behind comfortably, the guys from SBG, and not worry too much. Circle moves down towards that south side, and now, realistically, SBG need to head downwards. Narvalo going for a pretty crazy split over towards that northeast side. Is this just a throw coming through from Narvalo? He needs to get back to the rest of the team fairly quickly.
Is he going to be spottable from Matic as well? Yes, he is. Look at that. The backstab from the last player of the Gladiators. Narvalo goes down, diminishing their forces drastically. Doran doesn't get knocked in response, and they can move up to this ridge. As long as, excuse me, get out of this high ground to take those shots over to Nexus, their position will be a lot more powerful here, as long as that high ground isn't a factor.
Yeah, seriously questionable play there coming through from Narvalo. And now Nexus can move through fairly comfortably. There have to be some good shots hit here on towards Nexus. Doran's already in. Will drop off another player in Exo Machina. Now SBG have to weather the storm.
2 players are forwards now, and the other 2 are moving in as well. Kapahala falls down to SBG on the hold, and another Exo Machina falls as well. Doran on the inside as SBG cling to their compound. Octavian falls next, and it's nightmare for Nexus. They have moved on in and just been swept aside. They didn't need to cross just yet, but they make the step in and will be punished.
A really wonderful job there coming from SBG. I think that move is fine from Nexus, honestly. They moved to the building that has the most amount of cover. Luckily, Akashi was there holding that spot. He's away from the main compound itself, so really, really well done for Akashi to hold on to that one. But yeah, I think Nexus makes the right play after they get that elimination. Understanding it's a 4v3, this is their best time to roll out, but little to no smokes, no utility, kind of bites them there in the end. But very, very good haul from SBG, and one that we've not seen in a long, long time. So they are really looking for this chicken dinner now.
Excuse me, have 1 player left in the hills. Sly Europe, who sent in early, remember, with Reflect holding the MADBULLS out from Graveyard, are in a very central position here, Blank. So potential for them to have a pretty good time of it. Zessi eats a couple too many bullets there, but manages to get to cover. Peace. Trying to stay alive. They both mount up in the buggy, but Victor's out of ammo on the magazine and is going to allow them to move up to Wild, who's cooking a nade in the meantime. Will try and slow this position. A nade bounces out the window but doesn't spot it. Wild, a lot of HP, could have a chance, but no, shut down. 4th place for them.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, for SBG, they're looking to finish this game out. But Sly Europe's still in the center. They're still in the center, man. They do lose one player. There is eyes on them from above, and some good shots coming through from SBG alongside BEŞİKTAŞ will put an end to that. But again, I think right now SBG just needs to set up some form of defense, drop some smokes as they're doing right now. They have this big ramp as cover too, so BEŞİKTAŞ will be forced into the zone. They use that smoke in front of Robs, which is eliminating his sightline to get up to a position that is fairly playable. But Fury is there, wonderful shots, and that might just give him one elimination, but won't ladder him up.
No, he will just go down there. Eliminated, doesn't want to give the point. Zessi can now actually move on in with a little bit more cover. The buggy loses a wheel, but he gets up to cover. Central position, and SBG need to move on this quickly. Robs up into the ridgeline, doesn't quite have sight yet, but in about 2 seconds he will, and Zessi knows all about it. The nade over the top, and that seals the deal. SBG riding strong.
I mean, it was a position that was looking the strongest, and again, this is a case where, you know, I didn't necessarily predict the team here, but you predict the position, just because I don't feel like we have been seeing SBG playing at their top potential, because you were one of the people, John, that actually believed in this team in PMPL EU, and not a lot of people actually did. And I think that when we look at that, they really did make a lot of improvements, and I'd hope to see that come through to the championships. And I think this is one of the few games where we've seen them actually almost meet that potential, because there still was that play from Narvello which felt completely unnecessary, and that is some of the things that happens with SBG is just unnecessary plays, things that sometimes the worst enemy of SBG is SBG.
I mean, yeah, me and Max both had them in our top 3 for this tournament as well. I mean, I was valuing the fact that they'd stuck together as a roster. That's what I valued back in PMPL EU, having that legacy, and in general, that's sort of what I was going for. They have underimpressed me, and in this game, you're right. You predicted the position, not the team, and with that Narvello misstep, I feel like we were a little bit right to maybe doubt in that scenario. But you and Max both went for this game, and you were rewarded with that chicken dinner.
With a lovely croissant.
Well, hopefully we'll be snacking on those for the next couple of days. But Blank, we are at the halfway mark, and it is still very much all to play for. Every single team has been putting their hearts on the line. The question is, who will be able to keep this one going? Because at the moment, it could be any of them.
SBG, they get their first chicken dinner. And you know what's really funny? Kalaris has been such a big fan, such a big hype man of SBG since we got here.
True.
He has put them in the top 3. He has always been a backer of the French team. I mean, how does it feel?
I mean, ultimately, I've always been a fan of their pastries, their language, and... No, actually, all of these are completely... I can't keep that up. I'm so sorry. Max?
You said the only few things you could have said.
That's all I had.
That's all he had at the end.
The berets.
No, as Blank said during that game, very important point. He said, he's not French, I am French, but we are the SBG homies this time, and they do take himself a win. I do agree, Narvello did something a bit weird. He's like, I don't want to do team play anymore. What's team play? I don't care. Just went to Nexus, got eliminated, but they had a strong position, good defense versus Nexus in particular. I think there was a 3-on-3 fight. They defend the compound really well. And finally, a chicken dinner from SBG. I would have liked to see one yesterday, but we finally get it. I don't care how long it took, but we finally get a win from the boys.
Yeah, it was a warm-up, and they combined with 8 eliminations, giving themselves 18 points. And we've seen it as well when we're going to be going back to the overall rankings. But in general, the theme really has been Gladiators no longer at the top, no longer the ones reeling in those chicken dinners consistently. It's genuinely up for grabs. And John said it himself as well. We're at the halfway point, but still there's everything to fight for, and it can be anyone's.
It's clearly up in the air. I cannot predict right now. Gladiators, there was a lot of favorite teams with the performance of so many of these squads today, like your Sly Europe, your OZAROX. I could not predict confidently who I think could be in first place anymore. It seemed like so many teams that struggled in day one brought back so many good iterations on this second day that they could be new teams that could maybe secure themselves a spot into PMWI here.
Yeah, with 12 games left, absolutely. You could be mid-table right now. You could even be low down in the table and still be able to kind of launch yourself up. You've got, as you say, a team like Sly who almost got themselves 3 wins today. I mean, they find themselves situated in the center of this circle, and eventually you kind of get battered down by teams from the high ground here. But still, it's been a phenomenal day for Sly as we take a look at them in the highlights. And kudos to them for being able to make that kind of recovery in day 2.
Yeah, also Gladiators, the last 2 games specifically, it feels like they're a little bit back on some of their form, but not as on top of the top as we expected them to be. Nexus as well, taking a couple of jabs this time around, trying to get that chicken dinner, but not securing them.
I do think maybe for Gladiators today, they realized, okay, our first couple of games, we're making these rotates and we're not really getting anything from them, but we're focusing primarily on the rotate to then try and get us somewhere in the circle.
Yeah.
I feel like in these last 2 games, what they've done is said to themselves, okay, the circles have not gone in our favor. Let's go for those rotates, but then let's focus on the team fight more as opposed to the end destination. And that's where we've seen the 8 eliminations, the 7 eliminations come in here, and you can get your points like that and still sit up in the top 3.
I feel like Gladiators are super strong when it comes to rotations, etc., right? But we also know that they must be trying to take these fights because unfortunately, just making it to the late game is sometimes not going to cut it. You've got teams that are really good, like your Foot Esports, like now Sly apparently at wrapping up these games, which you love to see. So they need to try and force their way through in these fights, which they have been doing towards the end, which you love to see. So hopefully it's going to continue throughout tomorrow because, as said, we're at the halfway point.
Yeah.
Don't have a lot of breathing space now to make these changes.
I mean, Zesty getting 6 eliminations all by his lonesome self.
And Victor on the big 1.1k.
Oh yeah, I couldn't see. It was hiding from the table, man.
Just be taller.
Oh, le table.
I'm a bit small. but BEŞİKTAŞ having a better day. OZAROX, we got a lot of new coming teams from the bottom of the rankings. But REGNUM CARYA has been getting some significant damage here.
It's literally the curse. They get so much damage done. They get a couple of eliminations on the board. And again, what's the missing ingredient, the secret sauce that they haven't managed to unlock yet? Because when we're looking at their performances, I mean, look at the damage. Look at the difference. If you can do maths, that's 500 damage.
In the games where I've thought they might be able to convert into a win, they've been caught on bad edges. Like in this game, for example, if the circle does shift a little bit or more up the hill, they're in a great spot to be able to try and get this game in their hands. But again here, with it shifting the way it does, with other teams kind of taking residency up in these hills as well, it is difficult for them to make more happen.
They did try to go downhill with the monster truck. I got to respect that, you know. They did try. That was a pretty cool way to try something to make it work in that game. But it didn't quite work out. As you said, there was so many angles. There was BEŞİKTAŞ, there was Sly, there was SBG from a distance downhill. It's not going to work out. The circle, not favorable for them in those finishing moments, but they have been consistently making it towards those top 5 positions, which means that, as we said even on the pre-show of yesterday, they're a very silent team. They're very consistent. If they strike when it hurts at the end, they could steal away the first place. It would be possible. They are that close.
Yeah, when you try your best, but you don't succeed, seems to be the theme for them today. But in general, the teams that have won today, we're not talking about Gladiators winning 3. Instead, it's Sly taking 2, OZAROX taking 2. We have Super Bogaz, we have ARR, a little bit more of a variation coming through.
Which I like. I mean, we mentioned it already, right? The bottom teams that we wanted to see a rise up in this second day have been able to bring the heat. And I'm wondering what's going to be happening from the teams that were at the top on day 1 that struggled a bit. Are they also going to bring some iterations? I mean, you already mentioned it, Kalaris, with the approach from Gladiators in trying to be a little bit more aggressive on their rotates. So I wonder if we're going to see even more of that from some of the top teams after day 1.
Yeah, I did expect maybe more victories from Turkey today, but it's still Europe taking kind of the lion's share, as it were. But again, it's nice to see OZAROX being able to pump things up. I will say, though, I think FLUX was still doing very well for themselves throughout the day and actually has ended up in 2nd place. So
1 point, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it is incredibly close. 96 and 95. Gladiators managed to get themselves back on the top spot. Sly sneaking in on 3rd. Nexus Gaming is the one that seems to be struggling the most because they really went from that 1st spot down to 4th.
These are clearly my favorite championships where it's so close. As you said it before, right? It's just one game, Genero, one single game, and you could be from like ARR potentially back in that 1st place if you get an absolute banger with double-digit eliminations. It could happen. So it's really hard to truly predict who you think is going to win it all because everyone here brings their own spice to the mix and can take it all.
And it's a significant glow up for OZAROX, as we were saying, to use a Zoomer term, because they've been able to jump into that top side of the table, I think with 71 points, if I recall correctly, for that. So that is a massive jump for them. Very happy to see that happen. But for Foot, bit of a slide ultimately.
Major Pride MADBULLS too. We haven't seen the changes. Major Pride, they had some decent fights at some point, but yeah, we need to see some changes. And we said 1 day you can afford it, 2 days. We need to see a massive comeback tomorrow, like the proper remontada that we need to see happening today, tomorrow. What I said.
That one. I mean, it's rough, okay? Like you said it yourself, first day it's okay. 2 days will give you some slack, but tomorrow it's genuinely do or die if you want to confirm yourself in the standings. But I'm also going to have to ask you guys for a little bit more of a prediction. I know it's not really going your way
I knew this was
recently,
coming.
but it's going to be about the most valuable player. Do you have... Oh, you can see like the cogs turning in his head. He's like, oh yes.
Wait, whilst Max thinks,
yeah,
you can ask me the question.
I got my prediction already.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, go on then.
Mandarin from Sly.
Okay, I just didn't want you to copy him.
Why would I?
Yeah, it's true.
Why would I do
my answer was going to be, I have no clue.
See, there's a player actually called I have no clue, in case you had no
great,
clue. It was but MVP of today, I'm going to be bringing it up.
Okay.
I thought it might be a FLUX player, but I didn't know which one to pick. That was my
Absolutely, yeah, totally.
I mean, they actually did well for themselves throughout the day. But
I mean, 15 elimination to his name.
I almost went Soul K, but I had no clue.
He was the MVP last championship, so he could be back-to-back MVP of the championship 2 seasons in a row. Yeah,
that's a $2,000.
That's back-to-back. That's what back-to-back means.
Yeah, that's $2,000 in your pocket. I mean, why not? An absolute beautiful performance. But you know, looking at the predictions as well. I mean, we put Foot first, Gladiator second, MADBULLS. That's for me. That's on me. That's my issue. But Gladiators, they managed to go back into that #1 spot today. So Max, you must be overall feeling good about yourself.
I'm mostly happy they're currently the top ranking team with 0 chicken dinners. So if they can close off a game, they could be in that first place.
Meanwhile, Foot have got 1 foot out of the door at present. It's not looking great for our first place.
How long have you been sitting on that one?
I just, not long. But as I say, FLUX being able to actually find themselves, the kind of stability that they have in terms of consistency, they might not be winning every single game. I mean, of course, they did win the first game of yesterday, but they are extremely consistent on the international stage. Have as much, if not, well, I wouldn't say as much, more experience than Gladiators on the international stage, but as much is fair to say. So I'm expecting them to continue that on.
Yeah. I mean, Blank has been continuing his successful streak in predictions. He's now sitting on 19, closing on those 20 points. Max, you managed to make a little bit of a comeback, so did you, Colares. I am not first anymore because, you know, even though I tried to curse Blank, it still went to the series. Like, good luck, except Blank. But yeah, I guess that is something of its own. Make sure that you guys follow us on social so you can stay up to date in terms of who's winning the predictions, who's winning the games, who are our daily winners, some memes, a little bit of funny things sprinkled in. Would you agree?
Yeah, I did one.
Yeah, because I can tell.
I try. They didn't fire me yet, so I feel like I'm maybe doing okay.
Yeah. I saw your logo sneaking up on the other logo earlier. Yeah, good job.
I'm my best.
I saw you like giving me the side eye while I was calling out the socials. You're like, what's she gonna say this time?
Something
like it right now.
You better say something nice, Ginny. Well, I did. And also something really nice is this lovely fridge here, which is actually really cool. And I like the RGB. So thank you, Monster, for not just the decor, but the energy throughout today, because we did once again go through a total of 6 maps. That is once again going to be the exact same case tomorrow. So make sure that you're back. Same time, same place. Have a good evening. Have a shower. Touch some grass. And we'll see you tomorrow.